Loser Gets Reborn decided to take over stock market and all the industries. Reborn? It took 10 minutes for Su Hao to slow down. Looking at the string of words on the right side of the blackboard, there are still 70 days before the college entrance examination. Su Hao's eyes are slightly red. In the last life, there were so many regrets and so many dreams that were not fulfilled. Now, to live again for the first time, it is really good for the gods to enjoy food. Su Hao was born in a small county in Donghai City. His parents are ordinary employees, and they can live a decent life. In Su Hao's freshman year, a wave of layoffs came and Su Hao's parents were laid off. After that, the two elders got up early and went in the dark to do a hawker business. Less than 2 years later, Su Hao's father fell ill. All the relatives of the Su family borrowed it again, but in the end they couldn't save Su's father's life. The debt was paid off by Su Hao 8 years after graduation. After paying off the debt, Su Hao was 30 years old, and the family was poor and white. Although there was a teacher's job, but the age was there, no girl was willing to follow Su Hao. Until he was born again, Su Hao was an old man, a poor one. The bits and pieces of the previous life flashed in my mind, and finally Su Hao sighed and his fists gradually clenched. In this life, I must fight for a perfect future and make up for all the regrets and dreams of the previous life. Su Hao began to think about the future. The first one must make money. As an old man in his 30s who has experienced countless sufferings, Su Hao has already seen everything clearly. If you have money, you can do whatever you want. As long as you have money, the right woman is at your fingertips. After digging out the 30 cents in his pocket, a wry smile flashed across Su Hao's face. With only 30 cents of capital, how to make a fortune? Today is April 30th, 2002. Penguin has laid the foundation, and Ari is already quite large. Although Doutao has not yet been launched, it is not something that 30 cents can do. Stock? Still need the principal? I lose, I have to pay for everything. How can Lao Zi get rich? Who can tell me? Waiting online, I'm very anxious. At this moment, Su Hao can't wait for a system to pop up suddenly. Don't you always say that there are system benefits for rebirth? What about the system? What about my system benefits? It is said that the poor only have to go to school, and Su Hao understands this truth deeply at this moment. The poor, who have no money to make startup capital, can only rely on knowledge to make a fortune. At least, at the beginning of the 21st century, this is the most logical saying. Huzzy, go to the internet cafe at night? When Su Hao was thinking hard, a voice rang in his ear. Su Hao looked up and saw that it was Li Jun, the best friend at the same table and who grew up playing. Li Jun is a proper fat man, and his friends all call him Fat Man. Internet cafe. For an instant, a flash of light flashed in Su Hao's mind. Yes, Fatty, I'm going home in a hurry. You ask for leave for me, and I'll find you again tomorrow. Su Hao finished speaking and rushed out of the classroom, ignoring the shouts of the fat guy behind. Su Hao remembers that the internet cafe of his second uncle Su Zhongcheng was updated at this time, with a new batch of computers. Su Hao clearly remembers that the second uncle complained about the expensive computer many times, and his heart hurts. Is the computer expensive? Of course, in the era of 2002, the most expensive desktop computers cost 4,000 to 5,000, and the better ones are more than 10,000. The reason why the second uncle's internet cafe was replaced with a new computer is to allow customers to better experience the large-scale game Legend. One is close to 9,000, and a full 900,000. This is an opportunity that must be seized and the second uncle must be persuaded. Su Hao went straight to the internet cafe of his second uncle Su Zhongzheng. Seeing the familiar figure of the second uncle in the internet cafe, Su Hao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Hope it's time. Second uncle. Xiao Hao, you actually skipped class to get online. Believe it or not, your mother killed you here in 10 minutes? Su Zhongzheng was taken aback when he saw Su Hao, and then sternly said. Su Hao sweated secretly and said, Second uncle, I am not here to surf the internet, I am looking for you if I have something to do. Su Zhongcheng asked, Is there something to look for me? Su Hao went straight to the subject, Second uncle, do you want to change your computer in the internet cafe? Su Zhongzheng nodded. Su Hao, have you found a buyer? How much is the price? Su Zhongzheng glanced at Su Hao suspiciously, and said truthfully, I found a few stores, and they all cost close to 10,000 yuan. Su Hao said directly, Second uncle, I will help you get these computers, 7,500 yuan each. Su Hao thought about this price carefully. Although the second uncle Su Zhuanggai had a lot of family members in the last life, Su Zhongzheng didn't believe it if there was too much money, and Su Hao was unwilling to have too much money. In the end, Su Hao gave a price of 7,500. Su Zhongzheng was completely stunned. After a while, he came back and said, Xiao Hao, what I want is a high-end computer, not a low-end computer. I can get a low-end computer for 5 or 6,000. Second uncle, it's a high match, absolutely high match. Su Hao promised, Second uncle, 3 days, I only need 3 days, at most 3 days I will let the supplier boss contact you, then you can see the goods. Su Zhongzheng hesitated for a few seconds and said, Okay, I will give you 3 days. I will see what your kid can do. If it is a 7,500 high-end computer, I will give you a big red envelope. Hearing Su Zongchen's promise, Su Hao showed a smile on his face. Second uncle, wait for my good news. Su Hao went straight to Donghai City after asking for 50 yuan toll for Su Zongna. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Su Hao set foot on Donghai City. Su Hao went straight to the electronic street and asked 3 computer stores. They all cost more than 9,000. The wholesale price of 100 units is also higher than 9,000. Let alone 7,000, there is no talk about 8,000. Su Hao had anticipated this situation a long time ago. After some observations, Su Hao walked into a computer shop in a remote location where no one customer could be seen for half an hour. Salesperson, hello, what do I need? Su Hao said, hello, is your boss here? I have a big deal to talk to your boss. Without waiting for the salesperson to respond, a sweet and charming voice sounded, hello, this is the boss Yuan Swafiai, what do you call it? Accompanied by the voice, Yuan Swafiai stood up slowly, her perfect posture and stunning face appeared in Su Hao's sight. Such a beautiful and attractive woman? In her previous life, she lived empty for more than 30 years, except for the stars. Yuan Swafiai in front of her is the most attractive woman Su Hao has ever seen. Su Hao suppressed the shock in his heart and said, hello, my name is Su Hao. Concubine Yuan Shui smiled and said, Mr. Su, sit here. After sitting down, Su Hao went straight to the subject and said, Boss Yuan, I need 100 high-end computers. What is the best price you can give? Concubine Yuan Shui was overjoyed, and after some consideration, she said, Mr. Su, for 100 high-end computers, I can give you the best price of 8,500. This is definitely the best price on this street. This price Yuan Swafiai had no choice but to open it. The situation in the store could not last long. It was rare to meet a big customer, and it was necessary to win for a little less. Su Hao shook his head lightly and said, 8,500, no, the price I gave is 5,000 yuan a unit. Yuan Swafiai's face changed drastically, and she said slightly angrily, Mr. Su, I don't have time to joke with you, please leave. Joke? Su Hao smiled and said, Boss Yuan, do you think I am joking with you? I have a reason for giving me a price of 5,000. I dare not eat this business to see you. Courage. 5,000 yuan a high-equipped computer, this is a completely loss-making business. You still talk to me about courage, ha. Yuan Swafiai's face was even more angry. Su Hao did not have any dissatisfaction and threw a blockbuster, saying, if 100 units are only the first batch, I will ask for more goods later. 1,000 units, 2,000 units are not a problem. You still think 5,000 yuan is it a problem? What? Yuan Swafiai's face was shocked, and her small mouth was almost rounded. Seeing the charming appearance of concubine Yuan Shui at this moment, Su Hao's eyes flashed with surprise. This woman is really fascinating, and I don't know which second dog will be cheaper. Concubine Yuan Shui calmed down and said seriously, Mr. Su, it is impossible to get the goods for 5,000 yuan. Even if you take 10,000 units, there is no such low purchase price. A mysterious smile flashed on Su Hao's face and said, Boss Yuan, where do you buy the goods now? Yuan Swafiai told the truth, the local supplier and seller. Su Hao said, Boss Yuan, I have such a large quantity of goods, why don't you try to buy from Zongwenkan? If you buy from Zongwenkan, you assemble it yourself, I will give you 5,001, you still have a lot of profit. Yuan Swafiai's eyes lit up, and Su Hao's words touched her heart. It's like Su Hao said, taking the goods directly from Zongwenkan for assembly. Su Hao gave her 5,000 units at a cost of just over 4,000. After calculating it, at least 8,91 units had a profit, and 1,000 units of 8,900,000. Can completely solve the urgent need of the computer shop. Can. Yuan Swafiai thought of another point. Such a low price would definitely offend her colleagues. For a moment, Yuan Swafiai fell into hesitation. Su Hao saw Yuan Swafiai's heart moving, and continued, Boss Yuan, there is no next store in my village if you missed it. I wonder if you have the courage to win it. Yuan Swafiai stared at Su Hao for several seconds before saying, I promise you, but I want to sign an agreement with you. You must guarantee to get 1,000 units from me. No problem. Su Hao readily agreed. After half an hour, Su Hao and Yuan Swafiai discussed the content of the agreement. Su Hao must first pay a 10% deposit for each delivery, and then Yuan Swafiai will pick up the delivery, and finally deliver it to Su Hao. Within 1 week, Su Hao will settle the payment and not be allowed to be in arrears. After signing the agreement, Su Hao smiled and stretched out his hand, saying, Boss Yuan, happy cooperation. Looking at the young and immature Su Hao, a trace of regret flashed through Yuan Swafiai's heart. Thinking of the agreement, the regret was wiped out. She gently shook Su Hao's big hand and said, happy cooperation. Boss Yuan, don't be bitter, you will soon know that this is a win-win cooperation, haha. Su Hao smiled happily, taking down Yuan Swafiai. The first pot of gold is equal to half of the completion, as long as there are no surprises later, making millions is definitely not a problem. I feel like I'm on your thief ship. Yuan Swafiai let out a sigh of relief. Ha ha. Su Hao smiled without speaking. Leaving Yuan Shufiai's store, Su Hao drove directly to the county seat, and then found Su Zhongcheng. After a lot of pledges, Su Zhongcheng promised to give a deposit of 50,000 yuan. Su Hao was secretly moved after receiving 50,000 yuan. The 50,000 yuan was only taken out by Su Zhongcheng because of his relatives. If it was replaced by someone else, Su Hao would blow the earth and explode, and he would not take out real money. After getting the money, Su Hao went directly to the bank to call Yuan Shufiai, and then called Yuan Shufiai. After Su Hao left, Yuan Shufiai felt like she was dreaming. Thinking of Su Hao's immature student appearance, Yuan Shufiai had a wry smile on her face. Concubine Yuan Shui, where did your fame go? I was stunned by a student, 1,000, 2,000 computers, where a student went to find so many people to buy computers, it was really rushed to go to the doctor. After receiving a call from Su Hao and confirming that the 50,000 yuan deposit had arrived, Yuan Shufiai finally determined that all this was not a dream. Thinking of Su Hao's extremely serious and confident appearance, Yuan Shufiai made up his mind to fight again. Immediately, Yuan Shufiai and Zongwenkin's computer store, after bargaining, got high-end computer parts at a cost of 43,000, mid-range computer parts at a cost of 3,000, and low-end computer parts at a cost of 2,003. The total number of sample computers must exceed 1,000. Su Hao, if you dare to pit me, I will pester you forever. After discussing the agreement with Zongwenkin Computer, Yuan Shufiai was in a much more happy mood. On May 1st, Labor Day, there are 3 days off for the third year of high school. During the 2 days of May 15th, Su Hao was thinking about a question: group buying. 1,000, 2,000 computers, of course, are for student group purchases. This is what Su Hao has long thought of, but now he is just thinking about how to implement it. He would definitely not be able to engage in student group buying alone, he must be secretly promoted. Su Hao first thought of Li Jun, a big buddy, fat guy. The fat soldier Li is cheerful and has many friends at school, so he is suitable for secret promotion. As it is said that having money can make the ghosts grind, and then give some benefits out, I believe that many qualified classmates are willing to buy computers with their families. Su Hao didn't talk to Li Jun for the first time. May 3rd. 100 high-end computers appeared at the entrance of Su Zhongcheng Internet Cafe. Yuan Shufiai brought people here. Su Hao took Li Jun. With the joint efforts of the Internet Cafe and Yuan Shufiai, all 100 computers were updated in 3 hours. Afterwards, Su Zhongjing happily went to the bank to transfer 700,000 yuan to Su Hao. Xiao Hao, I don't see that you are a businessman. Thank you for this batch of computer uncles. I will not give you the red envelopes. Don't spend the money you earn, no? Su Zhongcheng doesn't know that Su Hao didn't bother to ask how much he earned, but advised Su Hao not to spend money indiscriminately. Second uncle, don't worry, I still count on the money I earn to continue to make money. Su Hao smiled. You kid, ha ha. The more Su Zhongcheng looked at Su Hao, the more satisfied. Su Hao is so smart. If the old Su family can be the richest man in the county, then the old Su family will be a shining ancestor. Su Hao got the money and directly settled the money to Yuan Shufiai. Excluding the previous 50,000 deposit, Su Hao wanted to give Yuan Shufiai 450,000, leaving 250,000 in his hand. This 250,000 is the first pot of gold earned by Su Hao. Li Jun followed Su Hao the whole time, neither daring to speak nor to ask, and finally saw Su Hao's 250,000 yuan, and the whole person was completely confused. Huzzy, you earned 250,000? Li Jun became stuttered. Su Hao pretended to ask, is this money fake? Li Jun shook his head with a rattle, no. Su Hao smiled and said, that means earning 250,000. A minute later, Li Jun slowed down and said excitedly, I'm going, Huzzy, you are too good, you are my idol. This is only 250,000, so excited. Su Hao said so, but his heart was very excited. In his past and present life, this is the first time he has made so much money, and it is also the first time that Carrie has made so much money. So much money. At this moment, Su Hao is extremely convinced that even without a system, relying on the memory advantage of his previous life, he can still make money so that his family can live a happy life. Fatty, I brought you to ask you to help me. I'm just a person and I need your help. Su Hao said sincerely. That's necessary, Huzzy, as long as you speak, I will definitely help you. Li Jun agreed without thinking about it. Su Hao directly told Li Jun of the promotion plan. Su Hao formulates a strategy, and Li Jun is responsible for secretly propagating to classmates. Each computer Su Hao gives Li Jun a commission of 300 yuan, and the final amount depends on how many classmates Li Jun can bring. Huzzy, 300 yuan is too much. Many people in the school want to buy a computer. As long as they tell them that there is such a cheap and good computer, they will definitely buy it. I hold the 300 yuan very hot. Li Jun felt that 300 yuan, too many chunks. Fatty, my brother will settle the account. I don't want you to think that I'm cheating you in the future. I will offer advice. If you give you 301, I will take advantage of it. If you feel too much, you can give sweetness to other classmates, such as promise that whoever buys a computer can give him a 5100 rebate, so that some students who don't really want to buy a computer cry for the 50 yuan and 100 pocket money and let the family buy it. Su Hao said smoothly. Huzzy, you are a real chicken thief, haha. Li Jun's eyes lit up, thinking that Su Hao's idea is promising. Su Hao earnestly said, I just want the result, the process is not important. The first batch of group purchases do not require a deposit. The quantity ends at 500 units. When the quantity reaches 500 units, the group purchase will be suspended. The reason for the number of 500 units is that Su Hao only has 250,000, which is only enough to pay a deposit of 500 units. No problem, there are thousands of people in the school. 500 units shouldn't be a problem. It is really impossible. I can develop students from other schools. With so many high school students in the county, many people definitely want to buy computers, Li Jun assured. Su Hao said, okay, I am waiting for your good news. On May 4th, the school opened. Li Jun acted immediately. After Li Jun's price publicity bombardment, many students returned home from school in the afternoon and discussed with their parents. Finally, the first order was received in the evening. On the first day, the order was 100. Knowing that he had won 100 orders on the first day, Su Hao was even more confident. Group buying, price advantage, really powerful. Orders in the early 100s the next day. The third day is still more than 100. In less than 5 days, orders for 500 computers were fully booked. This is still a wait-and-see mentality of many parents. Su Hao believes that when the first batch of computers actually enter the students' homes, the second batch of orders will usher in an explosion. 500 computers, 100 high-end, 150 mid-range, and 200 low-end. Su Hao's sales price is 7,000 yuan for a high price, 6,000 yuan for a medium price, and 5,000 yuan for a low price. The prices of the 3 computers at Yuan Suifi's are 5,000 yuan for high-end computers, 4,000 yuan for mid-range computers, and 3,000 yuan for low-end computers. Su Hao got the order quota and immediately called Yuan Suifi. In the past few days, Yuan Suifi has been waiting for Su Hao's phone call every day. If Su Hao has a mobile phone, Yuan Suifi must explode Su Hao's mobile phone every day. Mr. Su, I finally waited for your call. Su Hao, Boss Yuan, you have been waiting for a long time. Good news, this time it is an order for 500 units, with 100 for high, 150 for medium, and 250 for low. Really? Yuan Suifi was shocked. Yuan Suifi thought that these 1,000 computers would last for half a year, or even a year. After all, it is not easy to find internet cafes to update. Yuan Suifi only thought that Su Hao was looking for an internet cafe, but never thought that Su Hao was engaged in student group buying. Of course, at least 1,000 orders have been agreed. How could I break my promise? This time it is 500 units, the next batch should be able to exceed 1,000. Su Hao smiled. Yuan Suifi said excitedly, it's great, I'm going to place an order now. Su Hao called the deposit to Yuan Suifi and asked Yuan Suifi to deliver the goods on the weekend. 4 days later, 500 computers were fully assembled somewhere in the county town. Fortunately, Su Hao asked Yuan Suifi to find 5 assembling masters. If there is only one assembling master, 500 computers might get dark. 500 students and their parents waited patiently, paying the money in one hand and delivering the goods in the other. After most of the busy day, all 500 computers were delivered. In the end, put all the money in the bank, 100 high distribution, 750,000, 150 high distribution, 900,000, 250 low distribution, 1 and 250,000, a total of 290,000. Excluding the cost, the high allocation is 500,000 yuan, the middle allocation is 600,000 yuan, and the low allocation is 750,000 yuan, for a total of 1.85 million. After subtracting the 250,000 down deposit, Su Hao needs to pay Yuan Suifi 1.6 million. Su Hao got 1.3 million. Excluding the 300 yuan each promised to Li Jun, a total of 150,000, Su Hao earned a total of 1,150,000. Is this a millionaire? Su Hao felt like he was dreaming. At the moment when Su Hao doubted his life, a voice suddenly rang in his mind, ding dong, congratulations to the master for achieving the first monetary achievement, earning 1 million, and rewarding a black iron treasure chest. I was born again on April 30th, 2002. Today is May 11th, 2002. On Saturday, I was born again for 11 days and earned 1.15 million. This is a dream for Su Hao, which makes Su Hao doubt his life. The untrue. If there was such a speed in making money in the previous life, wherever it takes 8 years of graduation to pay off the debt, there will be so many regrets. Rebirth, haha. Su Hao laughed brazenly at this moment. In this life, I will be able to let my family lead a happy life. I couldn't find a wife in the previous life. In this life, I must find a beautiful woman to be a wife. Thinking of this, I don't know why, So Hao can't help but flash through Yuan Suofi's stately and overwhelming appearance. Without waiting for So Hao to think about it, a mechanical voice rang in his mind. Ding dong, congratulations to the master for achieving the first monetary achievement, earning 1 million, and rewarding a black iron treasure chest. The sudden voice almost shocked So Hao. F***CK, system, it turns out that I also have rebirth benefits. Regarding the emergence of the system, So Hao took it for granted that things like rebirth can happen. So what is the benefit of the system? The system has only one interface, there is no so-called system mall, and these So Hao do not force it, staring directly at the so-called black iron treasure chest. Black iron treasure chest, do you want to open it? So Hao did not hesitate, open it. The black iron treasure box is opened. Congratulations to the master, gaining physical fitness, intelligence permanence +5, advanced programming skills, and Plants vs. Zombies game production and development data. So for a moment, So Hao felt as if something was injected into his body, the whole body was extremely relaxed, and his brain was extremely flexible. Although there is no character data board, So Hao knows that his physical fitness has changed and his IQ has also improved, because the various programming techniques in his mind told him that all this is happening in real. As for the game Plants vs. Zombies, So Hao certainly knows that this is a game that has taken the world by storm. Do you want to be so awesome? This is a $1 million achievement reward. The black iron treasure box does not mean that there are bronze, silver, gold, and even more advanced treasure box rewards. At this moment, So Hao is more concerned about making money. No, it should be said that he is concerned about rewarding treasure chests. Why not make money and get treasure chest rewards? Unconsciously, So Hao smiled triumphantly. I'm going, hussy. How did I find that you are more handsome with a smile? Li Jun on the side saw So Hao's handsome smile and couldn't help but complain. So Hao smiled even brighter and said, Fatty, you can never envy my handsomeness, haha. After that, So Hao was too lazy to continue attacking Li Jun and said, do you have a bank card? I will transfer your 150,000 yuan to you. 150,000? Hearing this number, Li Jun was completely dazed. 1 unit is 300, isn't 500 units exactly 150,000? Ha ha, So Hao smiled. Too much. Li Jun never thought that he would really get 150,000. You must know that his parents' wages add up to just over 1,000 a month, and only 15,000 a year. He has made 150,000 in a few days now, which is the money his parents have made in 10 years, this. So Hao patted Li Jun's shoulder lightly, and said, Fatty, it's only 150,000. Don't look down on it. We will earn more in the future. What's more, this is only the first batch of group purchases, and there will be more later. You are like this, how can I rest assured that you continue to do it? Li Jun returned to his senses and said excitedly, hussy, no, brother Hao, I'll follow you, I will do whatever you ask me to do. So Hao didn't care about the change of Fatty's name. It was just one name, hussy. Hao Ge had no difference in the relationship between him and Fatty. Okay, don't be sensational. You have to share this little money with your classmates. This must be done well. So Hao said seriously. That is necessary, Li Jun assured. So Hao said, the second batch of group purchases will be open next week. The second batch of group purchases requires a deposit of 500 yuan. After the registration for the group purchase is closed, the deposit will not be refunded. A 500 yuan deposit? Li Jun couldn't turn his mind for a while. So Hao nodded and said, of course, the second batch of group purchase orders I expect to exceed 1,000. If we don't pay the deposit, we will lose a lot of people who unsubscribe at that time. The deposit is guaranteed. Yeah, Li Jun nodded suddenly. With $1 million in hand, So Hao bought a mobile phone to make it easy to contact Yuan Suofi. Regarding the deposit, So Hao don't have to worry. So Hao began to think about how to make more money with millions. Stock trading is totally unworkable for stocks, and it won't work. Millions to invest in Ari, Penguin, people don't even look at it. Walking on the streets of the county town, So Hao always feels that something is missing. Yes, there is no supermarket in the county. According to memory, the first large supermarket in the county opened on New Year's Day in 2003. At that time, it caused a sensation in the entire county and its business was bursting. If you open a large supermarket before it, then, in an instant, So Hao was heartbroken. With millions in hand, it is enough to open a supermarket. Even if it is not enough, there are still second and third batches of group buying profits. It is definitely not a problem to open a large supermarket. Just do what he thinks. The next day So Hao went directly to the East China Sea. After being introduced by Yuan Suofi, he met with Fang Jun, a senior headhunter from Rufang, a headhunting company in the East China Sea. So Hao explained his intentions, and Fang Jun gladly took over the task of being a manager of a large supermarket. This task is not difficult. On May 13th, a new round of group buying was carried out quietly. After the word-of-mouth fermentation of the first round of group buying, 200 orders were won on the first day. In the morning, after Su Hao realized the advantage of increased intelligence, Su Hao no longer worried about the college entrance examination. With the advantages of the teachers in the past 10 years, coupled with the increase in intelligence, it is not a problem to take a book, and even the point is not a problem. In his previous life, Su Hao studied diligently, and finally got a line, attended Donghai Normal University, and became an honorable teacher after graduating from university. He worked hard until he was born again. In this life, for the university, Su Hao has not decided which university to attend. In the afternoon, Su Hao went directly to the commercial city in the center of the county after asking for leave. In the previous life, the newly opened large supermarket was on the first and second floors of the commercial city. In this life, Su Hao will be cut off. 10 minutes later, Su Hao met the manager of the business city. From the initial suspicion to the final flattery, in just a few minutes, Su Hao saw a rapid change in a person's attitude. Looking at the flattering face of the business city manager, Su Hao once again deeply felt the charm of money. Su Hao directly bought the first and second floors of the mall, a total of 1,800 square meters, 1,600 yuan a square, a total of 2.88 million, and the payment was made in 3 installments, and the first installment was 880,000 after half a month. 1,800 square meters, 1,600 yuan per square meter. This is simply the price of cabbage in 2020, and only in 2002 this kind of cabbage price. Su Hao naturally bought it without hesitation. Even if the supermarket closes in the future, this two-story commercial city is worth more than 10 million yuan. Why not take such a cost-effective business? After the contract was signed, the manager of the commercial city greeted Su Hao with a smile. The place is ready, just wait for Fang Jun from the Rufang headhunting company to get the supermarket manager talents. To Su Hao's surprise, Fang Jun didn't let him wait for a long time. 2 days later, he directly gave the information of the 3 talents. Su Hao read the information of the 3 people, and finally selected a candidate, and then asked Fang Jun to arrange a meeting. Chen Juniong, 35 years old, from the East China Sea, has been developing in Yanjing and his business ability is up to the standard. Because he is 2 years old at home, he has to return to the East China Sea for development. It is the last point that Su Hao chooses Chen Juniong. Compared to the other 2, Su Hao thinks Chen Juniong is easier to handle. Chen Juniong was slightly taken aback when he saw the young and immature Su Hao. "Hello, Mr. Chen." Su Hao saw Chen Juniong's expression in his eyes without any dissatisfaction, and said hello with a smile. Chen Juniong came back to his senses and responded with a smile, "Hello, Mr. Su." Fang Jun kept watching. He hoped that Su Hao and Chen Juniong would cooperate so that he could get all the commission. Su Hao didn't talk nonsense, and went straight to the subject. "Mr. Chen, I am very direct. My supermarket has just selected an address, and it's a waste of time. If you join, you will be the manager of the supermarket. Except for the financial affairs, you have all the rights to do everything else in the supermarket." Su Hao has no idea about supermarket management, so he has to delegate power. Su Hao believes that Chen Juniong can't make it through the sky as long as he manages his finances well. Chen Juniong was completely confused, and a supermarket that hadn't opened yet dared to find him through a headhunting company. What a courage! Seeing Chen Juniong's brows frowned, Su Hao continued, "All I can promise is a 1.1% option, or a 5% share dividend. This can be written into the contract and it will take effect after 3 years. If you dominate the province in 2 years and become the leading supermarket in the province, whether you choose dividends or options, it will take effect immediately." Dominate the province in 2 years, leading supermarkets? Chen Juniong was even more confused. Not only Chen Juniong, but Fang Jun beside him was also dumbfounded. How is this possible, let alone 2 years, 5 years, and 10 years may not be possible? Su Hao completely ignored Chen Juniong's coercion and continued, "Perhaps you think I'm bragging, but if I promise that I won't take a cent of the supermarket's profits in the next 2 years, and I will invest 100 million yuan, you can make the supermarket a province." Dragon Head? Su Hao dares to say 100 million, and his confidence comes from the game Plants vs. Zombies and the system. Millions of money achievement rewards are so good, Su Hao believes that the next reward will be better, and he can definitely earn 100 million in 2 years. When the voice fell, Chen Juniong and Fang Jun were all shocked. If you don't take any profit, you have to invest 100 million yuan. Does Su Hao have a mine at home? Chen Juniong fell into deep thought. Su Hao did not interrupt, but quietly waited for Chen Juniong's answer. Su Hao believes that smart people will make smart choices. Chen Juniong felt Su Hao's calmness and self-confidence, and finally gritted his teeth and said, "Boss Su, please take care of him in the future. I'm still a senior in high school. Boss Su's name is not suitable for me. I will call my name or Su Xiao later." Su Hao corrected. "Okay, Su Xiao." So far, Su Hao has one more talent, Chen Juniong, a supermarket manager. After Su Hao paid Fang Jun's commission, the 3 parties were happy. On May 17, Chen Juniong took office and saw the first and second floors of the commercial city. Chen Juniong also admired Su Hao's vision and more confidence in the future. Until many years later, Chen Juniong, the tens of billions boss, was interviewed, lamenting that there was still a choice for the good luck of the year. At the supermarket, Su Hao has given full authority to Chen Juniong, and he is in charge of finances temporarily. On May 22, the second batch of group purchases was suspended, with a total of 1,500 computers. 250 units are equipped for high, 450 for medium, and 800 for low. Seeing the number of 1,500 units, Su Hao was also slightly surprised. After questioning, Su Hao learned that half of the orders were from other school students. "Brother Hao, you don't know. I said that after buying a computer, I would return 100 yuan in cash, and I immediately added 500 orders. 100 pocket money is really fascinating, hee hee." This is the emotion of Li Jun, the fat man. It's not profitable and early. For us now, 100 yuan is not enough. Su Hao also sighed. Looking at Su Hao, who was invisible, Li Jun was silent. "Brother Hao, you, a billionaire with a net worth, say that 100 yuan is no more than 100 yuan. How embarrassing you are." After Su Hao got the order data, he immediately called Yuan Swafiai. When Yuan Swafiai heard the order for 1,500 units, she was stunned for more than 10 seconds before exclaiming, "Student Su, you are so awesome, do your parents know? Sister concubine, don't let me start the soup, can you deliver the goods this Sunday?" During this time, Yuan Swafiai called and harassed Su Hao from time to time. They came and went, and the names of the two became classmates Su and sister concubine. "Yes, of course I can, God of Fortune speaks, I can't but I can." Su Hao asked Yuan Swafiai to find more installers, and Li Jun asked more than a dozen classmates to maintain order on the scene to avoid chaos. On this day of May 26, Su Hao and others were busy from morning to 5 in the afternoon, and for a whole day, all computers were delivered to parents and students. Both money and goods are cleared. During this period, Su Hao ran several times to the bank, and even the president was alarmed. In the afternoon, he sent several bank staff to help count the money, otherwise he might not be able to do it at night. After finishing his work, Su Hao generously rewarded each worker at the scene with 500 yuan, which made everyone very grateful. After everything was done, Su Hao started to settle the accounts. 250 high-end computers, each at RMB 7,500, accounted for RMB 1.875,000. 450 Taishung-equipped computers, 6,000 yuan each, accounting for 2.7 million yuan. 800 low-end computers, 5,000 yuan each, accounted for 4 million. A total of 857,000 yuan. The price for Yuan Swafiai was 5,000 yuan per unit, and the expenditure was 1,250,000 yuan. The middle equipment costs 4,000 yuan for each unit, and the expenditure is 1.8 million yuan. The low configuration costs 3,000 yuan per unit, and the expenditure is 2.4 million yuan. A total of 5.45 million was spent. Su Hao got 3125,000 yuan. Excluding the 300 yuan for each of Li Jun, a total of 450,000 yuan, and finally Su Hao earned 2.675,000 yuan. Excluding the 25,000 yuan rewarded to employees, Su Hao earned 2.65 million in the second batch of computer group purchases, which was exactly double the first batch of group purchases. 2,650,000, in just 10 days, earning more than 2 million yuan. At this moment, Su Hao's ability to bear money is getting stronger and stronger. "Brother Hao, we have made a fortune, haha." The fat Li Jun looked at his 450,000 balance and was so excited that he was jumping around. Su Hao suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and said, "Where is this? Calm, the third batch, the fourth batch, we will make more." "Brother Hao, don't worry, I will definitely increase my propaganda, and strive to get 3,000 orders in the third batch." With real money in hand, Li Jun's enthusiasm was thoroughly stimulated. Su Hao smiled and said, "Fatty, making money comes from making money. You can't let go of studying. I don't want you to delay your college entrance examination results because of this." Li Jun smiled and said, "Brother Hao, don't worry, I will arrange the time. I don't dare to talk about one book, and the second book is absolutely nothing." Su Hao was speechless. In his memory, Li Jun passed the exam and was also studying at a normal university. However, after graduation, he did not become a teacher, but entered a national unit as a civil servant. "Okay, if you don't get the second exam by that time, don't blame me for kicking you away," Su Hao deliberately threatened. Li Jun's heart shook, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Brother Hao must hug this thick thigh, follow Brother Hao's footsteps, and follow Brother Hao to eat and drink spicy food. After arranging the third batch of group purchases, Su Hao focused all his energy on the supermarket and rushing for the college entrance examination. With a 5-point increase in IQ, Su Hao learns with less effort and is more confident in the college entrance examination. On May 30th, the supermarket began to renovate. After discussing with Su Hao, Chen Juniong gave up the decoration team in the county seat and chose the decoration team in Donghai City. The renovation cost is 800,000, plus the 880,000 spent in the first phase, and the supermarket has already invested 1.68 million in the early stage. Fortunately, the second batch of group purchases made a profit of 2.65 million, otherwise it would be difficult for the supermarket to open successfully. During the renovation of the supermarket, Chen Juniong was completely busy. All aspects of supply and manpower had to be handled by Chen Juniong alone. The third batch of group purchases restricted to computer students is also in full swing. On June 2nd, Su Hao met Yuan Suofei at the door of his home. "Sister concubine, why did you come here in person?" A flash of surprise flashed across Su Hao's face. "Some things are not clear on the phone, so I came here." "Why, are you not welcome?" Yuan Suofei has confirmed many times that Su Hao is the only one in Su Hao's house, and she is relieved to come to Su Hao's house. Su Hao smiled and said, "How is it possible? A warm welcome. The beauty of the big beauties comes to the humble house, and it is brilliant." "Don't talk." Yuan Suofei gave Su Hao a white look, but she felt very helpful in her heart. In Yuan Suofei's eyes, except for the first time that Su Hao saw her a little bit of surprise, in the subsequent process of getting along with her, she did not show the squinting look like other men. Several times, Yuan Suofei wondered if she had become ugly, her charm had declined, and even a little boy could not conquer it. But seeing other men still drooling when she saw her, Yuan Suofei finally realized that it was not that she became ugly, but that Su Hao was different from ordinary people. After recognizing this, Yuan Suofei had a deep friendship with Su Hao in peace. "Sister concubine, I want to make a surprise for the college entrance examination, and I have to look at the supermarket. I don't have time to talk to you," Su Hao explained smoothly. "Supermarket." Yuan Suofei was taken aback and asked, "Your supermarket has been activated." Yuan Suofei didn't understand Su Hao's launch of the supermarket, but just heard Su Hao mention it once. Yuan Suofei thought that Su Hao would start the supermarket project after the college entrance examination, but never thought that Su Hao would be so vigorous. Su Hao nodded lightly and said, "Well, the manager has been found through the headhunting company. I have already selected the address. Now the supermarket is under renovation." Yuan Suofei's gaze towards Su Hao became extremely complicated. Yuan Suofei met a determined teenager like Su Hao for the first time. Yuan Suofei had never heard of a smart, profitable, and handsome teenager like Su Hao. At that moment, concubine Yuan Shui's heart moved, a little strange. Su Hao didn't notice the strangeness of Yuan Suofei. Seeing Yuan Suofei staring at him, he couldn't help asking, "Sister concubine, is there anything on my face?" A blush flashed across Yuan Suofei's face, and she said with a serious face, "I am here to tell you that the group purchase has been known to my peers." "So fast?" Su Hao frowned slightly and said, "Did they trouble you?" Yuan Suofei shook her head and said, "Not yet, but I heard some wind. I believe someone will come to the door soon." "Then, concubine, what do you think?" Su Hao asked seriously. Yuan Suofei pondered for a few seconds, and said, "I thought about this question when I promised to cooperate with you, but the computer shop is about to close when it can't make ends meet. I can only choose to cooperate with you. I intend to make a wave before closing." Su Hao said, "Sister concubine, I am relieved to hear what you say. If you believe me and follow me, you will definitely make more money than opening a computer store." "Follow you, supermarket." Yuan Suofei's eyes lit up. She has already seen and experienced the genius of Su Hao. If she can join Su Hao's supermarket project, it will definitely have more prospects than opening a computer store. "Well, there is no one I can trust at the supermarket for the time being. If you are willing to come over, I can rest assured in terms of finances and personnel," Su Hao said directly. Don't you worry." A thought-provoking smile flashed across Yuan Suofei's face. Su Hao didn't hesitate, and said seriously, "Of course, concubine, I treat you as my family." Concubine Yuan Shui thought for a few seconds, then nodded and said, "Okay, Su Hao, I want to do it with you." Su Hao was full of joy and smiled and said, "It's great, concubine, you are welcome to join." After half an hour, Su Hao and Yuan Suofei discussed investment and share matters. After Su Hao gave out the supermarket's follow-up, Yuan Suofei agreed to offer 1 million shares of 10% of the supermarket. "Boss Su, please take care of it in the future." Yuan Suofei joked. "What boss Su, you are also the boss, haha." Su Hao rolled his eyes. On the group buying side, Su Hao decided to do it twice at the end. Yuan Suofei arranged the computer shop and joined the supermarket directly. Chen Juniong didn't say much about Yuan Suofei's joining. Just looking at Su Hao and Yuan Suofei's eyes were ambiguous. Chen Juniong admired Yuan Suofei's ability, and Su Hao was amazed. After Yuan Suofei joined, the supermarket immediately began recruitment training, and Su Hao didn't need to worry about finances. Su Hao was able to devote himself to the college entrance examination assault. On June 16, after a busy day, the third batch of 3,000 computers was delivered. Looking at the balance in the bank card, Suhao's smile became brighter. 3,000 computers. 600 high-end computers, accounting for 4.5 million. There are 800 computers in the middle, with a credit of 4.8 million. There are 1,600 low-profile computers, and 8 million are accounted for. A total of 17.3 million was credited. Fortunately, the bank sent 5 cash counters, otherwise such a large sum of money would be counted by Suhao alone in 2 days. 3,000 computers need to be paid to Yuan Shufiai's account. 600 high-end models cost 3 million. The expenditure of 800 sets in the distribution is 3.2 million. Low cost of 1,600 units cost 4.8 million. A total of 11 million was spent. Including the 900,000 needed to give the fat man Li Jun, a total of 11.9 million was spent. The third batch of computer group purchases Suhao earned 5.4 million yuan, more than double the second batch of group purchases. With 3 batches of group purchases, Suhao almost earned 10 million. In 1.5 months, a high school student earned 10 million in less than 50 days. In 2002, if this spreads, Suhao will instantly become a man of the world. Fatty Li Jun had already laughed into a fool. Looking at the card's balance of over 1 million, Li Jun smiled like a madman. Brother Hao, I have become a millionaire, haha, I have become a millionaire. Suhao rolled his eyes, too lazy to complain. This time, Suhao did not avoid Yuan Shufiai. Yuan Shufiai silently calculated the profits made by Suhao in her heart. This calculation made her heart beat wildly. More than 5 million yuan, a group purchase, a senior high school student made more than 5 million yuan, only half a month, this is too crazy. Thinking that she has worked so hard to open a computer shop for several years, not only did she make no money, but also almost went bankrupt. Yuan Shufiai admired Suhao from the bottom of her heart, and at the same time, she was fortunate to be able to work with Suhao. Yuan Shufiai believes that Suhao's future is definitely more than 5 million. She believes that 10% of the supermarket shares will bring her unimaginable profits. Fatty, don't laugh, be normal. Suhao patted Li Jun, waited until the other party stopped laughing, and continued, the college entrance examination is about to be suspended. The fourth batch of group purchases will be suspended, and the last batch of group purchases will be opened after the college entrance examination. The last batch. Li Jun was taken aback for a while. Suhao explained quickly. After hearing this, Li Jun scolded fiercely and said, Brother Hao, I listen to you. We will find a place when we have the strength. Don't worry, I will continue to do group buying in the future, in a way that they can't imagine. When they want to find trouble, they have to weigh it. Suhao confidently said. Haha, Brother Hao is omnipotent. Li Jun flattered fiercely. Yuan Shufiai felt the self-confidence in Suhao, her eyes could not help but she was obsessed, and a thought suddenly flashed in her mind, if he was a few years older. When Suhao looked at concubine Yuan Shui, the face of concubine Yuan Shui was flushed. A trace of puzzlement flashed across Suhao's face, and he asked concerned, Sister concubine, what's the matter with you? Concubine Yuan Shui calmed down, feeling ashamed, and the blush on her face was even better, saying, It's nothing, I feel a little hot. Suhao has no doubt about him. Li Jun on the side came with a divine assist, Is it hot? It's not hot in this weather. Concubine Yuan Shui gave Li Jun a fierce look. Li Jun retracted his smiling face angrily and stopped talking. So how, the supermarket is expected to complete the renovation on the 26th. When will it open? Yuan Shufiai changed the subject. I'll go back tonight and think about it, and meet with manager Chen tomorrow. Suhao didn't say directly. Yeah. Yuan Shufiai nodded gently. In the evening, Suhao listed all the promotional strategies for the opening activities that he could think of, and finally finalized the plan. As the first large supermarket in the county, Suhao wants to let the people of the county know. The next day, the 17th, Monday. In the afternoon, Suhao took leave again and came to the supermarket. Xiao, what do you suggest for the opening event? Chen Juniong asked Suhao. Suhao directly stated the strategy he decided. Jiajiafu Supermarket is the first large supermarket in the county, and it must be grandly opened. 5th prize 5,000, 20 coupons. 2,000 fourth prizes, 50 coupons. 1,000 third prizes, 100 coupons. 52nd prizes, 1 TV set of 2,000 yuan. 21st prize winners, 5,000 yuan a computer. 1 special prize, 100,000 yuan car. Both Yuan Shufiai and Chen Juniong took a breath after listening. Xiao, will this activity be too vigorous? Chen Juniong felt that this raffle was more grand than the opening raffle of Yanjing's large supermarket. Suhao smiled and said, This is the first shot of our Jiafu supermarket. It must be grand, and the people of the whole county, and even the people of other counties, must know our Jiafu supermarket. All the awards add up to 600,000 yuan, so why not take advantage of 600,000 yuan in exchange for a good reputation in the mouth of the people? Furthermore, we have a total of 20,000 lottery tickets, and the lottery can only be drawn after spending more than 200 yuan, which is equal to 4 million in turnover. We have no losses. Chen Juniong was quite worried and said, with 20,000 lottery tickets and one draw for the consumption of 200, does the county have the spending power? Su Hao said, Manager Chen, don't underestimate the spending power of ordinary people, 20,000 copies may not be enough. The event period is 3 days. If we can't achieve a turnover of 4 million in 3 days, how can we dominate the province? So Hao did not wait for Chen Juniong to speak, and continued wait for you to announce it. On the first day of opening, the turnover exceeded 2 million. All the employees of the supermarket were rewarded with 1,000 yuan each. The turnover exceeded 5 million in the 3 days of the event. The reward is 2,000 yuan, and you and your concubine are 10,000 yuan each. This, Chen Juniong and Yuan Suofei were shocked when they heard this reward. This is the rhythm of profiting 1 million. Regardless of the shock of Chen Juniong and Yuan Suofei, Su Hao believes only by gaining popularity and having a good reputation in the hearts of the people. Are you worried about not making money? You have to look farther. I see, Su Xiao, I will definitely make the supermarket open perfectly. Chen Juniong promised. Su Hao leaves the supermarket. Chen Juniong immediately announced Su Hao's reward plan. All employees are happy and can't wait for the opening day. On June 29, Jiajiafu's supermarket officially opened. It was sunny on Saturday, June 29, 2002. After the publicity bombing of the previous week, the people of the county knew that a large supermarket Jiajiafu's supermarket opened in the county on June 29. On the opening day, the benefits were full. There were not only coupons, but also TV sets, computers, and even a car lottery. Such a sensational lottery prize, through the fermentation of person to person, is known throughout the county. In addition, many of the products on the flyer are much cheaper than other places, and even a small part of the products are off flat prices. Not only the people in the county can't wait for this day to come, but many people in the township are also looking forward to it. At 7 o'clock in the morning, there was a long line of people at the entrance of the supermarket. Looking at the long queue of people, Chen Juniong was worried about safety issues, and specifically urged the supermarket security to pay attention to safety issues, and there must be no accidents. Before the opening of the mobilization, Chen Juniong and Yuan Suofei both motivated the employees again. Under the Super Reward program, all employees are full of energy, with a turnover of 5 million in 3 days and a bonus of 3,000 yuan, which is more than a month's salary. You are a fool if you don't work hard. As the owner of the supermarket, Su Hao slept well and arranged everything in order. In the past, it was just a lot of manpower. And Su's father Suma has already gone out and is in the long queue. At 7:30 in the morning, Jiajiafu officially opened. The flow of people in front of the supermarket swarmed into the supermarket instantly, becoming the most lively place in the county. All the employees in the supermarket are so busy, especially the cashiers. 10 cashiers are completely busy. Starting at 8 o'clock, customers in every cashier position lined up for 2 meters and waited patiently to pay. This vegetable is so cheap, it's only 30 cents a caddy, my goodness. This dress is only 10 yuan, 20 yuan outside, you must buy it, you must buy it. This electric fan is only 15 yuan, I'm sorry if I don't buy it, I have to buy it. Supermarkets are full of such remarks, and customers who enter the supermarket are unknowingly piled up with trolleys. There is chaos in the busy, but it is all small problems. The flow of people in the supermarket changes from batch to batch. From morning to night, the flow of supermarkets has been in a state of explosion. At 9 o'clock, the first prize appeared, and the customer got the computer on the spot. Seeing someone get a computer stimulates people's consumption even more. Many people count $200 to pay for a draw, and then continue to enter the supermarket for a second purchase. Chen Juniong and Yuan Suofei looked at the crowds and admired Su Hao's plan and foresight in their hearts. Ms. Yuan, we succeeded. Chen Juniong's expression was very excited. According to the current trend, it is estimated that 20,000 lottery tickets are not enough, and there is definitely a chance for a turnover of 5 million. Yuan Suofei said excitedly. A small county with a turnover of 5 million in 3 days. This is something I didn't even dare to dream about before. Su Xiao is really amazing. This lottery scheme is too great for stimulating consumption. Chen Juniong sighed. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the supermarket closes. Before closing, there were still a lot of people. So far, the first day the supermarket opened has come to an end. After half an hour of calculation, the first day's turnover was released. It was more than 220,000, which completely exceeded the estimated 200,000. Su Hao was also surprised by this data. Because of many low-priced commodities, the comprehensive profit is just over 10%, which is equivalent to a profit of 2 to 3 million yuan. This is a good start. In terms of lotteries, the special prize car was not drawn away. 8 first prizes were drawn away, 20 second prizes were drawn away, and most of the other lotteries were also drawn away. 10,000 tickets were drawn, and half of them disappeared. There are still 2 days of activity, and the remaining 10,000 are not enough. Xiao, there are only 10,000 tickets left. I'm afraid we have to add more tickets. Chen Juniong proposed. Su Hao smiled and said, plus, it must be added, and a fire needs to be added tomorrow. The special prize must be drawn by the customer, and then the county TV station will be interviewed, so that our turnover may reach a new height. This is a great trick, Su Xiao, don't worry, I will do it beautifully, Chen Juniong promised. Well, remember one thing, don't cheat for favoritism. If you let me find anyone who dares to stretch out his hand at the lottery, don't blame me for being ruthless. Su Hao said very seriously. Su Xiao, don't worry, if someone stretches out his hand indiscriminately, I can't be the first to spare him. Chen Juniong patted his chest to promise. That night, Su Hao asked Yuan Suofei to drop the 1,000 yuan prize. After a hard day's work, the employees received 1,000 yuan, and their exhaustion was wiped out. They wanted to be open 24 hours a day and won 5 million turnover in 3 days. Everyone will continue to cheer tomorrow. The prize of 3,000 yuan is waiting for you. Yes, manager, we will definitely work hard. The supermarket was still hot the next day. After the first day of word-of-mouth spread, the flow of supermarket crowds not only did not decrease, but increased. The special prize was drawn at noon. After the special prize was drawn, Chen Juniong immediately arranged for a TV station to conduct an interview, and the news would be broadcast in the evening. The people at the scene were stimulated by the special prizes, and they made crazy purchases. At the end of the second day, the turnover rose instead of falling, reaching 2.3 million. July 1st is the third day of the supermarket opening activities. This day is Monday, and the flow of people has not only decreased, but increased by 20%. Chen Juniong knew that this was the effect of the stimulus of the news special prize last night. On this day, the supermarket employees were so busy that they were full of energy, because the 3,000 yuan bonus was immediately available. On this day, the supermarket turnover increased again, reaching 2.5 million, with a total turnover of over 7 million in 3 days. This data is simply a sensational data in the county. Chen Juniong never dreamed that a small county supermarket would have this turnover. This is incredible. Even with the subsequent increase in lottery tickets, the supermarket still did not lose money, but lost the bonus to employees. 200,000 or 300,000 bonuses were exchanged for the staff's centripetal force and sense of belonging. Chen Juniong felt that it was too worthwhile. Xiao is really amazing. Chen Juniong sighed secretly in his heart. Yuan Suofei admired Su Hao even more, and she didn't have the courage to engage in such a grand lottery. Sister concubine, why are you so excited? Not only did we fail to make money in the past 3 days, but we lost money, aren't you worried? Su Hao deliberately asked jokingly on the way to send Yuan Suofei home. I am willing to lose it. Yuan Suofei could see clearly, and she knew clearly whether it was a loss or not. Su Hao said, Sister concubine, what you said puts me under great pressure. You have to be under pressure. The college entrance examination is going to happen soon. If you are a big boss who can't pass the undergraduate exam, you will look good at that time, Yuan Suofei smiled. Sister concubine, don't tell me, I'm really worried that I won't be admitted to the undergraduate course. Su Hao pretended to be dumb. It's okay, you won't be admitted to the university, sister raises you. Yuan Suofei said smoothly. Sister concubine, this is what you said, I am waiting for you to support me. The air became more and more ambiguous, and there was something strange between the two. On the fourth day, the turnover of the supermarket was 1 million, the fifth day was 800,000, the sixth day was 790,000, and the seventh day was 780,000. On the eighth day, 800,000 yuan. So far, the supermarket turnover has remained at around 800,000 yuan, making a huge profit. These days, Su Hao makes all-out efforts to make a good score in the college entrance examination. In 2002, the college entrance examination can be said to be a leap in life for many people. Admitted to a good university, the future can be expected. At the beginning of the 21st century, the undergraduate diploma is a guarantee for Zinan who has just left the society. Having an undergraduate diploma represents a better job than most ordinary people. Su Hao's mother, Chen Suofen, took a leave of absence to take care of Su Hao, hoping that Su Hao would get good grades. On the third day, Su Hao once again experienced the tense atmosphere of the college entrance examination. After this time of surprise, Su Hao is confident in the exam. Su's mother Chen Suofen, son, how did the exam go? Su Hao, mom, don't worry, the point can't run away. Su's mother Chen Suofen, son, let's not brag, according to your usual grades, as long as you are admitted to undergraduate, mother is already very happy. Su Hao was speechless. Mom, am I that bad? On July 10, all graduates returned to school to assess their scores. At the same time, Suhao asked the fat man Li Jun to launch the fourth batch of group buying. In the morning, Suhao and Li Jun walked into the classroom. Li Jun fixed his gaze on a certain position in the classroom and smiled at Suhao. "Brother Hao, you are so awesome now, don't you want to confess to Zhang Menqi?" Zhang Menqi, the class leader of Suhao's class, is not only a class flower, but also a school flower. Suhao's secret love for 3 years in high school. Suhao's eyes fell on Zhang Menqi. Zhang Menqi looks pure and lovely. She belongs to the kind of stunning first love goddess. The figure has not yet fully developed, and is slightly immature, but Xia Hike's sharp horns are even more fascinating. The just right pure charm is very attractive to high school students. In the previous life, Suhao silently liked Zhang Menqi, and had only 10 conversations in 3 years. For Suhao, Zhang Menqi is the girl of heaven, and he is not good enough. Later in college, Zhang Menqi went to Tunghai University, and Suhao went to Tunghai Normal University. Although the two universities were only separated by a street, Suhao could hardly see Zhang Menqi again. Later, Su's father died of illness, and Suhao did not have the mind to continue paying attention to Zhang Menqi. In the later reunion of high school classmates, Suhao heard that Zhang Menqi was studying abroad and married abroad. Since the rebirth, with the passage of time, with such a big beauty as Yuan Suifei by her side, Suhao's feeling for Zhang Menqi has become weaker and weaker. Confession, fatty, you think too much, she just likes it ignorantly, don't force it, okay? Suhao smiled. I don't understand, if I am so handsome and talented like you, I will chase her. Li Jun shook his head gently. Too lazy to talk to you. Suhao didn't want to continue this topic. As for Zhang Menqi, look at fate. After the evaluation is over, Suhao is more confident on the key line. Brother Hao, my focus is hopeless, undergraduate should be no problem, haha. Li Jun smiled triumphantly. Suhao said, the undergraduate is also good, I can focus on it. Brother Hao deserves to be Brother Hao, Niu. Li Jun gave a thumbs up. The last batch of group buying is up to you. I have other things to do. Suhao left directly after speaking. After Suhao left, Li Jun became busy. Not far away, Zhang Menqi saw that Li Jun started to promote group buying again, and then looked at the back of Suhao's departure, thoughtfully. After Suhao returned home and told his parents the good news, both elders were very happy, but before the results came out, both elders were a little worried that Suhao was overestimating. Mom, don't worry, at least undergraduate, I promise this. Suhao assured. Ha ha. In the next few days, Suhao devoted himself to the development and production of the Plants vs. Zombies game. With the advanced programming skills rewarded by the system, Suhao made Plants vs. Zombies very handy, and it was only a matter of time before it was completed. Jiajiafu's supermarket has completely stabilized. With the arrival of summer vacation, the turnover has increased slightly by tens of thousands every day, exceeding 800,000 every day. Chen Juniong intends to prepare a second supermarket. Manager Chen, tell me about your plan. Suhao did not express his attitude for the first time. After organizing the language, Chen Juniong said, Xiao, I think so. According to our current turnover, 800,000 yuan a day, 24 million yuan a month, 3 months of accumulation of funds, a total of 72 million yuan, of which 15% of this is our profit, and the rest is payment and other expenses. Although we can't use all of the 72 million, we can use at least 1 month of deposit funds, 24 million, and there is no problem opening a branch. Suhao nodded lightly. Chen Juniong said it was okay. Where do you plan to open the second supermarket? Suhao asked lightly. When Chen Juniong heard the words, his face showed joy. He knew that Suhao had promised to open a second supermarket. Su Xiao, I plan to have the second supermarket in Donghai City. Chen Juniong explained the reason for choosing Donghai. Donghai now only has 3 large supermarkets, and they have been opened in the past 2 years. We must enter the market as soon as possible. In the next year, there will probably be about 10 large supermarkets, and then the competition will be more intense. Suhao asked faintly, Manager Chen, what is your business philosophy? Do you think we can compete with those big brand supermarkets with our current funds? No, but if we don't enter the Donghai market early, it will be difficult for us to stand firm in the future. Chen Juniong argued for reasons. Manager Chen, you are right, but I want you to understand that it is totally unrealistic for us to enter big cities with all our strength. Suhao said, now there are big brand supermarkets in big cities. It can't compete with those big brand supermarkets. My business philosophy is to encircle the city from the countryside. This is Teju's classic and logical saying, which is very suitable for us now. Now there are no large supermarkets in small counties. As long as we bloom everywhere in the small county, occupy the market in the small county, accumulate funds, and finally enter the big city, then we will definitely have a lot to do. Chen Juniong became more excited as he listened, and finally almost cheered. Xiao, your business philosophy is too good, why didn't I expect it, Su Xiao, admire, admire. Chen Juniong expressed his heartfelt admiration. At this moment, Chen Juniong is truly home. I'm just talking on paper. The specific implementation depends on you. Su Hao smiled slightly and said, although our business philosophy is a policy of encircling the cities from the countryside, we must occupy a place in the East China Sea. The second supermarket is in the East China Sea. In a few days, I will fill in the volunteers and my concubine to go to the East China Sea to choose an address. You will hand over with this side, and then go to the East China Sea. No problem, Su Xiao. Chen Juniong readily agreed. For Su Hao's vision, Chen Juniong has no doubt that Su Hao's choice of the supermarket address is the most correct approach. Yuan Suofei looked at Su Hao's glamorous expression, her eyes gradually became obsessed. Chen Juniong noticed the strangeness of concubine Yuan Shui, and did not say anything. In Chen Juniong's heart, Yuan Suofei could not escape Su Hao's clutches sooner or later. If he were a young woman, he would also not be able to resist Su Hao's charm. On the afternoon of July 15th, Su Hao was working on Plants vs. Zombies when a voice suddenly rang in his mind. Ding dong, congratulations to the master for achieving the second monetary achievement, earning 10 million yuan, and rewarding a silver treasure chest. Hearing this congratulatory voice, Su Hao was taken aback, and then he was full of ecstasy. After receiving the first black iron treasure box reward, Su Hao once thought that the second treasure box reward requirement was to earn 2 million. But the second batch of group purchases ended, 2 million were earned, but the system rewards did not come. Su Hao turned to think that the request might be to make 5 million. It's a pity that the third batch of group purchases ended, 5 million yuan was earned, and the system still didn't wait for rewards. Just when Su Hao thought that the next request might be 100 million, and temporarily did not hold up hope, the system reward came. 10 million, the original system's second monetary achievement requirement is 10 million, 10 times that of the first monetary achievement. The previous 3 batches of group purchases, the first batch of 1.15 million, the second batch of 2.6 million, and the third batch of 5.4 million, a total of over 9 million. It has been 16 days since the supermarket opened. Not only did it fail to make money in the first 3 days, it actually lost the 300,000 bonus to its employees. In the remaining 13 days, I finally made it back and made almost 1 million, which made Su Hao's money reach the figure of 10 million. The silver treasure chest is really looking forward to it. Silver treasure chest, open it, open. Su Hao chose to open it without hesitation. The silver treasure box is open. Congratulations to the master, congratulations to the master, you have obtained primary insights, 3 stocks with more than 3 times the income, appearing in the next 6 months, 2 days in advance, the game Crossfire production and development data. The game Crossfire, this is a super gold absorbing weapon. With this game, it can greatly solve a certain degree of funding problems. The game also needs to be produced and developed, requires manpower, and can be stocked. 3 stocks with more than 3 times the income, my god, do you want to be so fierce? This is obviously a gift. System, I love you so much. As for the primary insight, Su Hao was even more ecstatic after learning about it. The so-called insight is to be able to see some data of others, the degree of favorability, and the overall summary in one sentence, which can distinguish a person's good from bad. It's great, it's great. Su Hao said he really likes this elementary insight technique. When he went to school to fill up his volunteers the next day, Su Hao couldn't help but lost his elementary insight to the fat man Li Jun name, Li Jun age 18 favorability 90, more affection than brothers, adoration, loyalty, body, sub-healthy, not yet launched. Seeing the last 4 characters that have not yet been launched, Su Hao is silent. Is the system so skinny? Su Hao couldn't help losing a primary insight to Zhang Menqi. Name, Zhang Menqi age 18 favorability 60, ordinary classmates and friends body, sub-healthy, and the car is in good condition. The car is in good condition, cow, system, you describe it as really cow. Su Hao praised the system fiercely, looking at Zhang Menqi's eyes gleaming with appreciation. Then Su Hao was relieved that in 2002, when it was not very open, it was normal not to have a relationship. At this moment, Su Hao is looking forward to seeing Yuan Suofei's data. After getting the volunteer form, Su Hao did not hesitate to fill in the volunteer. First choice, Tunghai University. The second choice, Donghai Normal University. The second choice is for insurance. If the score is wrong and there is no key line, I can only continue to follow the old path of the first life and study at Donghai Normal University. Su Hao, the first choice for Tunghai University, has considerations, and everything will only be done after school. Brother Hao, I definitely can't go to Tunghai University. The first choice can only be Tunghai Normal University, so I can get closer to you. The other volunteers are schools in Donghai. I must be in the same city as you. Li the army vowed to say. Go away, it's like we have something. Su Hao glared at Li Jun. Finally, Monitor Zhang Menqi received the volunteer list. After receiving the Suhao volunteer list, Jiang Menqi took a look and was taken aback when she saw Suhao's first choice for Donghai University. In Jiang Menqi's impression, Suhao's grades are above average, the undergraduate course is okay, but he can focus on it. Jiang Menqi glanced at Suhao, did not say much, and continued to collect the volunteer list. Brother Hao, the squad leader looked at you very differently just now. Li Jun joked. Suhao said indifferently, what's different is that it is strange to see my first choice, Donghai University. After all, I can't make the most of my grades. Brother Hao, what does this mean? It means that the monitor usually pays attention to you and knows your usual grades, Li Jun said smoothly. Suhao was speechless, and said, Fatty, she is the monitor of the class, and she knows a little bit about the grades of the students in the class. This is a normal thing, and I am convinced of your logic. He. Li Jun smiled trivially, and did not continue to speak. After receiving the volunteer list, Jiang Menqi stood on the podium, her lips lightly opened. After today, everyone will go their separate ways. It will be difficult to get together in the future. After discussion, the class committee decided to eat and sing together tonight. 10 yuan per person. Do you have any opinions? No, monitor, we listen to you. The party is for sure. It has only happened in 3 years. Unless there is a special emergency, no one wants to be absent. Brother Hao, it's time for you to show off your financial resources tonight. Li Jun began to be a demon again. Fuck off, this is a reunion of classmates, not a place to show off, understand? Suhao kicked Li Jun directly. At 6:30 in the afternoon, 60 classmates gathered in a restaurant. The 5 big tables sit separately. Suhao and Li Jun are lucky enough to be assigned to the table with Jiang Menqi. Looking at Jiang Menqi, who was innocent and pleasant, Suhao couldn't help but look more. In my memory, Jiang Menqi attended Donghai University in the last life. I don't know if this will change. If Jiang Menqi is still at Donghai University, what might happen in the next 4 years? Thinking of this, Suhao's mouth unknowingly evokes a charming arc. The school flower goddess who had a crush on, if there is a chance, who wants to miss it, who doesn't want to win it. There was no bloody pretending to force the plot. After more than an hour, the dinner ended happily. All the students went directly to KTV. All the crazy performances are the few influential figures in the class. Suhao, sitting in the corner listening to the song silently. Brother Hao, don't you go up to the whole song? The fat man returned to Suhao after singing a song. Suhao shook his head lightly, and said, let's go with the flow. With so many classmates, everyone is happy. Brother Hao, you are really low-key. Li Jun stopped persuading. Suhao's character Li Jun understands that since Suhao doesn't want to show up, he doesn't bother to persuade him. At this time, a classmate on the side asked Li Jun, Fatty, can the computer group buy a low-profile computer be cheaper? Someone spoke, and the classmate on the side also asked, yes, Fatty, we are classmates for 3 years anyway, can you give us a discount? Summer vacation is so long, I don't have money to go to internet cafes, so I have to buy a computer. Fat man, you can give us a discount. 8 or 9 classmates made Li Jun a little confused about what you said and what I said. Jiang Menqi also noticed the situation on Suhao's side and came to the side in silence. Li Jun was very speechless. Brother, it's useless to ask me. The real boss is Suhao. I just work part-time. Li Jun looked at Suhao. Suhao nodded lightly, and at the same time stretched out 5 fingers to face Li Jun. Li Jun instantly understood Suhao's meaning, and said, no problem, as long as you place an order, you will get a discount of 500 yuan. When the voice fell, a classmate immediately said excitedly, really? A discount of 500 yuan. Now I will be able to persuade my dad to buy me a computer. Fatty, loyal enough. Of course, for a few computers, I will tell our boss that I will give you a discount of 500 yuan per unit. Li Jun promised, patted his chest. Haha, great, fat man, thank you, I'll order one. I'll order one too. While the classmates were clamoring to order the computer, Jiang Menqi looked at Suhao closely. Jiang Menqi clearly saw the small movements of Suhao and Li Jun just now. From Li Jun's embarrassed face and Suhao's small movements, the smart Jiang Menqi saw that Suhao was the real master. Jiang Menqi has always been concerned about computer group buying. Influenced by her father, Jiang Menqi, who is interested in business, is very interested in the group buying model. Group buying is an advanced business model for Jiang Menqi. Jiang Menqi went to learn about the prices of the 3 configuration computers, and was shocked to learn that the group purchase prices of the 3 computers were more than 1,500 yuan cheaper than the computers on the market. Knowing that the school's group buying has always been hosted by Li Jun, Jiang Menqi felt like she was dreaming. She felt that Li Jun could not think of such an advanced model. At the delivery site of the second batch of group purchases, Jiang Menqi inadvertently saw Li Jun obey Suhao's words. Coupled with the change in Li Jun's name for Suhao, Jiang Menqi suspected that group buying was the real behind-the-scenes person, so he paid more attention to Suhao. Now that it is confirmed that the person behind the group buying is Suhao, Jiang Menqi's eyes on Suhao are full of curiosity. Although this Su Hao is handsome, he is usually low-key and his grades are good. I didn't expect him to be so good. Su Hao felt a gaze looking at him all the time and looked up. His eyes met in an instant. The air seemed to be shining with electric sparks. Jiang Menqi did not lower her head shyly, but still looked straight at Su Hao. Su Hao was slightly surprised in his heart, didn't think much, and smiled in return. A smile appeared on Jiang Menqi's face. In the next second, Jiang Menqi Lian moved lightly and came to sit next to Su Hao. Su Hao, computer group buying is your idea. Jiang Menqi couldn't help but curiosity in her heart, and regardless of her restraint, she sat directly next to Su Hao, just to confirm what she was thinking. Su Hao heard the words and instantly understood why Jiang Menqi was staring at him. Well, my family is poor, I want to earn some college tuition. Su Hao did not hide it, but admitted directly. It has been seen that there is no point in concealing it, but it makes Jiang Menqi look down on it. Earn tuition? Jiang Menqi almost rolled her eyes and said, Su Hao, if I guess right, 3 batches of computer group purchases will make at least several 100,000 yuan. Your college tuition is too expensive, right? Hundreds of thousands? Su Hao was taken aback, without explaining too much, and smiling slightly, not that much, but the tuition is earned. Jiang Menqi did not delve into it, but instead said, I think your first choice is Tunghai University. If nothing happens, we will still be classmates in the next 4 years. Su Hao, please take care of me in the next 4 years. Su Hao smiled and said, is our school flower goddess afraid that no one will take care of it? A lot of knights want to protect the goddess, haha, really? What about you? Jiang Menqi asked smoothly. As soon as the words were spoken, Jiang Menqi knew that she had said the wrong thing, coughing lightly, and said, Xiao Meng called me, slip away first. Looking at the figure of Jiang Menqi slipping away quickly, Su Hao's smile was even stronger. The goddess, it turned out not to be unattainable, haha. No one noticed the small exchange between Su Hao and Jiang Menqi. In the end, many of the classmates were a little drunk. When Jiang Menqi went to check out, Su Hao took the initiative to pay for the money. Squad leader, everyone is a little drunk, don't let everyone get together, spoil the atmosphere, I can afford a few $100s, Su Hao said to Jiang Menqi. Thinking of Su Hao's group buying to make money, Jiang Menqi nodded gently, thank you, Su Hao, it's a trivial matter, you're welcome. In the end, Su Hao arranged with Jiang Menqi and finally sent all the students away, leaving only 2. The atmosphere is a bit awkward. I don't know if I have a chance to send the beautiful class leader home, Su Hao joked. Seeing that you don't talk very much, I didn't expect to be so poor, let's go, little rich man. Jiang Menqi gave Su Hao a lightly white look. The moonlight is slightly cool, and the evening breeze blows gently. Su Hao and Jiang Menqi strolled on the street, neither of them spoke until they reached the door of Jiang Menqi's house. Su Hao, see you at Tunghai University. Before leaving, Jiang Menqi gently waved the green onion hand. Su Hao has a big smile on his face, beautiful monitor, see you at Tunghai University. July 18th. Su Hao and Yuan Suifei met to choose the address of the supermarket in Donghai. The moment she saw Yuan Suifei, Su Hao couldn't help but lost her primary insight to Yuan Suifei. Name, Yuan Suifei. Age, 23. Favorability, 88. Super good friend body, sub-healthy, and the car is in good condition. Seeing that Yuan Suifei's favorability reached 88, Su Hao was also slightly taken aback. It is important to know that according to the system's interpretation of the favorability degree of 90 is the degree of favorability that only exists between lovers. Now that concubine Yuan Shua's favorability for him is as high as 88, doesn't it mean that? At this moment, Su Hao looked at Yuan Suifei with a hint of aggression. What excites Su Hao most is that the car is in good condition. This shows that Yuan Suifei cleans herself up and has never talked about her boyfriend. Although Su Hao does not have that kind of complex, which man does not want his woman to be the only man? It is really commendable that a beautiful woman like Yuan Suifei can keep her innocence in the face of all kinds of temptations in the society for several years. Seeing Su Hao always looking at her and smiling, Yuan Suifei couldn't help asking, what are you giggling? Su Hao said, I naturally smiled happily when I saw the beautiful woman. After that, Su Hao did not forget to praise Yuan Suifei, sister concubine, you are very beautiful today. I have to say that concubine Yuan Shua looks really beautiful today. She has a stunning face, her fair skin is rosy, her figure is bumpy, her long legs are straight and slender against the skin of tight jeans, making Su Hao's eyes stay on her long legs for a while. Being praised by Su Hao, Yuan Suifei was secretly proud, not in vain for her to dress up specially. Especially beautiful today? Am I not usually beautiful? How is it possible, concubine, you are beautiful all the time, but today is better and more charming. Su Hao praised again and again. Count your acquaintances, hee hee. Yuan Suifei smiled contentedly. The dialogue between the two is not like a partner at all, let alone a good friend, or a sibling, but like a couple. On the bus, the combination of Su Hao and Yuan Suifei, handsome men and beautiful women, naturally attracted a lot of attention. Seeing several men sneaking at Yuan Shuai from time to time, Su Hao was secretly upset. You have to get a driver's license, so it's more convenient to buy a car. The two talked and laughed, so that the man in the car was envious of Su Hao. 2 hours later, Su Hao and Yuan Shuai arrived in the East China Sea. Walking on the street, the two of them didn't look like they were choosing a new supermarket site, they looked like a couple shopping. Sister concubine, go shopping like this, we don't expect to choose the new supermarket address today. Although Su Hao likes shopping with big girls, but after shopping for 2 or 3 hours, Su Hao said he couldn't stand it. The East China Sea is so big, of course you have to choose it carefully. Do you think you can find a good position in one afternoon? Yuan Shuai gave Su Hao a white look. Then we won't go back tonight? Su Hao asked smoothly. Concubine Yuan Shuai nodded, of course, why go back tonight? Will you come back tomorrow morning? Su Hao said, okay, where do we live? Concubine Yuan Shuai said directly, live at my house. Su Hao asked slightly, live in your house? Don't worry, my parents are not here and I am alone. Yuan Shuai noticed Su Hao's concerns and rolled her eyes. Sister concubine, you are the only one, don't you worry about me? Su Hao asked with a smile. Why don't you worry about it? Little kid. Yuan Shuai scratched Su Hao. Su Hao was speechless. Kid boy? The opportunity will definitely let you see my greatness. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Su Hao entered the home of Yuan Shuai Donghai for the first time. The 3-bedroom apartment is decorated very simply, but very clean and tidy, giving people a sense of home comfort. Wait, I will remove the slippers for you. Yuan Shuai removed the new slippers that she had just bought to Su Hao. Su Hao put on his new slippers and asked jokingly, Sister concubine, am I the first man to come to your house? Otherwise? Yuan Shuai gave Su Hao a white look. Hee, that's really an honor for me. Su Hao smiled triumphantly. You just sit down and be your own home. I'll take a shower first. After shopping for a long time, I was sweating and uncomfortable. Yuan Shuai finished speaking and walked directly into the room. A minute later, Yuan Shuai walked into the bathroom with a change of clothes. Looking at the closed bathroom door and listening to the sound of running water, Su Hao felt an urge to open the bathroom door to see the beautiful scenery inside. I don't know how long it took, Yuan Shuai appeared in front of Su Hao again. After the bath, concubine Yuan Shuai is definitely the goddess of pajamas in Su Hao's eyes. The loose yukata couldn't conceal Yuan Shuai's exploding figure, and Su Hao's breath was a little short because of the exquisiteness. There is a different kind of smell in the air. Yuan Shuai noticed Su Hao's strange gaze, and she was amused in her heart, but she said, what do you look at, kid, go take a bath. After Su Hao took a shower, the special atmosphere before disappeared. No words for a night. After having breakfast the next day, Su Hao and Yuan Shuai continued to visit the East China Sea. In the end, Su Hao chose a shopping mall 200 meters away from Donghai University based on his memory. The first and second floors total 1,900 square meters. After bargaining, Su Hao bought it at 5,000 yuan per square for a total price of 9.5 million yuan. The payment was made in 3 installments. The second phase of 3 million will be paid in half a year, and the last phase of 3.5 million will be paid a year later. The whole process was very simple and decisive, and Yuan Shuai was stunned. Just bought it? Yuan Shuai held the contract, feeling a bit untrue. Su Hao smiled and said, aren't you holding the contract? $9.5 million, where did we get the money? Yuan Shuai worried that she wouldn't be able to make up that much money. You don't have to worry about money matters, you just take care of finances and personnel, and leave the money to me, Su Hao said confidently. There are 3 stocks with more than triple earnings in hand, and 9,500,000 hands have been captured. After determining the address of the supermarket, Su Hao asked Chen Juniong to take office, Yuan Shuai stayed in Donghai to assist, and Su Hao went home to complete the 4th batch of student computer group purchases. After more than 10 days of development, the last batch of group purchases reached 4,500 orders, almost a glance at the entire county's graduates who wanted to buy computers. On July 26, after a busy day, all 4,500 computers were delivered. 800 high-end computers, 7,500 yuan each, accounting for 6 million. 1,200 Teoshun computers are equipped with 6,000 yuan each, accounting for 7.2 million yuan. There are 2,500 low-end computers at 5,000 yuan each, which will be accounted for 12.25 million. A total of 25.7 million was credited. The price to be paid to Yuan Shuai is 800 high-end products, each with 5,000, and the expenditure is 4 million. 1,200 Teoshun is equipped with 4,000 each, and the expenditure is 4.8 million. 2,500 low-cost units, 3,000 each, cost 7.5 million. 300 yuan for each set to Li Jun, 4,500 sets, a total of 1.35 million. A total of 17.65 million will be spent. Together with the bonuses for the installer and the staff who assisted in the delivery, the fourth batch of group purchase Suhao earned 8 million. With 8 million in hand, Suhao's funds are instantly abundant. At this moment, Suhao is quite expecting the first stock to appear, so that he can use the capital in his hands to drastically double several times. Brother how should I tell my parents about the money? Li Jun looked at Kari's nearly 2 million funds, a little at a loss. To be honest, but don't give all the money to your uncles and them, leave some funds to follow me, just give them 100,000 or 200,000, so as not to scare them, Su Hao suggested. Yeah, Li Jun nodded slightly and asked, Brother Hao, have you told your parents? Su Hao shook his head. Su Hao is also struggling with this issue, and doesn't know how to explain it to his family. Just say to the two elders, Dad, Mom, I'm already a multi-millionaire, and I also run the Jiajiafua supermarket where you go to buy food every day. I guess if this is said, the two elders will be scared and fainted. Forget it, there will always be a chance, and I will tell them when the time is right. Brother Hao, you are a proper multimillionaire, and the Jiajiafua supermarket is so popular, you will definitely have more and more money, you should explain it early, Li Jun said with some feeling. Let's talk about it. Su Hao changed the subject and said, tomorrow we will go to the driving school to sign up to learn to drive and take the driver's license test. Take the driver's license so early? Li Jun asked puzzledly. Su Hao said, of course, it will be convenient to travel after having a driver's license. It's okay now. It's a good time to take a driver's license. The next day Su Hao and Li Jun went to Qinjin driving school. To Su Hao's surprise, he met Zhang Menqi, the beautiful class leader, at the driving school. Su Hao, are you also coming to learn to drive? Zhang Menqi saw Su Hao with a charming smile on her face. Su Hao nodded lightly and said, well, the beautiful class leader, I didn't expect you to learn how to car too. What beautiful squad leader, it's so nasty, call my name. Zhang Menqi gave Su Hao a white look. Since the last party and parting, Zhang Menqi occasionally thought of Su Hao and took the initiative to add Su Hao's penguin, but the two did not start chatting. According to Zhang Menqi's meaning, I took the initiative to add you. If you don't take the initiative to chat with me, do you want me to be a girl to chat with you? During this period of time, Su Hao was busy making Plants vs. Zombies, and there was no leisure to chat with Zhang Menqi, which caused the two to have no contact. Brother Hao, squad leader, you are really destined, haha, Li Junshin assisted. Su Hao glared at Li Jun, as if he meant to say, don't say a few words, no one will treat you as dumb if you don't speak. In the following days, Su Hao rarely insisted on checking in at the driving school every day, just to increase his relationship with Zhang Menqi. Su Hao originally planned to buy a driver's license directly. After all, he could drive in his previous life. Now he learns to drive with a beautiful woman like Zhang Menqi, Su Hao is naturally happy. Su Hao and the beautiful woman learn to drive, but Yuan Suifei is busy with various things in the supermarket in Donghai, and she only has time to call Su Hao at night. The dialogue between the two gradually became qualitative and developed towards the direction of a couple, but the two parties were unaware of it. August 1st, the day to check scores. Su Hao slowly entered the admission ticket number in the nervous gaze of Su's mother Chen Suifen, and then Su Hao's result sounded in the air. Total score, proper key line. Son, it's great that you actually scored in the test. Chen Suifen was full of excitement and joy. Su Hao's good grades made Su's parents and Su's mom happy for several days. Li Jun's grades are similar to those of his previous life, a proper undergraduate line. On the second day after checking his scores, Li Jun saw Su Hao at the driving school. He looked pitiful. Brother Hao, you go to Donghai University, but I can only go to Donghai Normal University. I am so pitiful. Poor yarn, don't pretend to be pitiful. Su Hao kicked it directly. Zhang Menqi met Su Hao and directly congratulated him. Su Hao, congratulations on getting into the key line. Su Hao smiled and said, Tongzi, we are still classmates for the next 4 years. Don't show your affection or not, I'm already pitiful enough. You still show affection in front of me, and let me not live. Li Jun expressed strong dissatisfaction. Fuck off. Su Hao glared at Li Jun. Zhang Menqi is different from other girls, this kind of joke can't be messed up. Fortunately, the three of them gradually became acquainted during this period, otherwise this kind of joke would make Zhang Menqi feel disgusted. Just as Su Hao guessed, Zhang Menqi just scratched Li Jun hard and didn't say much. On August 15th, Su Hao received the admission letter from Donghai University. At this time, college entrance banquets were not popular, it was just a simple meal for the Su family to celebrate. Such celebrations have occurred in many families over the past 2 days. On August 20th, Su Hao and Li Jun got their driver's licenses. During the call with Yuan Suifei in the evening, Yuan Suifei learned that Su Hao had obtained his driver's license and joked, Boss Su, with his driver's license, won't you come to Donghai to buy a car tomorrow? Yuan Suifei always thought that Su Hao could come to the East China Sea, but Su Hao had to give up because she wanted to learn to drive. Now that Su Hao got his driver's license, Yuan Suifei couldn't help mentioning it again. Of course, I will go over with Fatty tomorrow, and I will go to the supermarket by the way. Su Hao had planned to go to Donghai to buy a car tomorrow. Well, I'll wait for you. After more than 20 days, Yuan Shuofei finally saw Su Hao. Had it not been for Li Jun standing next to Su Hao, Yuan Shuofei would have been unable to resist the feeling of longing in her heart, so she rushed to hug Su Hao tightly to relieve her lovesickness. Sister concubine, I haven't seen you for many days, you are still so beautiful. Su Hao praised Yuan Shuofei fiercely. Why, I'm all haggard when I'm busy in the supermarket every day. Yuan Shuofei groaned. Li Jun did not step forward to join in the fun, and let Su Hao and Yuan Shuofei talk. Looking at concubine Yuan Shui concubinely at Su Hao, Li Jun was full of emotion. Brother Hao deserves to be Brother Hao. On one side is the schoolgirl Zhang Menqi, on the other side is the big beauty Yuan Shuofei, embracing the rhythm from left to right. Regarding Su Hao's peach blossom luck, Li Jun has nothing but enviousness and no discomfort. In Li Jun's mind, Su Hao is so awesome, it's nothing to hug left and right. Which of the rich people in Hong Kong City is not the third wife and the fourth wife? Su Hao is a multimillionaire at his age, and there are not too many to find 10 or 8. After half an hour, the three came to the car dealership. In 2002, Ford stores were not fully developed yet, but buying a car is still very convenient, as long as you have money. When the salesperson saw Su Hao's young age, his attitude was slightly perfunctory. Student Su, it looks like you are underestimated, hee hee. Yuan Shuofei noticed the salesperson's lukewarm attitude and whispered in Su Hao's ear. When concubine Yuan Shui got so close, Su Hao instantly smelled a charming fragrance. Subconsciously Su Hao took a deep breath and praised from the bottom of his heart, it smells good. Concubine Yuan Shui was blushed by Su Hao's sudden words and said, boy, take a good look at the car, don't think about it. Sister concubine, you can't blame me for this, you are too fragrant, you come over and I immediately smell it. Su Hao said seriously. Seeing Su Hao's reluctance, Yuan Shuofei pinched Su Hao's waist lightly with her tender fingers, and said, sister, you dare to take advantage of it, don't you want to mix it up? Ha ha. Su Hao smiled and did not speak. After Li Jun entered the car shop, he was immediately attracted by the many beautiful cars, and his attention was focused on the cars. Sir, ma'am, do you have a favorite style? The salesperson asked conventionally. Su Hao did not respond, but asked Yuan Shuofei, sister concubine, what car do you like? Me? I think it's okay. I don't have any special preference for cars. Yuan Shuofei didn't have much interest in cars. The salesman was secretly speechless, and had no money to buy or what to pretend. Su Hao noticed the strangeness of the salesperson, and said directly, we see it for ourselves, we don't need you to accompany it. The salesman no longer pretended to be a posture, and left directly. Sister concubine, let's go, let's find another salesperson with a good attitude to pick up the car, and I'm so angry with the salesperson just now. Su Hao said childishly. Yuan Shuofei saw Su Hao's childish side and didn't know what to say for a while. It's okay to look down on me, but I can't bear to look down on you, Sister Qing concubine. Su Hao explained. Concubine Yuan Shui said, he didn't say anything, don't care. Su Hao said, I didn't care, I just don't want you to be unhappy. Concubine Yuan Shui was shocked. If she changed the occasion, she would be even more moved. Later, Su Hao and Yuan Shuofei found a salesperson with a good attitude and directly mentioned 2 cars, a total of 1 million. The 2 cars made all the salespersons look at each other. The salesperson who underestimated Su Hao before was even more regretful, and his face was extremely ugly. Haha, concubine, have you seen that? The salesperson's face turned blue before, haha. Su Hao smiled after leaving the car dealership. This is the first time that Su Hao has experienced the refreshment of rich people buying and buying. That kind of special experience is really super cool and makes people linger. Concubine Yuan Shui gave Su Hao a white look, but did not answer. Su Hao's car is Big Ben and Yuan Shuofei is a BMW. Hundreds of thousands of cars are both inconspicuous and comfortable to drive, which is very suitable for Su Hao. Su Hao and Yuan Shuofei drove to the supermarket. Seeing Chen Juniong, Su Hao thought of the primary insight book and threw it directly on Chen Juniong. Name, Chen Juniong, age, 35, favor, 86, loyal, body, there is a small problem in the stomach, old gun. Seeing that Chen Juniong's favorability is loyal, Su Hao smiled, and finally he didn't misunderstand the wrong person. Su Hao decided to equip Chen Juniong with a car. Such loyal talents must be paid better. The renovation of the supermarket is coming to an end, and Su Hao directly set the opening time, August 31st. The end of the month is the beginning of the school season and the supermarket opens, and then the grand sweepstakes will surely attract students to spend. The lucky draw doubled the profit, which was arranged by Chen Juniong. Su Hao believes that with the first event, Chen Juniong can perfectly complete the opening of the supermarket. Su Xiao, don't worry, I will definitely make Jiajiafu's supermarket a hit in the East China Sea. Chen Juniong promised. Su Hao smiled and said, Manager Chen, I believe that it is very inconvenient for you to travel without a car during this period of time. You can pick up a car directly and you can choose a car within 300,000 yuan. Manager Chen showed unexpected joy on his face and thanked him. Thank you, Su Xiao. Buy a car, go to the supermarket, time is very tight. After dinner with Yuan Suifei and Chen Juniong in the evening, Su Hao drove directly back to the county seat. On August 22, the game Plants vs. Zombies was finally produced by Su Hao. It seems that we have to go to the East China Sea in advance, and strive to start the game before the start of school. On August 23, Su Hao and Li Jun set foot on the East China Sea again. This time it was not for fun, but for the beginning of the journey. Su Hao came to the East China Sea and directly contacted Fang Jun, the senior headhunter of Rufang. Manager Fang, did the game development talents that you asked you to find interesting? Fang Jun, Boss Su, I have been waiting for you to contact me. I have already found someone. Su Hao, okay, let's meet at a place. An hour later, Su Hao brought Li Jun and Fang Jun to meet. For the 4 talents, Su Hao directly selected 2 Donghai natives for interview. With primary insights, the interview process is very short, and Su Hao chooses Li Hong, who has a better character. Li Hong, 30 years old, has been working in game development since graduating from university. In the past 3 years, I have formed a team and developed 2 small games, but they are all on the street. Under the pressure of life, Li Hong had no choice but to give up the studio. Mr. Li, I have a developed game in hand. Your job is mainly to maintain and manage the company. Su Hao did not hide it, and said directly, the game company is registering. After the registration is completed, you will take the post immediately. Mr. Su, take the liberty to ask, what kind of game is it? Li Hong asked seriously. Su Hao replied, single-player game. Li Hong continued to ask, can I try the game? No problem. After Li Hong tried playing Plants vs. Zombies, he did not hesitate to join the company. Su Hao smiled and said, Manager Li, you are welcome to join. Hao Online Game Company will never let you down. Li Hongdao, I believe Plants vs. Zombies will be popular all over the country. Su Hao smiled slightly, and said silently in his heart, not only has the fire spread all over the country, the whole world is hot. Su Hao wants Li Jun to invest in a game company, but Li Jun strongly refuses. According to Li Jun's words, you already have a ready-made game, and the game will be launched immediately to make a lot of money. I have no effect. I can't take advantage of it. Su Hao had to give up, and it would not be too late to let Li Jun invest in shares after there is a place suitable for Li Jun to play. With the addition of professional Li Hong, the preparatory work of the game was completed in less than 3 days, and the game can be launched at any time. Regarding propaganda, Su Hao did not intend to follow the mass propaganda model, but chose an alternative path: the Navy bombing the entire network. Su Hao gave Li Jun the responsibility for the formation of the Navy. After taking Li Jun for a day, he completely let Li Jun play. Su Hao has only one sentence: he is not afraid to throw money, and build a 50,000-strong Navy team within 3 days. Li Jun stayed with him for 2 days and 2 nights, and 50,000 Navy troops were successfully formed. On the day before Plants vs. Zombies went live, various comment posts appeared on all major platforms across the network, all of which were blowing up Plants vs. Zombies. With the spread of madness mode, Plants vs. Zombies is known throughout the internet. On August 28, Plants vs. Zombies was officially launched, and it is free to play on the entire network. The number of people online has soared. 10,000, 20,000. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the number of online users exceeded 500,000 in 12 hours. Netizens entered the pit one after another, unable to extricate themselves. On the second day, the number of online users exceeded 1 million, making it the second game to exceed 1 million after Legend. Successful, Su Xiao, we succeeded. Li Hong looked at the millions of online users, his face was full of excitement, and immediately reported the record to Su Hao. Yes, this is just the beginning. When our number of online users exceeds 5 million, it will be a real success. Su Hao laughed. Li Hong heard this with shock on his face. 5 million people online, is this possible? There are only 100 million netizens across the country. Doesn't 5 million online mean that 1 in 20 netizens are playing Plants vs. Zombies? 1/20th, is this possible? On the third day, Plants vs. Zombies had more than 2 million online users, shocking the entire network. In addition, Li Jun has been promoting the bombing by the Navy, and more netizens are curious about Plants vs. Zombies and can't help but play, and then naturally one after another into the pit. After experiencing the fun of Plants vs. Zombies, netizens went crazy and recommended to friends around them, and the number of online users continued to soar. Plants vs. Zombies emerged, making other domestic game companies confused. Free games, what do you make money for? The person in charge of the game Legend even bluntly said in an interview, Plants vs. Zombies are just sensationalism, no money is made, everything is empty talk, there is no money to support server costs, and the game can only be offline in the end. Su Hao smiled disdainfully after seeing the news. Free, can't make money? Don't you know that users are the root of everything? As long as there are users, there is no need to worry about the wise saying that you can't make money. Indeed, current game companies, and even those who engage in the internet now, don't understand this famous saying. Penguin has tens of millions of users, and it is not a loss. Manager Lee, don't care about the short-term gains and losses. When the number of people online reaches 5 million, I have a way to make a profit. Su Hao cleared Li Hong's worries with one sentence. August 31st, the opening day of Donghai University. This day is also the day when Jia Jiafu's supermarket Donghai branch opened. As early as a week ago, Jia Jiafu's supermarket started to promote it. Today is to test the results of a week of publicity, to test whether more than a month of hard work has achieved results. Yesterday Su Hao specially completed the admission procedures, just to sit in the Jia Jiafu's supermarket today. At 7 o'clock in the morning, the flow of people in front of the Jia Jiafu's supermarket gradually increased. At 7:30, the supermarket officially opened, and the ants who had been waiting for a long time poured into the supermarket one after another. 200 draw cars. I will draw 5 times to see if I can draw a small car. It doesn't matter if you can't get a car, it's not bad to get a refrigerator. Well, it just happens to be missing a refrigerator. It would be nice if I could get a refrigerator. The ant was chatting in full swing. Since Donghai is a big city, Su Hao replaced the prize computer with a refrigerator, which made it more attractive for housewives to consume. As Su Hao guessed, many ants are attracted by the prize refrigerator air conditioner. If you buy something for $200, you can still draw a lottery, so why not do it? There are a total of 50,000 lottery tickets. If all of them are drawn, they represent at least 10 million in turnover. Su Hao's incentive measures for employees, the 3-day turnover of the event exceeded 10 million, and each person was rewarded with 4,000 yuan. This still takes into account the sniping of the other 3 large supermarkets, otherwise Su Hao will set the target higher. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the supermarket closes. After half an hour of calculation, the first day's turnover was released. In the early 4 million, the lottery was reduced by 20,000. 4 million, a good start. The goal of 10 million should be no problem. Tomorrow is the first day of school. I have to go back to school. I will work hard for you later, Su Hao said to Chen Juniong and Yuan Shuai. Chen Juniong said, Su Xiao, this is what I should do. Concubine Yuan Shui smiled slightly, but did not speak. On this day, at the game company's side, Li Hong also reported the results. The number of online users of Plants vs. Zombies exceeded 3 million, and it is expected that the number of online users will exceed 5 million within a week. Due to military training, Su Hao asked Li Hong and Chen Juniong to contact them at night. At 10:30, Su Hao hurried back to the dormitory before it closed. The 3 roommates were slightly surprised when they saw Su Hao. My buddy, I finally saw you. I thought you were going to stay overnight for the first day. Hello, my name is Su Hao. 3 roommates introduced separately. Wang Yongjun, from your province. Hong Dabao, a native of the East China Sea. Levi Kang, from Rongcheng. Among them, Wang Yongjun is the largest, Levi Kang is the second, Su Hao is the third, and Hong Dabao is the smallest. Knowing that he was ranked third, Su Hao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was not the second child. In the previous life, he was the second child in the dormitory. The second child accompanied him in his 4-year college life. To Su Hao's surprise, Wang Yongjun's college entrance examination result was a quest in your province. The reason why he did not choose to go to National Tsinghua University is because Donghai University gave him free tuition. Levi Kang's grades are also very good, especially in mathematics, with full marks. Even Hong Dabao's score is more than 10 points more than Su Hao. They are all great people. Su Hao sighed inwardly. The 4 of you talked to me and talked about it until 12 o'clock before going to bed. Early the next morning, the 4 of them went directly to the classroom. I hope our class can have beautiful women, hee hee. Hong Dabao thought of beautiful women in his heart. Dabao, we are a business management major, half of men and women. If you are lucky, there will be beautiful women. Su Hao smiled. Su Hao chose business management to make up for his own shortcomings. Hey, I heard that there are several big beauties in the freshmen. If we can have one in our class, it would be great. Hong Dabao imagined. 4 people came to the classroom. A lot of people have arrived in the classroom, and the 4 of them found a corner to sit down. Half a minute later, Hong Dabao was disappointed. 20 girls, there are no beautiful women, it is too unreasonable. Dabao, come, there are still many classmates who haven't come, don't you know that the beauties are the last ones? Su Hao smiled. It seems to be oh, hee hee. The disappointment on Hong Dabao's face completely disappeared. Levi Kang said silently, Dabao, are you coming to school or to see beautiful women? Have you not been diligent enough for 3 years in high school? University has to play. I not only want to see beautiful women, I also want to be beautiful women. Hong Dabao vowed. I wish you success in getting a beautiful girl. Levi Kang smiled slightly and joked, if you want to get a beautiful girl, I advise you to stay away from the third child. Why? Hong Dabao was full of questions. Levi Kang said word by word, the third child is much more handsome than you. When you walk with him, the beauty's eyes are definitely on the third child. Although I am not handsome, but I am very gentle and super temperamental, I believe that Dongda's beauties will not be so superficial. They will definitely find my unique temperament and fall in love with me. Hong Dabao said incomparably narcissistically. When the voice fell, Su Hao, Levi Kang, and Wang Yangjun were all speechless, and almost couldn't help staying away from Hong Dabao, a narcissist. 2 minutes later, Hong Dabao's eyes sparkled. Beauty, big beauty, my goodness, stunning beauty. Stunning beauty, my goodness, I'm going to be in love. Hong Dabao's eyes glowed brightly, and he looked like a drooling pig brother. Su Hao was stunned when he saw the stunning beauty in Hong Dabao's mouth. Zhang Menqi. The stunning beauty in Hong Dabao's mouth was Zhang Menqi. At this time, Zhang Menqi was wearing a very well-fitting white long dress. The fairy spirit that set off the bumpy posture was fluttering. With the innocent and lovely face, she was simply a boy killer. No, it should be for all ages. Su Hao never dreamed of being in the same class as Zhang Menqi. At this moment, Su Hao just wants to say, fate is wonderful. Zhang Menqi had discovered the same class as Su Hao from the class list yesterday. Seeing Su Hao at the moment, there was no surprise on her face. Instead, she smiled at Su Hao. The third child, she looked at me. The beauty just looked at me and smiled at me. I am so happy. Hong Dabao next to Su Hao completely misunderstood that Zhang Menqi was smiling at him. Wang Yangjun noticed the smiles of Su Hao and Zhang Menqi, and instantly understood that Su Hao and Zhang Menqi knew each other. Fourth old, you should be sober and sober. People are not smiling at you, but at the third. The third, don't you think? Su Hao whispered, she's Zhang Menqi, the monitor of my 3-year high school. Hong Dabao directly looked up to the sky and sighed, God, why are you so cruel? I finally hoped that a beautiful woman would come without any chance. Su Hao and the three directly ignored Hong Dabao. This amusing comparison was hopeless. Looking at the noisy Hong Dabao, Su Hao seemed to see the shadow of the fat man Li Jun. Haha, with such a living treasure roommate, campus life in the next 4 years should be very interesting. There were no empty seats around Su Hao, so Zhang Menqi had to choose one of the empty seats in the middle to sit down. The appearance of Zhang Menqi attracted the attention of all the boys in the class. Everyone was inquiring about Zhang Menqi's information, but unfortunately everyone was not familiar with it, and there was no result at all. Soon, the class guide Dong Cheng just arrived. Dong Chenggang, male, looks about 40 years old, his appearance completely shattered Su Hao's illusion of a beautiful class leader. At the beginning of the self-introduction, one student after another came onto the stage to introduce themselves. In addition to Zhang Menqi, Su Hao found that there were some pretty girls in the class. Although there is not the beauty of Zhang Menqi's school flower level, it is Xiaji Abiu, with a score between 80 and 90. It was Zhang Menqi's turn to introduce that almost all the boys in the class pricked their ears. Zhang Menqi's introduction was nothing special. For more than half a minute, a male classmate almost couldn't help shouting for Zhang Menqi to introduce more information. Su Hao's introduction is simpler, name, male, hobby female, and then end. The brief introduction with a little skin, coupled with Su Hao's handsome appearance, made many girls remember the name Su Hao. Hong Dabao went up to the long talk, and it took 3 minutes to complete the introduction, only to introduce it to the 18th generation of his ancestors. Dabao, your introduction is so verbose that we'll discuss girls, and a brief introduction like the third one is only attractive to girls. Levi Kang joked. You don't understand, I and the third child are not the same type. I want girls to understand me thoroughly so that I will have more opportunities. Hong Dabao firmly believes in his strategy. Ha ha. Soon, the acting squad leader was appointed by Zhang Menqi, because Zhang Menqi said in the introduction that he was the squad leader for 3 years in high school. In addition, the class supervisor Dong Chenggang directly appointed Zhang Menqi as the temporary squad leader, and he would be re-elected after the military training. After the class meeting is free time, military training will begin tomorrow. Boss, do you know that there is a Jiajiafu supermarket at the entrance of the school just opened, and you can draw a lottery if you spend 200, and the prizes are very rich. Let's try. Out of the classroom, Hong Dabao suggested to go shopping in the supermarket. Su Hao was sweating and didn't speak. Okay, go and see. Levi Kang echoed. 10 minutes later, the four of Su Hao came to Jiajiafu supermarket. Seeing the crowds of Jiajiafu supermarket, Su Hao was very happy. Many classmates, it seems that more than we want to come and try our luck. Hong Dabao looked at most of the young faces and said with emotion, with so many people, this supermarket must be very profitable. Levi Kang also sighed. Hong Dabao said, of course, being able to open such a big supermarket is considered a somewhat capable person in the East China Sea, with at least 10 million net worth. When Yuan Suofei saw Su Hao, her heart moved, and she said something to Chen Juniong, and then walked towards Su Hao. Su Hao saw Yuan Shuai and curled his lips at Yuan Shuai. Concubine Yuan Shui understood instantly, knowing that Su Hao was suggesting not to reveal his identity. With a mischievous smile on her lips, Yuan Shuai speeded up her pace and walked to Su Hao's 4 people and asked softly, 4 students, hello, what are you going to buy? You can get a free lottery if you purchase over 200 today. All 3 of Hong Dabao looked at Yuan Shuai, and they were instantly amazed by Yuan Shuai's stunning face. Oh my god, this supermarket shopping guide is so beautiful. His appearance is completely comparable to Zhang Menqi, and even more mature and charming than Zhang Menqi. This is Hong Dabao's voice. Seeing the trio of Hong Dabao staring blankly, Yuan Shuai blinked at Su Hao mischievously. Su Hao smiled bitterly in his heart and said with a smile, we know that we can choose by ourselves, thank you. Then I wish you a happy shopping. Yuan Shuai finished speaking and left directly. Until Yuan Shuai's figure disappeared, Hong Dabao-san was relieved. Lao-san, what did you just do? You actually rejected the kindness of beautiful women, my god, how can you refuse the kindness of beautiful women? Hong Dabao looked like you were violent. Otherwise. Su Hao waved his hand indifferently. I despise you. Hong Dabao was completely defeated and turned to say, I didn't expect the supermarket to have such a beautiful shopping guide. I announced that I will come to the supermarket every day from now on. The Su Hao trio were speechless. After half an hour, the 4 of them left the supermarket. In order to make up 200 yuan, all 4 of them bought a lot of daily necessities. For a 4-person lottery, luck was so-so, only coupons were drawn, but no grand prizes were drawn. Oh, it's a pity, if I get a small car, I can drive you to the waves. Hong Dabao sighed. The Su Hao trio didn't want to answer at all. In the evening, Su Hao received a report from Chen Juniong. On the second day of opening, the turnover was 3.9 million, which continued to be popular. September 2nd, the first day of military training. During the lunch break, Su Hao accidentally received a call from Li Hong. Xiao, good news, we can make money in the game. It's a matter of time before the game makes money. Su Hao has a plan. Su Hao thought of many possibilities, and finally came up with one point. Manager Li, do advertisers come here? Xiao, you are really a magical calculation. Manager Li was secretly shocked. Su Xiao deserves to be Su Xiao. You can guess this, really a god. Xiao, an advertiser called the company in the morning and wanted to advertise in our game. Our game can finally make money. Su Hao asked directly, how much does the advertiser give? It is normal for advertisers to come to the door. It would be strange if there are no advertisers to come to a game with 3 or 4 million people online at the same time. Manager Li excitedly said, 3 million a year, Su Xiao, do we advertise the game? Although Li Hong was very happy and excited, he did not rashly agree to the cooperation of advertisers. Because Su Xiao has already said that there is a way to make money in the game, and Li Hong is not sure whether Su Xiao will agree to advertise in the game. Even though it was more than 3 million, Li Hong insisted on holding back and did not agree. Instead, he consulted Su Hao first. Su Hao was completely speechless and said, Manager Li, game advertising is part of my game to make money, but 3 million, too little. They underestimate the value of Plants vs. Zombies, and the price offered by advertisers is not 10 million. Don't need to report to me. Li Hong is completely messed up in the wind. 10 million a year advertising expenses, is it really okay? Don't say 10 million, 3 million. Li Hong is satisfied, thinking that for the 2 games he developed before, no advertisers are willing to give 10,000 yuan. Xiao, will any advertisers be willing to pay 10 million? Li Hong said in a very nervous tone. Su Hao said very seriously, Manager Li, your concept has to be changed. Are there any games with 5 million simultaneous online users in China? Not to mention 5 million, no 2 million are online at the same time. Plants vs. Zombies 5. What does 1 million simultaneous online mean? Not to mention anything else, this huge user alone is already worth 10 million advertising costs. Manager Li, your layout has to be enlarged. Our game is a free game, and there will only be more and more players. I don't think there are 10 million people. In the future, advertisers will come to your door. You tell them that Plants vs. Zombies only has 3 advertising spaces. The higher the price is. Don't agree to any advertisers until you don't have 5 million people online. I see, Su Xiao. After finishing the call, Li Hong couldn't relax for a long time. With 3 advertising spaces, 1 for 10 million, Plants vs. Zombies can make money solely based on advertising fees. Su Xiao definitely has other ways to make money. This way. Thinking of this, Li Hong is more confident in the company. No, because he has more confidence in Su Hao, and he gradually returned to his heart. 5 million are online at the same time, and it must be done within a week. Li Hong gave himself a deadly order in his heart. At the supermarket, the event ended perfectly in 3 days, with a total turnover of 11.5 million in 3 days, achieving Su Hao's expected goal. The expected price cuts of the other three major supermarkets did not appear, which made Suhao slightly puzzled. It should be that the location of the supermarket is far away from the other three large supermarkets, and its power is insignificant. If it is placed 10 years later and there are supermarkets everywhere, it would be strange if the price is not reduced. Without fighting, Suhao is more worry-free, so the supermarket can have more time to develop. There is a Donghai shop, and the next step is to vigorously develop the county route, and eventually form a siege, and the province will blossom. During the 2 weeks of military training, Suhao treated it with a normal heart. On the basis of physical fitness +5, Suhao easily carried it, which made Hong Dabao's 3 roommates envious. Many girls in the class are tanned a lot, and Zhang Menqi's white and tender skin also has a healthy wheat color. After 2 weeks of getting along, everyone is more familiar with Zhang Menqi's charm. Not only conquered the boys in the class, but also the girls. Seeing Zhang Menqi's orderly arrangements for class matters, and talking and laughing with the girls, Suhao knew that Zhang Menqi's position as class leader was settled. After the military training was over, all the students were celebrating. Hong Dabao, I finally got through it. It's not easy. I'm all haggard and my temperament is reduced. Is the temperament lowered? Wang Yangjun looked at Hong Dabao in confusion. Boss, don't worry about Dabao, his world is different from ours. Li Weikang joked. Hong Dabao retorted, what is different in our world? You and I are under the same sky. Ha ha. After the military training ended, Zhang Menqi became the squad leader without any dispute. Hong Dabao was also elected as a publicity committee member. Wang Yangjun and Li Weikang did not go to campaign for cadres. Suhao asked why. Wang Yangjun and Li Weikang both said they were going to work part-time, and they didn't have the energy to be a cadre on duty. Through this month's familiarization, Suhao knew that Wang Yangjun's family conditions were average, otherwise there would be no National Tsinghua University to make up, so he chose to give him tuition-free Tunghai University instead. Li Weikang's family conditions are a little better than Wang Yangjun, and he has to find a part-time job to reduce the burden on the family. There are 4 people in the dormitory, but Suhao has nothing to do by himself. September 20th, Li Weikang and Wang Yangjun returned to the dormitory angrily. Boss, second, what's the matter? Hong Dabao asked. Suhao also looked at both of them suspiciously. After Wang Yangjun's narration, Suhao learned the reason for their anger. It turned out that many of the classmates in the school were obstructed by a senior in the student union. As a result, Wang Yangjun and Li Weikang did not find a part-time job. The reason that the senior targeted them was actually because of Zhang Menqi. The senior wanted to chase Zhang Menqi, but Zhang Menqi completely ignored the other party, so the other party retaliated. Ma Dan, I actually want to chase our monitor, who is that spicy chicken stuff, tell me, I'll beat him up. Hong Dabao immediately froze. Du Ziteng, that guy is Du Ziteng. I heard that he is a rich second generation, and his family is very powerful in the East China Sea. Li Weikang said what he knew. Du Ziteng. Hong Dabao frowned slightly, and said solemnly, I know this guy, his family runs a supermarket. The Meijiafu supermarket in the city center is opened by his family. The family's assets exceed 1 billion yuan. Quite famous. I heard that this guy is very good at picking up girls. When he meets a beautiful girl, he uses money first, but he can't use other methods. He is a scumbag with countless women. Hong Dabao angrily said, it is absolutely impossible for that scumbag to tarnish our squad leader. Goddess, the third child, I support you in chasing the squad leader. You must act quickly, and you must not let Du Ziteng's scumbag man harm the squad leader. Yeah, the third child, if you are interested in the squad leader, act quickly and don't let the squad leader be harmed by the scumbag. Li Weikang echoed. Wang Yangjun also nodded in agreement. Suhao was speechless and said, we are talking about your part-time job. How can you tell me about your relationship? The second child said that the monitor did not take care of the scumbag. I also know Zhang Menqi. Don't worry, if she doesn't like Zhang Menqi, she will never give the scumbag a chance. The third son, the monitor is so beautiful. Don't you like her? Hong Dabao asked. Suhao whispered, how to put it this way, you don't believe it if you don't like it, do you like it? If you like it, go after it if you like it. I'll help you make suggestions and make sure you catch the squad leader. Hong Dabao vowed. Don't, Dabao, feelings can't be forced, let it be. Suhao saw that Hong Dabao was still unwilling to give up and promised Dabao, don't worry, tomorrow I will find a chance to remind Zhang Menqi and let her be careful of Du Ziteng's scumbag. Now we still talk about going back to the boss and second child to find a part-time job. Boss, second, Du Ziteng's scumbag is blocking it. You can't find a part-time job at school. What do you and your classmates plan to do? What can I do? The school has no chance, so I can only find it outside the school. Li Weikang smiled bitterly. My second child and I are going to look outside the school tomorrow. Wang Yangjun echoed. Suhao fell into deep thought, and Hong Dabao had no idea for a while. 10 seconds later, Suhao said, "Boss, second, have you ever thought of being a tutor?" Tutor. Wang Yongjun and Li Weikang were both taken aback. That's right. Suhao nodded lightly and said, "Boss, you're a researcher in your province, and second, you get a perfect score in mathematics. You are all high-achieving students from Dongda University and fully capable of tutoring. Can we do it? We are not teachers, how can someone believe us?" Wang Yongjun and Li Weikang were not confident. Suhao earnestly said, "Boss, second, your advantage is that you have good grades in the college entrance examination. The tutors can target high school students. Like the second child, the scores of the college entrance examination mathematics will be posted. Parents will definitely be tempted. Needless to say, our Dongda University is one of the 8 key universities in the country. With your good scores in the college entrance examination, there is absolutely hope of finding a good tutor." But there was Du Zitang's scum on the school. We didn't have a chance at all. Li Weikang looked distressed. Suhao said his idea, "It's okay. I will design a tutoring website. When that time, students who want to be tutors will register on the website for certification. Then we will organize students to find student sources and let parents accompany their children online among you. Choose one to be a tutor." Following Suhao's words, the three Wang Yongjun were stunned. My goodness, that idea. This idea is simply awesome. I have a hunch that it will definitely succeed. The third child, you are too good. Hong Dabao was completely restrained by Suhao's brilliant idea. Lao San, your idea is really good, I can definitely make it. Li Weikang and Wang Yongjun both agreed with Suhao's idea very much. The third child, do you know how to make a website? Wang Yongjun asked his worries. I have a relative who builds a website. I can ask him to do it for me. Wait a few days patiently. When the website is ready, the problem of part-time job will be solved quickly. Suhao smiled. It's great, don't say wait a few days, wait 10 days and half a month without any problem. Li Weikang said with joy. Then I will go to my relatives tomorrow morning. The next day Suhao came to the game company and talked to Li Hong about the tutoring website. Li Hong readily agreed that a simple website with a framework and settings will be completed in 3 days. September 23rd. After Suhao saw the finished website and tested and improved some minor flaws, the tutoring website was released. Manager Li, give employees an extra 500 bonus this month. This is to repay the hard work of the employees. Suhao understands that if you want a horse to run, you have to give horse grass. The company has more than a dozen employees, and thousands of bonuses can buy people's hearts, which is super cost-effective. The tutoring website, Suhao originally wanted to use jiajiao.com, but the tutoring pinyin website could be registered by someone. Suhao thought of 211,985 and directly replaced it with this string of numbers, so the tutoring website URL became 2111985.com. Back to the dormitory, Suhao asked Wang Yongjun and Li Weikang to try to log into the website, register with their real names, and fill in the information. The operation was simple and convenient. There are 2 more tutors in the website database. The third child, the operation of this website is very simple, very convenient, and really good. Li Weikang praised. Well, let's go to the monitor to see how the classmates react to the tutoring website. Suhao plans to use Zhang Menqi to summon part-time classmates to join in. After Zhang Menqi learned of the 985,211 tutoring website from Suhao, she was shocked. Suhao, the idea of a tutoring website is super wonderful. How did you come up with it? Suhao quickly explained the reasons why Wang Yongjun and Li Weikang were blocked from finding part-time jobs. Zhang Menqi frowned when she heard the words, and said, sorry, I'm bothering you. I will report this to the department. I don't believe that Du Zitang can cover the sky with one hand. Squad leader, what we are going to do now is a tutoring website to help students get part-time jobs, and then slowly clean up Du Zitang afterwards. Suhao said softly. Zhang Menqi nodded lightly, and said, well, what to do, just tell me, I will cooperate with you. Suhao explained the plan in his mind in detail. Zhang Menqi nodded again and again. Then Zhang Menqi announced the 985,211 tutoring website in the class. Zhang Menqi left it to Suhao to introduce the link of 985,211 tutoring website. After all, she is not very familiar with tutoring website. Suhao introduced all the advantages and prospects of the tutoring website. Suhao, is there really 15 yuan an hour? Suhao, are people really willing to ask us to be tutors? The students said their questions one after another. Suhao responded patiently. 15 yuan an hour is only the lowest price. Our Tunghai University is one of the 8th big. All the students have very good college entrance examination results. They will surely impress the parents of those senior high school graduates. I can guarantee that most of the students are paid more than 15 yuan an hour. Money, even the reward for the top pick in the college entrance examination will exceed 100 yuan an hour. 100 yuan an hour, is it really possible? Would anyone be willing to spend $100 asking us to teach their children? The students couldn't believe the price. Classmates, you are too despised. Do you know why the tutoring website is called 985,211? I chose to use this name to tell all parents that the teachers on our 985,211 tutoring website are all freshmen with outstanding college entrance examination scores in major universities. If they choose us, their children are more likely to be admitted to prestigious universities. Don't say 100, it is possible for the students' parents to get the top pick in the college entrance examination to 200 or 300. What's more, this is just an opportunity for everyone to find part-time jobs. Even if there is no parent bidding, you will not lose money. If there is a parent bidding, it represents at least 15 yuan for an hour. You can arrange according to your own time, from 7 to 9 p.m. every night. 2 hours, 8 hours a day for 2 days on weekends, 26 hours a week, 390 yuan income, 1,560 yuan a month. Earning food and living expenses is definitely not a problem. The students were completely moved by Su Hao. I signed up, Su Hao. Although my grades are not very good, I still have to try. 1,560 a month, more than my dad works in the county. I have to try. My God, if someone pays 50 yuan an hour, it doesn't cost more than 5,000 yuan a month, which is higher than the salary of many working-class workers in Donghai City. To register, you must register. Fools don't sign up. No one bids and doesn't lose money. If someone bids, it will make a lot of money, haha. The mobile phone money has fallen. I can earn a mobile phone money in 2 months. Su Hao, how do I sign up? Su Hao saw everyone shouting to sign up, with a charming smile on his face. To register, you only need to register with the real name on the homeschooling website, and then verify the information. Remind everyone that you must fill in the real information. We will verify this afterwards. If someone is found to be fraudulent, the qualification of the tutor will be cancelled. At the same time, everyone should be based on their own time. If Monday to Friday evenings cannot be arranged, the weekend can be extended by 2 hours. You have to think about it before filling in the information, because parents will choose based on your information. Who is more suitable to be their child's tutor? So Hao finished speaking and continued, considering that some students don't have computers, male students can go to my dormitory to register with my computer, and female students can go to the monitor's dormitory to register with the monitor's computer. Stu Hao, you are really thoughtful. I will register when I get back to the dormitory. I don't have to worry about finding a part-time job now. I only ask for a tutor for 15 yuan an hour. I got 149 points in mathematics in the college entrance examination, and I should be able to get a good price, haha. Starting from tomorrow, I need a group of students to promote the tutoring website in the school in their spare time. It costs 40 yuan a day. If you are willing to wait for a while, you can come to my place to sign up. Does it cost 40 yuan a day? To sign up, you must sign up. Haha, I will sign up without any money. Su Hao, count me. Soon, 3/4 of the students in the class signed up to join the promotion. So Hao divides the group into groups, and then distributes the printed leaflets to them so that they can promote the promotion in their spare time. Stu Hao, don't worry, I will advertise when I go back. Such a good part-time job is sure to be a lot of people willing to do it. Before 12 o'clock that night, Su Hao saw that there were already certified materials of students in the backstage of the website. Good start, I believe there will be more tomorrow, haha. September 24, 2002. On this day, the 985,211 family education website formally appeared in front of the students of Donghai University. For the entire 1 or 2,000 students, more than 600 people logged on to the 985,211 tutoring website on this day to register with real names and complete information certification. So Hao didn't expect things to go so smoothly. He thought it would take a week to complete the registration and certification of the school, who knew that so many people would register and certification in one day. How did Su Hao know that the part-time job offered by the student union is at most 8 yuan an hour, most of which are 5 or 6 yuan, and many are coolies? Su Hao here at least 15 yuan an hour, or they are familiar with the learning problem. Such a comparison, whether it is a part-time or part-time freshman, all freshmen do not hesitate to log into the tutoring website to register for certification. Just like Su Hao said, there is no loss in registration. In case a parent chooses, there is no need to worry about living expenses in the next year, and you can even earn sophomore and junior tuition. On September 25, Su Hao discussed with Zhang Menqi and started to expand the source of students to surrounding schools. For students who are not key universities, there is a registration threshold. The total score of the college entrance examination must be at 1 score, or the score in one subject must be at or above the score. Regarding this point, no one has any objections. After all, some students whose college entrance examination scores are too low are meaningless to sign up. No parents will choose them. At Donghai Normal University, Su Hao directly let the fat man Li Jun be responsible for the promotion, and other schools let the classmates go to their high school classmates for promotion. Among them, Suhao used money to open the way. A small amount of money can make everyone more active, so why not do it? The time came to September 29th. In less than a week, the tutoring website had a total of 3,185 first-year students registered and certified. Among them, 26 were the top students in the college entrance examination, 2 of them were provincial champions, and the others were champions in various cities. On this day, Suhao and Zhang Menqi began to try to find parents in the community to promote the home education website. After inquiring, all parents with children in high school at home were very interested after listening to the introduction. Both Suhao and Zhang Menqi will leave a leaflet for parents with the entire process of logging into the tutoring website and registering on it. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Suhao and Zhang Menqi returned to school. Menqi, I have worked hard for you today. I will let you know if there is good news later. Before leaving, Suhao smiled and said to Zhang Menqi, well, I believe there will be good news. Zhang Menqi remembered Suhao's 3-inch tongue during the day, and many parents were very interested in the pictures, and I firmly believe that many parents will register. Suhao smiled and said, more than 200 flyers have been sent out. I don't want all of them to be converted and registered. I am also satisfied with half of them. Yes, I will compare my heart. If I were a parent, I would also like my child to have a college entrance examination champion counselor. Zhang Menqi smiled. The two went back to their dormitories. Suhao keeps his computer on and keeps an eye on the number of registered parents on the backstage of the tutoring website. At 10 o'clock in the evening, more than 100 parents have registered for certification information. At this moment, Suhao knew that the tutoring website was completed. Suhao immediately called Zhang Menqi to inform. Menqi, good news, more than 100 parents have registered. Zhang Menqi, Suhao, congratulations, I know the tutoring website will be successful. Suhao, this is everyone's credit, haha. Zhang Menqi, without you, there would be no tutoring website. My classmates and I would just help. Suhao, if you say that, I will be proud. I will praise me when the bidding is over, haha. Zhang Menqi, if your grades are good then you have to treat your classmates to a meal. Suhao, that is necessary. The call is over, each has a good dream. After Du Zitang learned about the tutoring website, he was very disdainful. What kind of shit tutoring website is simply whimsical? Asking students to be tutors is not good for tutors? As of 12 o'clock in the evening on September 30th, dozens of students have been registered. Suhao knows that there is no need to go to the student registration side, and will start to look for parents and students from tomorrow. On this day, Suhao got the September summary report from the supermarket. The Donghai main store supermarket had a performance of 50 million yuan in September and a net profit of 4 million yuan, which excludes the huge expenses for the 3-day opening event. The county-level branch supermarket has a performance of over 20 million in September and a net profit of 3 million. The total profit of the two stores is 7 million. I made 7 million a month. Although there is not a lot of group purchases, Suhao is very satisfied. This is a long-term business, and it is only 2 supermarkets. If dozens of stores are opened in the province, the monthly profit may be almost 100 million. The September summary report of Hao Games was also in Suhao's hands. Plants vs. Zombies has more than 6 million online users and 20 million registered users, making it the pinnacle of games in China and even in the world. 3 advertising spaces sold 36 million advertising fees, each of 12 million, no other income, wages, water and electricity and other costs are less than 500,000, plus the need to pay 2 publicity and promotion expenses to the Fat Man Li Jun 1.5 million yuan, with a net profit of 33 million yuan. Seeing 33 million net profit, Suhao was secretly moved. No wonder it is said that the game is profitable, f*ck, this is still a free game, if it is charged, does it mean that you have to make a lot of money? However, this advertising fee is for 1 year, and on average, 1 month is not too much. But Suhao is very satisfied. With these 33 million, the supermarket can sing forward. Suhao asked 100 people to promote the family education website to their parents in Donghai during the National Day holiday. Each person paid 80 yuan a day, plus 2 meals for 20, and each person had 100 yuan a day. 100 people, 10,000 yuan a day, 70,000 yuan in 7 days. Knowing that Suhao needs to pay 70,000 yuan, Zhang Menqi asked worriedly, Suhao, where did you get so much money? If it's not enough, I have 2,000 yuan here. You can use it first. It's not good, I can and my classmates we said that we will replenish it after the website has money. Menqi, I think you are fainted these days. Have you forgotten that I made money from my computer group purchase? I will take out tens of thousands of dollars. Don't worry, Suhao explained. Yes, I forgot that you made money from the computer group purchase. I really worried about you. Zhang Menqi suddenly realized. Suhao smiled and said, it's my pleasure to worry about beautiful women. Zhang Menqi rolled her eyes and said nothing. When Chen Juniong reported the September supermarket summary report, he suggested to start opening supermarket branches in each county. Su Hao did not agree immediately. He was waiting for the first stock to appear. As long as the first stock appeared, more funds would accumulate, and he could be more open to work at that time. More than a month later, Su Hao had a hunch that the first stock was about to appear. Su Hao didn't have the suggestion to kill Chen Juniong with a stick, to dispel the others' enthusiasm. What's more, the county branch plan is his development route. If he refuses resolutely, Chen Juniong will be extremely confused. In the end, Su Hao asked Chen Juniong to arrange the staff of the Donghai store, and then go to the counties to find suitable places. All counties in Donghai must be blossomed. As for the counties of other cities, we will wait for funds. Chen Juniong was overjoyed with Su Hao's approval. Xiao, don't worry, I will definitely choose a good location these days during the National Day. After a month, we will have our Jiajiafus supermarkets open in all counties in Donghai City. Looking at the schedule, I only have one request. Try to buy the supermarket facade. If you can't buy it, we will rent it again. Su Hao reiterated his request. Chen Juniong didn't understand Su Hao's request, and asked, Su Hao, if we buy all the facades, our funds may not be able to support the full bloom of the counties. Renting a storefront can save a lot of money. Most supermarkets now rent storefronts. Finally, Chen Juniong added an explanation. Su Hao earnestly said, Manager Chen, your goal must be long-term. Our supermarkets are not open for 1 or 2 years, let alone 5 or 10 years, but for decades. The land is cheap now, and we don't buy it now. Will you buy it later when the land is expensive? You don't have to worry about funding for the time being, just let it go. My game company has made some money and can support the opening of all county supermarkets in Donghai City. In the future, the country's economy will develop, and the housing prices will be horrifying year by year, and the rent will be like that. Now that we have bought a storefront, we have an incomparably huge advantage for the future development of the supermarket. Chen Juniong nodded after hearing it, and replied, Xiao, I understand, I will try to buy all the supermarket facades. In the evening, Su Hao and Yuan Suofei had a small gathering. Since the beginning of school, after the military training, Su Hao and Yuan Suofei have only met occasionally, and there is no time to eat together. Boss Su, finally have time to eat with the little girl. Yuan Suofei's eyes flashed with resentment, but her tone was joking. Su Hao whispered, Sister Concubine, this time is really busy. I haven't had time to go home these days during the National Day. I have to go to the parent resource of the tutoring website. Concubine Yuan Shui wighted Su Hao and said, I know you are busy, do you want me to help? Su Hao said, Sister Concubine, the supermarket will open an online store in a county. If you are busy, you should take care of yourself. So fast. Yuan Suofei was slightly surprised. Opening branches in each county is a strategy that Su Hao has already formulated. Yuan Suofei thought it would take 2 or 3 months to accumulate a certain amount of funds before acting, but she didn't expect it to be so fast. Su Hao pushed all of them to Chen Juniong and said, Sister Concubine, I can't blame me. Manager Chen is too motivated. He proposed to open a branch in the county as soon as possible. Besides, I still have sufficient funds, so I promised him. What you said, am I not going to make progress? Yuan Suofei gave Su Hao a sharp look. Su Hao chuckled and said, Hey, no, Concubine, you are the most motivated girl I have ever seen. I believe you have a ghost. Yuan Suofei said so, but she was very happy in her heart. The weather is sunny these days on National Day. You should pay attention to your body when you go out to find parental resources. Don't get heat stroke. Yuan Suofei was concerned. Su Hao smiled and said, Well, Sister Concubine, so are you. After a meal, the two ate very happily. Su Hao thought of the inconvenience of designing things in the dormitory, so he said to Yuan Suofei, Sister Concubine, which community near my school has a better environment? What? Yuan Suofei asked in confusion, you want to buy a house? Su Hao shook his head and said, No, I have to do something. It is not convenient to be in the dormitory. I want to rent a house outside. Girlfriend? Jin Yu Kangjiao. Yuan Suofei stared at Su Hao closely, fearing Su Hao's affirmative answer in her heart. I also thought, but unfortunately not. I have to design something. The dormitory is too noisy, so it's quieter outside. Su Hao explained. Then you don't need to rent a house, just go to my place to live. My place is not very far from your school, and it is convenient for you to go back and forth if you have a car. Yuan Suofei said with courage. Go to live with you. Su Hao couldn't react for a moment. Concubine Yuan Shui said, What? Are you afraid that I might eat you? Su Hao smiled and said, I'm not afraid of this. I'm afraid that someday I will eat you, concubine, haha. A fascinating blush flashed across Yuan Suofei's face, and said, You little kid, what am I afraid of? That's okay, then I will live with concubine, and when I am rich, I will buy a big villa. Then, concubine, you will also move in to live in, hee hee. Su Hao said smoothly. Yuen Swafei joked, "Why, Boss Su, are you planning to take care of me?" Su Hao joked, "How can I say that, it's Jinyu Kangjiao, you said it." Concubine Yuen Shui gave Su Hao a sharp look. After a meal, the two separated happily. During the 7 days of the National Day, Su Hao, Zhang Menqi and others traveled all corners of Donghai City and achieved remarkable results. As of 6 p.m. on October 6, the number of registered parents on the backstage of the tutoring website has reached 6,515. Seeing this data, Su Hao's face was full of excitement. Su Hao has a hunch that the tutoring website will be a big success. October 7, Su Hao asked most of the students to withdraw from the promotion and instead verify the authenticity of the parents' registration information. The verification of parent registration information is for the safety of students. With so many families registering, if a gangster takes advantage of the situation and causes an accident during the home education of a female classmate, the entire tutoring website will go bankrupt, and Su Hao will feel guilty for a lifetime. For the safety of students, it is necessary to verify the authenticity of the registered home address, tutoring object, and parent work. Su Hao directly arranges the matching of men and women to verify each family, so as to prevent accidents. Su Hao is naturally combined with Zhang Menqi, which is the default of the students. After so many days of working together, the students all assumed that Su Hao and Zhang Menqi were a pair. Lao San, come on, take down the monitor as soon as possible, so that Du Zitang's scum will give up. Hong Dabao quietly encouraged Su Hao. Su Hao gave Hong Dabao a fierce look and said, "Hurry up and do things, and pay attention to protecting the female classmates. Then you need to say, such a good opportunity, if I don't cherish it, should I still use it?" Hong Dabao was anxious to set off right away, so that he could be alone with the girls and the team. At that time, he can increase his feelings with girls with his 3-inch tongue, and then develop quickly, bid farewell to single dogs. The students took the family information they needed to authenticate and left one after another. After everyone left, Zhang Menqi said to Su Hao, "What were you muttering with Hong Dabao just now?" Su Hao glanced at Zhang Menqi suspiciously. "The beautiful class leader, you are not such a gossip. Why would you ask such a gossip question?" "It's nothing, I remind him to pay attention to safety and protect the female partner," Su Hao said casually. Zhang Menqi looked like I didn't believe it, and continued to ask, "Why don't I look like it?" "When Hong Dabao was whispering to you, he looked at me for a few times. I guess it is related to me." Su Hao is speechless. "Beautiful class leader, can you not be so smart? Don't you know that sometimes smart girls are not likable?" "Ha ha." Su Hao smiled sly, did not answer, and changed the subject. "Let's go, today is a heavy task, we have to hurry up." Zhang Menqi saw that Su Hao didn't want to answer, so she chopped off her feet in dissatisfaction, but she didn't continue to ask questions. Soon, Su Hao and Zhang Menqi came to their first family. "Hello, I am Su Hao, a part-time student on the tutoring website, and this is Zhang Menqi. We are here to verify your certification information," Su Hao said politely, and then took out his student ID. This set of Su Hao was also taught to other students in order to gain the trust of parents. "Hello." Su Hao smiled and asked, "Are you Li Min and Li?" According to the certification information on the tutoring website, Su Hao knows the names of the couple and their children. The middle-aged woman Li Min nodded gently and said, "Well, this is Li Min, what would you like to drink?" Su Hao said politely, "No, thank Aunt Li." "Auntie Li, for the protection of the rights and interests of both parties, we are here to verify the information this time. Please take out the real estate certificate for us to see," Zhang Menqi said on the side. Old Chen, a classmate from the tutoring website, came to verify the information. "You take out the real estate certificate," Li Min shouted at the kitchen. After shouting, Li Minchun asked, "Why do you want to see the real estate certificate?" Su Hao explained, "Aunt Li, I hope you don't take offense, because many of our student tutors are girls. We must confirm the authenticity of your home address and other information, so that we can rest assured that we will let them come to home tutoring to assist your child in learning. How come you are strange? This is a must. You pay so much attention to safety issues, I am more at ease." Li Min smiled slightly and continued, "I think the idea of tutoring website is very good. As your leaflet said, tutors and my child has a generation gap, and you are freshmen, and your child's age is the same, so counseling is more effective. Thank you Auntie Li for the compliment, we will definitely not disappoint your thousands of parents." Su Hao expressed his gratitude. Oh, a flash of surprise flashed across Li Min's face, and the gratitude to Su Hao was slightly puzzled in his heart. Zhang Menqi sensed Li Min's doubts and smiled. "Aunt Li, Su Hao is the founder of the 985,211 tutoring website." Li Min suddenly realized, so it turned out to be like this. "Student Su Hao, your idea is really amazing. As a journalist who has been working for many years, I have a foreboding that the tutoring website will be a big success. Thank you Aunt Li for your kind words." Su Hao thanked. At this time, Li Min's husband Lao Chen came out with the real estate certificate. Su Hao and Zhang Menqi verified all the information one by one. Li Min and his wife were very cooperative and the process went smoothly. "Thank you Uncle Chen and Aunt Li." We will verify all family information today and tomorrow. At 8 o'clock tomorrow evening, we will start bidding. Then you can log on to the website to find the tutor you need to bid. Su Hao reminded. In order to put an end to your child's premature love, I suggest you choose a tutor of the same sex as your child. Su Hao warmly reminded. Haha, student Su Hao, you are really thoughtful, thank you. At 8 o'clock tomorrow evening, we will definitely log on to the website to find a suitable tutor. Li Min smiled. So Hao and Zhang Menqi leave the Chen family. Husband, I have a hunch that the 985,211 website will be popular in the East China Sea. I just wanted to interview Su Hao seriously. Li Min said. Interview with classmate Su Hao. Yes, Su Hao is the founder of the tutoring website. Well, it's no wonder that Su Hao's performance is very stable. No wonder he can come up with such a good idea on a tutoring website. Now is not the best time for an interview. Let's wait for tomorrow night. If there is a good result in the bidding tomorrow night, we will interview again. It's not too late. Aha. After leaving the Chen family, Zhang Menqi praised Su Hao with a smile on her face. Su Hao, you are so amazing, I admire you more and more. You can praise me when the auction results will shine tomorrow night, haha. Su Hao said the same thing. The next day, Su Hao and Zhang Menqi, as well as other groups of classmates, ran on the roads of various families, and the process of verifying the information went smoothly. On October 8, the holiday ended, but 100 classmates were still running. By 5 p.m., all family information was verified. To thank everyone, Su Hao invited all the students to eat a big meal. After a full meal, Su Hao returned to the dormitory, logged into the backstage of the tutoring website, and looked forward to the results of the bidding. The third child, do you think someone will offer me an offer? Levi Kang's face was extremely worried. You bid a perfect score in math, there must be someone bidding, you can rest assured. Su Hao smiled. Although I said that, I am really nervous. If no one offers me an offer, I really have to go to the construction site to move bricks. Levi Kang said half-jokingly. Haha, second child, if no one really makes an offer for you, I will definitely introduce you to a job of moving bricks on a construction site. Hong Dabao laughed loudly. Fuck off, someone will definitely give me an offer. I am a high-achieving student with a perfect score in the mathematics of the Tunghai University entrance examination. How could no one bid me? Boss, don't you think? Levi Kang looked at Wang Yangjun, looking forward to Wang Yangjun's encouragement. Wang Yangjun was completely unaware of Levi Kang's expectation, and said slowly, second, I really don't know about this. I am very worried about whether someone will offer me an offer. Boss, you can put 100 hearts on it. You are looking for the college entrance examination in your province. Someone will definitely offer you an offer, and the price will be good. Su Hao assured. Well, the third child, I believe you. With Su Hao's words, Wang Yangjun's worries disappeared a little. The third child, you are treated differently, I'm so pitiful. Levi Kang cried miserably. Haha, don't pretend to be pitiful, the bidding will start right away. Su Hao checked the time. It was 7:58, and 2 minutes later, the backstage bidding on the tutoring website started. At this moment, more than 6,000 families in Danhai City have put aside their work and log on to the 985,211 family education website to find the tutors their children need. After logging into the website, a line of reminders popped up on the website. Dear parents, hello, in order to eliminate and prevent emotional problems, I suggest you try to choose a teacher of the same gender as your child when choosing a home tutor for your child. Although Su Hao urged the students to remind parents of this when verifying the information, Su Hao still felt that it was necessary to remind the parents again when they logged on to the website, so as to prevent children and tutors from falling in love and delaying learning. If so, there are parents who choose the opposite sex tutor for their children, then Su Hao has nothing to say. Lao San, you are a good reminder, like one. Hong Dabao gave Su Hao a thumbs up. Su Hao looked at the back-end records. The number of top picks in the college entrance examination has the highest number of views, followed by Wang Yangjun, who has high scores, and then Levi Kang, who has a perfect score in a single subject, and finally the classmate who scores evenly in each subject. At 8:01, someone started to bid, who was the top pick in the college entrance examination, and some parents paid 15 yuan an hour. In less than half a minute, someone bid 20 yuan. 10 minutes later, the prices of the three champions in the college entrance examination soared to more than 100. Oh my god, that's 100 yuan. It's only 10 minutes. The bidding will not end until 10 o'clock. There is more than an hour. The final price can't be 200, or even more than 300, Levi Kang exclaimed. I said that the college entrance examination champion will definitely be a high price. This is just the beginning. I have a hunch that the price of the three college entrance examination champions will exceed 300 yuan. Su Hao is very confident. 300 yuan an hour, my goodness, 31,200 yuan a month, this. Wang Yangjun quickly calculated the money earned by the college entrance examination champion, instantly confused. More than 30,000 yuan a month, my god, this college entrance examination champion will earn more than urban white-collar workers while in school. Hong Dabao sighed. The third child, see if anyone offers me an offer. Levi Kang couldn't wait to urge Su Hao. Su Hao clicked on Levi Kang's profile page. In an instant, Levi Kang was very excited. Haha, someone has offered me an offer. I want to have a part-time job for 15 yuan an hour, haha. Levi Kang was excited when he saw a parent offer him an offer. The third child, look at me. Wang Yangjun couldn't help but let Su Hao see if anyone offered him an offer. Su Hao switched to Wang Yangjun's interface and saw that the above price was 30. Congratulations, boss, congratulations, someone has already offered you 30 yuan an hour. 30 yuan for an hour. Wang Yangjun was stunned for several seconds before he came to his senses, and then quickly calculated, 30 yuan for an hour, a month for an hour, 3,120 remuneration, I can earn 3,120 a month, is this true? Wang Yangjun couldn't believe the figure he had calculated. The total income of his parents in a year is less than 10,000, and he can earn 1/3 a month, this. So Hao patted Wang Yangjun on the shoulder and said, boss, this price is true. Now this price is not your final price. Your final price is estimated to be above 50. Wang Yangjun was so excited that he held Su Hao's hands tightly and said sincerely, the third child, thank you so much. Thank me for what you are doing. You deserve it. If you don't have good grades, you won't have such a good price. Knowledge is wealth. You use your knowledge to make money. Don't thank me. Su Hao smiled road. Of course I have to thank you, the third child. If you didn't want to create a tutoring website, our knowledge would be useless. All part-time tutors will thank you very much this time. Levi Kang said very seriously. Hee, what do you guys say? Why do I think I'm very good? Su Hao chuckled softly. What do you think, the third child? You don't need to think, you are very powerful. Hong Dabao said directly. The fourth child, you're right, the third child is super powerful. Levi Kang and Wang Yangjun both echoed. With the passage of time, more and more students were offered bids, and the battle for the top pick has become fierce. Chen family. Li Min and his wife had logged on to the 985,211 tutoring website at 7:30 in the evening. Their idea is very simple. Determine the target early and bid as soon as the bid is available. Before 8 o'clock, Li Min and his wife selected several tutors, including a city champion. At 8 o'clock exactly, Li Min and his wife did not make the first move. When the price of the top dollar continued to soar, the couple was shocked. It only takes 10 minutes to break 100. How much will you get by 10 o'clock? Li Min and his wife were as shocked as Wang Yangjun and others. Not only them, many families in Donghai City were shocked when they saw the price of over 100 in just 10 minutes, let alone the families who participated in the bidding for the top prize. Old Chen, it seems that we don't need to think about the champion. Not to mention the provincial champion, the price of the city champion is estimated to be close to 200, we can't afford it. Li Min said. Old Chen, 200 in an hour, according to their tutoring time, 26 hours a week, 4 weeks a month, hours, a month more than 20,000, which is more than what we earn. Li Min quickly calculated one number. This is the power of knowledge, and knowledge is wealth. Old Chen said piously. Li Min thoughtfully said, no, I can't afford the champion tutor. I also have to find a teacher who is most suitable for Xiaodong. Xiaodong's math score is not good. Let's find a teacher with high math scores in the college entrance examination to help him. It's a perfect score in mathematics. Well, hurry up and look for it. In this way, the two found Levi Kang. Levi Kang's full score made Li Min and his wife very satisfied. Seeing that Levi Kang's price was only 18 yuan, the two did not hesitate to bid 20 yuan. There are many families with the same ideas as Li Min and his wife. Most families can't afford the champion, so they can only look for the teacher who is most suitable for their children. For a while, people who have full scores in a single subject frequently bid. The third child, my price is 22. Haha, I didn't expect that I am also very popular. There are several families competing. Levi Kang saw his price come to 22, his face was full of joy and excitement. I found that many families started to bid for full scores or high scores in a single subject. It seems that they are looking for tutors for their children's partial subjects. The second child, your math scores are perfect, and the final price is estimated to be not low. Su Hao analyzed. Haha, I don't ask for 50. I'm satisfied with 40. I'm lucky if it's not 40 or 30, haha. Levi Kang believed Su Hao's analysis. Hong Dabao is also registered and certified. Unfortunately, his scores are very mediocre among many outstanding students, and there is no particularly high-scoring subject. So far he has not offered any bids. Why am I so pitiful? No one bid, I am too miserable. Hong Dabao sighed up to the sky. Fourth old, don't be discouraged. There is still time. Maybe someone will choose you in the end. Everyone must choose the best one. You will still have a chance later. Wang Yongjun comforted. The fourth child, it's not that I said you. The third child's score in the college entrance examination is higher than you. He didn't even register. Why are you playing together? Regret it now, hee hee. Levi Kang was joking. Suhao despised Dabeo. I already told you when you registered. With your grades, unless no one chooses them, the parents will not choose you. Your grades are really not outstanding, so give up. You don't have the slightest sympathy. Hong Dabeo looked pitiful. Suhao directly ignores this guy, he is on the line. 1 hour later, the prices of the 3 champions all exceeded 200, and one of them exceeded 300, which completely shocked the parents and classmates. When the price came to 200, many families withdrew silently. Their strength really did not allow them to find a tutor who would cost more than 200 yuan an hour. In the end, each champion was left with 2 or 3 families competing. In less than 1.5 hours, the battle for the champion was basically settled. The 3 provincial champions all exceeded 300 yuan, and the highest was 320 yuan per hour. Half of the other city champions exceeded 200, and half were close to 200. The prices were not much different. Of more than 3,000 teachers, only more than 20 did not bid. Hong Dabeo was one of them. After Suhao told Hong Dabeo of the data, Hong Dabeo looked bitter, as if others owed him millions. Dabeo, you have a wealth of money, and you don't miss that little tutoring money. I want to start some, hee hee. Suhao joked. Hong Dabeo was speechless. Zhang Menqi's dormitory. There are 4 people in the dormitory, except for Zhang Menqi and one of the girls with good family conditions. The other 2 girls have signed up for part-time tutoring. Zhang Menqi also wanted to sign up, but Suhao resolutely blocked it. According to Suhao, it is not safe for you to be so beautiful to be a tutor. What's more, you will have to worry about the tutoring website in the future. If you don't need to do tutoring, the tutoring website will pay you salary. Zhang Menqi didn't refute, there was a little joy in her heart. No matter how she said, Suhao was praising her for being beautiful. The situation in Suhao's dormitory also happened in Zhang Menqi's dormitory. The 2 students who signed up for tutoring were overjoyed when they saw someone bid for them. Both of the students performed very well, and the price quickly exceeded 30 yuan an hour. 30 yuan an hour, I can earn 3,000 yuan a month, so I don't have to worry about the tuition of my sophomore and junior year. The girl cried with joy. More students with family difficulties are overjoyed when they see someone bid him through the computer of their classmates, and silently thank Suhao in their hearts. Without Suhao, there would be no tutoring website, and without tutoring website, they couldn't find such a good part-time job at all. Thanks to Suhao for all this. The last half an hour slipped away quietly, and the time came to 10 o'clock in the evening, and the bidding ended. The price of the champion has not changed, but the price of students with full scores in a single subject has changed again and again. In the end, only 15 of the more than 3,000 classmates had no bids, and other classmates had family bids. The highest is 320 yuan an hour, and the lowest is 15 yuan an hour. The average price for all students is 50 yuan. The bidding dust settled and everyone was happy. This evening, all freshmen in Donghai City are paying attention to the 985,211 tutoring website. The part-time job of the 3 champion super high-priced tutors spread quickly after the bidding ended. The 985,211 tutoring website was discussed by the majority of students, and the limelight overwhelmed all campus anecdotes. I heard of the 985,211 tutoring website? The college entrance examination champion can earn more than 30,000 yuan a month as a part-time tutor. More than 30,000? Bragging. The monthly income of white-collar workers is no more than 10,000. You make more than 30,000 as a freshman and working as a freshman. Bragging is not like that. Forget it. If you don't believe me, you can log on to the 985,211 tutoring website to see for yourself if you don't believe it. Not only the college entrance examination champion, most of the students who signed up for part-time jobs got very good value. The minimum is 15 yuan an hour, which is more than our usual part-time job. I envy the freshmen, how much money we only have for an hour, 6 yuan, f*ck, and their part-time tutors are at least 15 yuan. 2 hours is better than a day. It's just a bidding. I didn't pay. Maybe this is the boasting of the tutor website, or it may be that some parents are boring to bid. They may not bid. There are many people who can't eat grapes and say grapes are sour. It's also possible, if no one pays, the tutoring website will be a permanent joke, haha. Suhao is also worried about this issue. He worried that during the bidding process, the parents would participate in the bidding impulsively, and regret the bidding when they calm down afterwards. If the parents don't pay, Suhao can't help them. After all, the 2 parties have not signed the contract and it is impossible to force the other party to pay. There is no online payment yet, and payment is troublesome. You must go to the bank to deposit money into the bank account designated by the website. Because the tutoring website does not have a registered company, the so-called bank account is actually Suhao's personal account. The bidding ended. Suhao posted an announcement on the website to express his gratitude for the first time, and then reminded everyone to pay within 3 days. After the payment is completed, the tutor will come to home for tutoring the next day. The platform draws 3%, and students and teachers each give 1.5%. Since most people's prices are the same, in order to distinguish the payments of each family, Suhao specially set up a procedure to make the payment of each family different. For example, there are 100 families at the price of 20 yuan an hour. Calculated by 100 hours a month, a total of 2,000 yuan, which is a 1.5% draw, requires an additional 30 yuan, and a total of 30 yuan is required. 100 families marked number 1 to number 100. Family number 1 pays RMB 2029.99, family number 2 pays RMB 2029.98, and so on. Family number 100 pays RMB 2029. Before online payment, we could only use this stupid way to distinguish the payment of each family. But these have to be done by Zhang Menqi tomorrow. Suhao doesn't have the mind to do it, he just needs to control the general direction. After posting the website announcement, Suhao called Zhang Menqi. Menqi, come out, I have something to tell you. Zhang Menqi looked at the time and said, Suhao, the dormitory closes at 11:30, can you make it in time? Suhao, don't worry, it's definitely in time. Come out. I'll wait for you under your dormitory. After finishing the call, Suhao said to the three of Hong Dabao and left. Lao San, are you coming back tonight? Hong Dabao joked deliberately when Suhao asked Zhang Menqi. Fuck off. Suhao was too lazy to talk to Hong Dabao, and quickly left the dormitory. Oh, the youngest went on a date, leaving only the 3 bachelors of us. It's too difficult. Hong Dabao sighed. What appointment? The youngest went to the monitor to arrange tomorrow's affairs. Wang Yangjun corrected. That's also a date. According to this trend, the squad leader is Wuzishan who can't escape the third. Hong Dabao analyzed. Isn't that right, lest the squad leader is harmed by scum? Levi Kang said smoothly. That is, it is better to be harmed by the third child than by Du Zitang's scum. 10 minutes later, Suhao and Zhang Menqi met. Go, and eat something, and tell you something by the way. Suhao couldn't allow Zhang Menqi to refuse, and said directly. Then I want to eat barbecue. Zhang Menqi said directly. No problem, let's go. Suhao readily agreed. Barbecue stall. Suhao asked Zhang Menqi to order casually. So generous today? Zhang Menqi asked jokingly. That's a must. You are the acting manager of the tutoring website. I can't reward you. Suhao smiled. What kind of acting manager is ugly? Zhang Menqi rejected the term. The person in charge is the head office? I am the founder, and you are the person in charge, haha. Suhao changed his words. It's pretty much the same. There is no registered company on the tutoring website, so there is no manager. Zhang Menqi smiled slightly. Suhao then told Zhang Menqi all about the payment and other matters. It is 3%, 1.5% for each party, is it too small? Zhang Menqi felt that this was a little bit small, and the two sides shared it. How could it be 5% for each, 2.5% for one person? Not much. It's okay, I don't expect this to make money, just keep the tutoring website running. Suhao said, actually, the 3-point rake is quite a lot. The average price is 50 yuan an hour, and the rake is 3 points. There can be about 600,000 yuan a month, and there is no problem in maintaining website operations and paying salaries. 600,000, is there that much? Zhang Menqi quickly calculated a sum of accounts, but it turned out that there was only a lot more, and she was instantly surprised. Suhao, you are amazing. You have so many points. If you have 5 points, wouldn't it be worth 1 million per month? You can easily become a millionaire if you remove the operating cost of the website. I am sorry to make money with this. I have arrangements for the profit of the website. In short, I will not take a cent of the profit from the website. Suhao never thought about making money on the homeschooling website. Zhang Menqi asked puzzledly, more than 600,000 yuan a month, excluding costs. How can there be a net profit of 300,000 yuan, so much money, what are you going to use for it? When Suhao said not to take a profit from the tutoring website, Zhang Menqi was very impressed. If it was her, it was estimated that she could not refuse a large sum of 300,000 yuan. At that moment, Zhang Menqi finally knew that there really were people in this world who could shine, and Suhao was one of them. For a noble person like Suhao, he will shine, and the sacred light he emits will infect everyone around him. But Zhang Menqi is really curious about what Suhao would do with a large sum of 300,000 yuan? 300,000 yuan a month, 3.6 million yuan a year, such a large sum of money, thinking about it makes people's heart. I just have a general plan. I haven't figured it out yet, but I can tell you the direction. I will use the website profits for charity. Suhao said the direction. It's not the version of Su Hao. Su Hao just felt that he had no roots and had to build a golden body for himself, so that his supermarket and company would save a lot of trouble. The tutoring website is the foundation of Su Hao's golden body. Su Hao does not believe that the society does not pay attention to things that benefit the country and the people. As long as there is high-level attention from the state, then he can be crowned as a golden statue. The company and supermarkets do not have to worry about those two things. On behalf of jealous, come to trouble. What's more, the profits of tutoring websites are compared with the profits of supermarkets and game companies, which is insignificant and not worth mentioning. Public welfare? Zhang Menqi was taken aback for a moment, and then she looked at Su Hao with vigor. Feeling Zhang Menqi's fiery gaze, Su Hao couldn't help it and said, "Menqi, are there flowers on my face?" "There are no flowers, but there is light." Zhang Menqi said in admiration, "Su Hao, you are the most powerful peer I have ever seen. I admire you. As long as you don't say that I am your idol, haha." Su Hao laughed. "Why?" Zhang Menqi was puzzled. "Is idol bad? If you continue to show more powerful abilities, I will really treat you as an idol." Su Hao smiled and said, "Idol, there is another saying, the object of vomiting." He. Zhang Menqi couldn't help laughing when she heard the words. "You're funny. By the way, what do you plan to do for public welfare?" Zhang Menqi extremely agreed with Su Hao's decision. Su Hao whispered, "I haven't thought about it yet, but I won't hand it over to other charity funds. The website must do charity on its own. I don't worry about giving the money to other charity funds." Zhang Menqi nodded and said, "Yes, the current public welfare fund accounts are not transparent at all. We must do it ourselves so that every penny is spent on people in need." Su Hao said, "So, you, the person in charge, have to work harder. I make a plan for many things, and you have to arrange for someone to do it." Zhang Menqi said indifferently, "Temporary hardship is nothing. I am very happy to be able to make a little contribution to such a good public welfare project, haha." Su Hao nodded and said, "Well, I will register the company as soon as possible, and then ask a professional manager to manage the tutoring website, but for the time being, you will have to work hard to manage it." "It's okay, I'm too busy to come over. I'm really too busy to come, I will tell you." Zhang Menqi doesn't feel tired at all. Zhang Menqi feels very fulfilled after running around the city in these few days. The tutoring website has reached this point tonight. Zhang Menqi is full of sense of accomplishment. Go back to the student council to see if there are any seniors who are willing to join the tutoring website. After all, you are only a freshman. You can't delay your studies because of the tutoring website. If multiple people help you share the burden, you won't delay your studies. Su Hao thought. Thinking, I feel it is necessary to find a helper for Zhang Menqi. It's okay. I don't have experience in many things. It would be nice to have a senior sister to help. Thinking that the tutoring website will become larger and larger in the future, Zhang Menqi felt that she could not cope with it, and agreed with Su Hao's suggestion to find someone to share it. For an hour, the two chatted a lot, all chatting around the tutoring website. In the laughter, the hearts of the two people are closer. Before the dormitory closed, Su Hao sent Zhang Menqi back to the dormitory. When Hong Dabao saw Su Hao rushing back, he despised the third child. "It's not that I said you, what a good chance, can't you stay outside with the monitor? Stay 10 more minutes and wait for the dormitory to close. You can take the monitor to open the room, and then, dirty." Without waiting for Su Hao's response, Li Weikang directly despised Hong Dabao. "What nasty, this is the mind that every man will have, I just say what you feel," Hong Dabao said awe-inspiringly. "You are not nasty, but you are nasty." Su Hao threw out a word and went directly to the bath. "After a busy day, I was tired of body and took a bath more comfortable." "The third child is right, Dabao, you are really wretched." "Yes," Li Weikang and Wang Yongjun echoed. I. Hong Dabao could not refute. October 9th. According to Su Hao's instructions and arrangements, Zhang Menqi arranged the work of the tutoring website in an orderly manner. Later, parents have completed the payment one after another. Su Hao directly gave the bank card to Zhang Menqi and asked Zhang Menqi to check the account online. On this day, half of the parents completed the payment. Seeing that the families with the highest bidding prizes had completed the payment, Su Hao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The imaginary accident did not happen, and the tutoring website was completely completed. On October 10th, all bidding families completed the payment. This evening was also the first day for students to come to home for tutoring. For everyone's safety, Su Hao reminds everyone from the same school who is in the same community for tutoring. 2 hours of tutoring time. Su Hao is extremely tortured, because these 2 hours determine whether the tutoring website can continue. Su Hao is always worried that parents and students are dissatisfied with the tutoring. If most families are dissatisfied with the tutor, they will definitely refund the money and close the tutoring website. Only when most families are satisfied with the tutors, tutoring websites are truly successful. Time passed quietly. The first day of tutoring is over. Su Hao wanted to call Li Weikang and Wang Yangjun to inquire about the tutoring situation, but unfortunately neither of them had a mobile phone, so they could only continue to torment and wait for them to come back. The third child, don't worry, the tutoring website has been very successful at this point. You have given the students a chance to make money. I believe they will cherish it and will not ruin the reputation of the tutoring website. Hong Dabao comforted. Suha whispered, of course I know, otherwise I wouldn't use the college entrance examination score as the threshold. I just worry that the tutoring effect will not be good because of the tight tutoring of the students on the first day. Haha, the third child, it turns out that you are also nervous. You are so powerful. I always thought you would not be afraid of nervousness. Hong Dabao laughed loudly. Nonsense, I am a man and not a god. Su Hao was speechless. You are not a god, but someone has already blown you up as a god. You have been enshrined as a god by many family tutors and classmates who are in trouble. In their hearts, you are their guiding light, their food and clothing parents, and their illuminators, the god of their future. Hong Dabao put a high hat on Su Hao fiercely. Don't do anything wrong, I can't stand it, I want to live for 2 more years. Su Hao gave Hong Dabao a stern look. Less than 9:30, Levi Kang and Wang Yangjun returned to the dormitory. The third child, it's done. My tutor is very satisfied with my tutoring, and my part-time job is stable. Wang Yangjun reported his results excitedly. The third child, mine is also stable. Levi Kang was also full of joy. Congratulations, now you don't have to worry about living expenses. Su Hao expressed congratulations, and he was relieved. Hehe, that is, I am 50 yuan per hour, more than 5,000 a month, not to mention living expenses. There is no need to worry about tuition for the next 3 years, Levi Kang said proudly. After finishing speaking, Levi Kang did not forget to thank Su Hao, the third child. All of this is your credit, and I will treat you to a big meal after I get paid. Me too, I am 70 yuan per hour, more than 7,000 a month, and I am about to catch up with my parents' total income in 1 year. The third child, I can make this money thanks to you. If you didn't want to start a tutoring website, I guess I'm moving bricks now, thank you. I'll buy you a big meal in return, and I'm not allowed to refuse. Wang Yangjun is extremely sincere. There are many classmates who have the same thoughts as Wang Yangjun and Levi Kang. Almost all the students who get a job as a tutor think that they can make a lot of money and thank Su Hao, the founder of the tutoring website. They are all brothers in a dormitory, don't be so polite, haha. Su Hao smiled softly. I'll ask about the effectiveness of other students. After Hong Dabao finished speaking, he slipped out of the dormitory. Wang Yangjun sensed Su Hao's concern and said, you can rest assured, the third child, the other students will also be very smooth, because we and each other are almost the same age, communication is completely barrier-free, and the tutoring effect will be very good. Well, it definitely will. One after another, people came to Su Hao dormitory to express their gratitude. It's all good news and it's all stable. What Hong Dabao brought back was also good news. The third child, don't worry. I have asked many classmates. The students and families are very satisfied. The tutoring website has been completed. Su Hao laughed and called Zhang Menqi instead. Without waiting for Su Hao to speak, Zhang Menqi took the lead in congratulations. Su Hao, congratulations, the tutoring website is a real success. Tongzi, the same, haha. Su Hao laughed softly. Don't tell me about celebrating, it's too late tonight, wait for tomorrow night. Zhang Menqi said in advance as if she had guessed what Su Hao was going to say. Su Hao joked, Zhang Menqi, are you the roundworm in my stomach? How do you know what I'm thinking? Humph, I have figured out your routine, don't worry, I will definitely make you bleeding tomorrow night. Zhang Menqi hummed, expressing expectation, haha. This night, all colleges and universities in Donghai were filled with excitement and ecstasy, all because of the 985,211 tutoring website. After the ecstasy, it was calm. Regarding the tutoring website, Su Hao was completely relieved. The foundation has been laid and only awaiting follow-up development. Su Hao suddenly heard a voice in his head. Ding, the first stock appeared. On October 14, China Securities Huacheng Medical's 0630 stock began to soar. At 2 p.m. on October 24, the increase reached 350%, and then it entered a stable period. Su Hao was completely confused, and then his face was full of excitement and ecstasy. I finally waited, and the income was 3.5 times in 10 days. Haha, this time I must gather all the funds to make a fortune. Fortunately, Hong Dabao and the three were still in ecstasy, and they did not notice Su Hao's abnormality, otherwise Su Hao's sudden ecstasy would definitely be despised by Hong Dabao. Today is the 11th, and the stocks began to soar on the 14th. You can only buy in tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. You must open an account tomorrow and then buy. Buy early and feel at ease. October 12, 2002. Early in the morning, Su Hao called Zhang Menqi to ask for leave. Zhang Menqi heard Su Hao asking for leave for a few seconds before asking, Su Hao, why are you asking for leave at this juncture? Is there something urgent? Su Hao said, I have to deal with some personal matters. If there is an urgent matter on the tutoring website, please call me. I'm still in Donghae City. Well, then go ahead and I will ask for leave for you. Zhang Menqi did not ask much, and agreed to ask for leave for Su Hao. In Zhang Menqi's heart, Su Hao is a man who can shine and will not lie to her. After leaving school, Su Hao came directly to Hao Game Company. Li Hong saw Su Hao, with a hint of excitement on his face, and said, "Xiao Xiao, you have finally come to guide the work." "Manager Li, I'm not here to direct the work this time." A flash of embarrassment flashed on Su Hao's face, and he asked instead, "How much money is left in the company's account?" Although Li Hong was puzzled, he answered truthfully, "Su Xiao, there are still 33 million on the company's account." "Yeah." Su Hao nodded lightly and said, "You will transfer all the money to my personal account later, I have an urgent need." Li Hong wanted to ask the reason, but he didn't say what he said. The entire company belongs to Su Hao, and the company's money is Su Hao's money. Su Hao uses it whatever he wants. "Manager Li, I know you have doubts, but I can't explain to you for a while. After a while, Plants vs. Zombies will sell items in the game, and our income will greatly increase." Su Hao saw Li Hong. "If you want to ask what you don't dare to ask, take the lead in telling a little about future game plans." "Props for sale in the game?" Li Hong's eyes were bright and excited. "Xiao Xiao, this is a good idea. Plants vs. Zombies is so popular, and the sale of props must be very hot. Well, this is only one aspect, and if other countries want to represent us in the game, don't decide in a hurry. Give me a call and I will negotiate," Su Hao reminded. "Foreign agent?" Li Hong nodded lightly, and said, "No problem, Su Xiao, if a foreign agent comes to your door, I will contact you as soon as possible. There are also more skilled and experienced employees during this period, and the second game will be developed in 10 days. Su Hao throws a blockbuster. The stock market has made money, and Crossfire will also be on the agenda at that time. Developing a second game? Li Hong was full of excitement. He was waiting for the second game. Only by developing a game can he truly develop his talents. "Yes, the second game is an online game. We currently have insufficient staff and must be recruited." Su Hao nodded gently. "No problem, Su Xiao, I will definitely complete the recruitment of employees as soon as possible," Li Hong assured. Su Hao left Hao Game Company and went directly to Jia Jiafu's supermarket Donghai store. After receiving Su Hao's call, Yuan Suofei came over early to wait for Su Hao. When he came up, Su Hao asked directly, "Sister concubine, is it all right? How much money can the supermarket use?" Yuan Suofei said softly, "Su Hao, the total profit of the two supermarkets in September was 7 million, and the profit from October to now is 3 million, and the available funds are 10 million. These days, Manager Chen is looking for facades in various counties, and he has already negotiated 3 facades. After 20 days, he needs to pay 3 million. There are 9 counties in Donghai City. In the next few days, Manager Chen should talk about all of them. Approximately 1 million yuan. Each county's supermarket facade is estimated to cost around 800,000 yuan for decoration, and 7.2 million yuan in 9 counties. In total, 10 million yuan is not enough for supermarket expenditures. It can be said that this million yuan cannot be used, otherwise the supermarket will collapse after a month. Su Hao directly ignored these and asked, "How much is the backlog of goods in the supermarket?" "Backlog of payment?" Yuan Suofei frowned and did not answer directly, but asked, "Su Hao, can you tell me what you are going to do? Sister concubine, do you believe me?" Su Hao stared at Yuan Suofei closely and asked seriously. Yuan Suofei did not hesitate and replied directly, "Of course, you are the best boy I have ever seen. Whether it is a computer group buying, a supermarket business philosophy, a game company, or a tutoring website, you are very successful. Sister concubine, thank you for your compliment." Su Hao was secretly moved when she heard it, and continued, "Sister concubine, I want to stock up to tell you the truth. I got inside news about a stock. The opportunity is rare. I have to go to the stock market to make a fortune. After that, when I have funds, the supermarket will develop rapidly." "Stocks?" Yuan Suofei frowned even more. In the stock market, Yuan Suofei knows a little bit. There are countless news about getting rich overnight. Conversely, there are countless news about bankruptcy and jumping off the building overnight. Su Hao, Yuan Suofei wanted to persuade Su Hao subconsciously. Su Hao interrupted directly and said, "Sister concubine, I know you don't believe the so-called inside information, but it is enough if you believe me. Don't persuade me, support me, okay?" Concubine Yuan Shui was in entanglement. After half a minute, Yuan Suofei said, "Su Hao, I believe you. Anyway, the supermarket is yours, and if you lose it, you lose. However, I can only give you 1 month's backlog, so that even if you lose money in the stock market, you can guarantee that you won't be in debt. Thank you for your trust, concubine, you are the best." Su Hao was very moved. In any case, Yuan Suofei holds 10% of the shares in the supermarket. If Yuan Shuai disagrees with Su Hao's backlog of purchases, Su Hao will do nothing. Yuan Shuai chose to trust unconditionally, which moved Su Hao very much. Humph, if it's really blood loss, you have to support me in the future. Yuan Shuai snorted. No problem, it's okay to raise you for the rest of your life, Su Hao said smoothly. You said this, but I remember it. Yuan Shuai was not shy, but said instead. Ha ha, Su Hao smirked. The favorability of 90 is really powerful. A few days ago, Su Hao discovered that Yuan Shuai's favorability for him had risen to 90 points. According to the understanding of the system, a good impression of 90 is the limit of a close lover. At this level of favorability, as long as Su Hao speaks, he will succeed. It's just that Su Hao is not mentally prepared yet, and because of Zhang Menqi's sake, Su Hao has difficulty making a choice. Sister concubine, plus 1 month's backlog, how much money does the supermarket have? Concubine Yuan Shui said softly, the backlog for a month is 50 million yuan, plus a profit of 10 million yuan, and you can make up 60 million yuan for you. There are 50 million backlogs in a month? Su Hao was taken aback. 60 million, plus 33 million from the game company, and several million in his own body, a full 100 million in funds. Yes, we have to pay all this money to the supplier next month. If there is a blood loss, the supermarket has only one way to go bankrupt, Yuan Shuai said seriously. Don't worry, concubine, I know it in my heart. Su Hao smiled. That is, I'm still waiting for you to make money to support me for the rest of my life. Yuan Shuai smiled. Sister concubine, let's go and open an account with me. You are familiar with this. Su Hao took Yuan Shuai out. The little hand was pulled by Su Hao. Yuan Shuai's face was stained with charming red clouds. She was delighted in her heart, and let Su Hao pull it out. After 2 hours, the account was opened successfully. Su Hao rejected the traders introduced by the securities and operated directly on the computer. Seeing Su Hao buying stocks without hesitation, Yuan Shuai's face was silly. Soon, 1 billion was spent by Su Hao. It's done, it's perfect. After Su Hao spent 100 million to buy stocks, his face was full of smiles. 100 million was spent. 10 days later, 3 to 500 million was earned. This money is really easy to make. You buy one stock for 100 million? Yuan Shuai asked in a daze when she came back to her senses. Su Hao nodded and said, of course, wait for the stock to rise, and then make a lot of money. Yuan Shuai was completely speechless. Where is this stock market? This is simply a loser. Buy a stock for 100 million. If the stock drops to the bottom, Su Hao is determined to lose his money. Sister concubine, don't worry, inside information, this stock is definitely going up. If you have spare money, buy a little, at least twice the profit. Su Hao smiled. No, I have to save some money, otherwise we can only drink northwest wind after your blood loss. Yuan Shuai is not as big as Su Hao's heart. She is thinking about saving some money to give Su Hao a chance to make a comeback. Haha, concubine, are you planning to raise me after my blood loss? Su Hao asked jokingly. Why, can't it? Yuan Shuai asked back. Okay, of course, I'm very happy to be raised by a beautiful lady like concubine, hee. Su Hao smiled triumphantly. Little boy, think beautifully. Yuan Shuai gave Su Hao a gentle white. As Su Hao entered the market for 100 million yuan, Huacheng Medical rose from 150 cents to almost 2 yuan, attracting the attention of many investors. Investors began to analyze the Huacheng Medical stock. The final answer is that this stock is useless, it will soon fall back to its original price, and those who enter the market will definitely lose money. The stock exchange also found that Su Hao had entered the market with a large sum of money, and he was puzzled and sighed at the same time. The young man didn't know where he heard the false news, so he dared to smash 100 million into the market and waited to cry. No one is optimistic about the stock of Huacheng Medical. Su Hao didn't know anything. After spending 100 million, Su Hao left directly with Yuan Shuai. This night, Su Hao was spent in Yuan Shuai's house. After the handle during the day, the relationship between the two became more ambiguous. Yuan Shuai doesn't mind Su Hao taking advantage of it from time to time. Su Hao also enjoys this little ambiguity, which is extremely cozy. No words for a night. October 13th, thinking of 3.5 times the profit, Su Hao felt he had to make more money. After much deliberation, Su Hao thought of the funds from the tutoring website, and his eyes instantly brightened. Why don't you forget this money? There is 1 month's tutoring fund in the account of tutoring website, totaling more than 17 million yuan. This money will only need to be paid to the classmates who are tutors a month later, and now it is no problem to use it to make a fortune. The account is Su Hao's personal account. Su Hao transfers the money directly and then buys stocks. Seeing that Su Hao bought another 20 million shares, Yuan Shuai asked in a daze, Su Hao, where did you get the money? Su Hao truthfully said, it's the money in the account of the tutoring website. Yuan Shuai was completely confused. Su Hao, are you crazy? This money needs to be paid to thousands of classmates. If you lose money, where can you give them? Yuan Shuai looked very worried. Thinking of Su Hao's tragic end when he had no money to send to his classmates, Yuan Shuai almost cried. Sister concubine, don't worry, just 3 words, trust me. Su Hao gently shook Yuan Shuai's tender little hand, softly comforting. You bought them all, what else can I say? Now I can only pray that the stock will rise without losing money. Yuan Shuai sighed softly. Su Hao thought of Li Jun, the fat man. How could he not take care of him with such a good opportunity? Fatty, how much money do you have? Su Hao directly asked Li Jun. Yuan Shuai saw that Su Hao wanted to pull Li Jun into the arena, with mixed feelings in her heart. She couldn't even think about Su Hao's confidence that Huacheng Medical stock would rise. Inside information? Is inside information on the stock market really credible? From yesterday to today, the stock did not go up, but fell by 2 cents. According to the analysis of many stockholders, tomorrow it will fall back to a price of 1 in 5 yuan, or even lower. Su Hao, where did you get your confidence? Brother Hao, I have 2 million in my hands, do you want to do something big? Li Jun asked directly. Su Hao directly said, I have inside information to make a fortune in the stock market, do you want to follow me? That is necessary, let me follow, I will transfer the money to you. Li Jun followed up without hesitation, and finally asked, Brother Hao, how much can I earn? At least twice, don't worry, Su Hao said. Then it's not 4 million that changed hands, Brother Hao, you are too good, haha. Li Jun never thought about losing money. Su Hao spent 2 million of Li Jun's money, and she was stunned to see concubine Yuan Shuai. Hearing that Li Jun trusts Su Hao so much, Yuan Shuai's mind is even more complicated. Should I also completely believe in Su Hao and go out and follow in? No, I have to stay sensible. Only by keeping the money can Su Hao have a chance to make a comeback. Even if he firmly believes that Su Hao can make money in the stock market, he must remain sensible and leave him a way out. With only a trace of reason left to defeat her impulse, concubine Yuan Shuai did not choose to follow up. She only wanted to save millions of family assets for Su Hao to make a comeback. If Su Hao knew Yuan Shuai's thoughts would surely be touched to hug her tightly, maybe the relationship between the two would make a breakthrough. After everything was settled, Su Hao left with joy. Chen Junion, who was running through the counties, is completely ignorant of all this. If he knew that Su Hao used all the supermarket money or even a month's backlog of goods, he would be foolish. Su Hao will not take the initiative to tell Chen Junion, he is too lazy to explain. Unless Chen Junion finds out, the stock market can be concealed. Only after making money on the stock market for the first time, the next explanation is much simpler. In a word, last time I made money, this time I will make a lot of money. As evidenced by history, no one will be able to stop Su Hao from using funds. If it is imposed, Su Hao will have to consider whether this person is suitable to work under him. Su Hao has been rushing for stocks for the past 2 days. Family education has been in full swing. The reputation of thousands of families has been passed down. Donghae City knows the 985,211 family education website. On the 13th, Li Min could no longer help but interview Su Hao's thoughts. The whole East China Sea pays attention to the tutoring website, and whoever can be the first to report will receive more attention. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Li Min called Su Hao. Su Hao received a call from Li Min, slightly surprised, and immediately relieved. Hello, student Su Hao. Hello, Aunt Li. Li Min, Stu Hao, I want to make a special report for the tutoring website, including a classmate's tutoring process, an interview with you, and interviews with other staff on the tutoring website. Can you arrange it? Su Hao readily agreed that what he was waiting for was the media report. Of course, Aunt Li, you can report that the tutoring website is free advertising for tutoring websites, I have no problem here. Li Min was very happy when Su Hao agreed. Then you can arrange it. I will go to Tunghai University to see you tomorrow morning. Okay. At 7:30, Su Hao returned to school to find Zhang Menqi and told him about Li Min's special report on the tutoring website. Zhang Menqi smiled and said, well, I will arrange it tomorrow. As for employees, you ask everyone to tell the truth. As for tracking the tutor, let Aunt Li Min follow up and interview Wang Yangjun. Su decided to give Wang Yangjun the spot for tracking interviews. Su Hao believes that after the special report is published in the newspaper, Wang Yangjun will be famous, and the next round of bidding will be higher, so that he can also make more money, which can be regarded as a small help. Okay, what about your personal interview? The other party may ask about the development direction of the tutoring website. Have you figured out how to do charity? Zhang Menqi reminded. Su Hao smiled and said, I already have a general idea. I will think about it tonight and tell you tomorrow morning. Okay. Zhang Menqi nodded slightly and asked, aren't you okay? Have time tomorrow? It's just over, if I'm really not free for today's interview, haha. Su Hao smiled softly. That's a coincidence. Su Hao returned to the dormitory, Li Weikang and Wang Yangjun went to tutor, only Hong Dabao was left in the dormitory. When Hong Dabao saw Su Hao, he was pleasantly surprised. The third child, you finally showed up. I thought you were taken away by some fairy in the past 2 days. Be normal. A reporter will interview the staff of the tutoring website tomorrow. Would you like to express your opinion? Su Hao asked with a smile. Of course, a handsome person like me must be on the mirror. In any case, I am a witness to the success of the tutoring website and must express some opinions. Hong Dabao looked just and awe-inspiring. That's all right, let you blow hard tomorrow, remember, don't blow endlessly, be realistic, Su Hao reminded. He was really worried about Hong Dabao's bluffing about forgetting what he had done. Don't worry, make sure to complete the task. After 9 o'clock, Wang Yangjun and Li Weikang returned from their tutoring. The third child, are you done with things? Both of them asked with concern. It's over. Su Hao said to Wang Yangjun, boss, there will be a reporter interviewing the tutoring website tomorrow, and may follow the whole process of interviewing your tutor. Follow the whole process of interviewing my tutor? Wang Yangjun was completely stunned. Yes, I'm telling you now to prepare you mentally. Don't be too nervous at that time. Just carry out tutoring and tutoring as usual these days. Su Hao smiled. Oh. Wang Yangjun still did not relax. Boss, you are getting hot. After you follow the interview and report it, you'll definitely be a little famous, and your price is estimated to increase in the next round of bidding. Li Weikang thought of this in an instant. I'm a little nervous thinking about someone following the interview. Wang Yangjun felt a little nervous, for fear that his work might affect the reputation of the tutoring website. Boss, I believe you can do it. Su Hao encouraged. Yes, boss, you must be able to do it, Li Weikang and Hong Dabao echoed. October 14, Li Min and his colleagues came to Tunghai University early. After showing the press card, the security guard at the door immediately reported to the school leader. The director of the school on duty was dumbfounded when he learned that a reporter was going to interview the tutoring website. Soon he reacted and quickly arranged someone to entertain Li Min and others. Su Hao's information is presented in front of the school director. Knowing the great achievements of the 985,211 Family Education website, the founder of the Family Education website and the entire team are in school, the school director's face is not at all happy. He didn't even know about such a big thing now. I'm special. The school director almost broke out of cursing abroad. The school director knew that he couldn't help it, so he immediately notified the principal and other leaders to let the principal make a decision. In the past 2 days, the 985,211 Family Education website has spread all over the East China Sea, and the entire Donghai education community has praised the pioneering work of the 985,211 Family Education website. It's just that before everyone had time to investigate the real details of the tutoring website, Li Min suddenly came to interview, which caught the leaders of Tunghai University off guard. The principal Xiao Gang and the vice principal rushed to the school. The senior leaders held a short meeting with only one meeting. In any case, Su Hao, the founder of the tutoring website, should bring him to Tunghai University when he was interviewed. If the founder did not mention Tunghai University at all in the interview, after the special report goes out, the top leaders of Tunghai University will become a joke. That's right, Su Hao must be brought to our school, otherwise we will become the laughingstock of the National Education Circle. One of the vice principals confirmed this. After all, student Su Hao is just a freshman. As long as we do some small tricks, he will definitely submit, a department head suggested. Stupid, at this time, it is really stupid to think about crooked ways. Principal Xiao Gang went wild and said, the tutoring website has been initially successful, and those who can create tutoring websites are definitely smart people. Classmate Su Hao, well, you can only be gentle, never engage in crooked ways. Yes, we did not find that the tutoring website was our negligence in the early stage. In the later stage, we must make a little contribution to firmly tie the tutoring website to our school. The future of the 985,211 tutoring website is immeasurable. Let's talk to Su Hao first. Most school leaders agreed with the principal's point of view and adopted a gentle policy towards Su Hao and tied Su Hao and the tutoring website to Tunghai University. 10 minutes later, Su Hao met with many school leaders. The principal Xiao Gang saw Su Hao calmly facing them, and their evaluation of Su Hao rose to a new height. As expected of the founder of the 985,211 tutoring website, he is so young and generous. Hello principal, good leaders. As a student and junior, Su Hao greets politely. Hello, student Su Hao. Xiao Gang, the principal said directly, student Su Hao, I just knew that you are the founder of the 985,211 tutoring website. As the principal, as an elder, I have to say something. The tutoring website is established. Why didn't you ask the school for help in the early days? Su Hao smiled in his heart and asked the school for help. Will the school help? Principal, I didn't think so much before. My original intention was to find a part-time job for my dormitory brothers. I didn't expect so many classmates to participate in the end. I am a little panicked now, Su Hao deliberately said. Lie on his lips, his face didn't panic at all. The principal Xiao Gang said in his heart. The clever little fox opened his eyes and said, nonsense. Su Hao, you are a smart person. Time is pressing. I won't bother with you. Principal Xiao Gang went straight to the subject and said, there is a reporter who wants to interview you. I hope you will bring you to school when you are interviewed. Follow the tutoring website. If you have any requirements over there, please mention it. As long as the school can do it, the school will not postpone it here. Su Hao did not refuse, saying, President, even if you don't tell me, I will take it to the school. After all, I am a student of Tunghai University. I will need the principal and leaders to take care of me in the future. Stu Hao is a good student. A leader praised. Xiao Gang said, Stu Hao, what is missing on the tutoring website, please tell me first, so as not to be too passive during the interview. Su Hao thought for a while and said, the principal, the tutoring website currently lacks office space. Temporary employees work in dormitories or other places on campus. There is no fixed place, which is very inconvenient. Don't worry about this. The venue will be arranged immediately. Are 2 classrooms enough? The principal asked. Enough, thank you principal. Su Hao expressed his thanks. Xiao Gang, Stu Hao, you don't have to worry about the venue, utilities, and the school will use it for you for free. Su Hao said, how embarrassed? The tutoring website can make money and can afford utility bills. Stu Hao, this is the school's meager intentions. You must not refuse. Su Hao talked with many leaders for more than 10 minutes before officially accepting Li Min's interview. School leaders accompany the whole process. Zhang Menqi and many other veterans were interviewed and told the truth. The common point is that they never forget to praise Su Hao and the tutoring website. Zhang Menqi's interview was very long. Li Min remembered Zhang Menqi. After knowing that Zhang Menqi was the person in charge of the tutoring website, he turned the general interview with Zhang Menqi into a personal interview. Li Min, Menqi Zhang, do you know the original intention of the tutoring website? Zhang Menqi thought for a while and answered truthfully, speaking of the original intention of the tutoring website, it has something to do with me. Because I am the monitor of the class, due to some special reasons, when I was looking for a part-time job in school, my class was blocked by a senior from the student union. As a result, many students in the class cannot find part-time jobs, including 2 students in the dormitory of Su Hao, the founder of the tutoring website. After Su Hao learned of the situation, he created a tutoring website to help 2 dormitory friends find part-time jobs. Upon hearing this, the principal and other leaders frowned slightly. Check, find out who the senior of the student union is for me. If you find out, you will be severely punished and you can't be merciful. The principal spoke directly. If this matter spreads out, it will definitely be a scandal of Dongda. Li Min, I didn't expect there to be such a story, I understand. The school leaders were all present. Li Min gave them face and did not delve into the story. Li Min, can you tell me something about the tutoring website? Zhang Menqi slowly said, I learned about the tutoring website on September 23rd. At that time, classmate Su Hao approached me and asked me to help promote it in the class. After I learned about the tutoring website, I was very happy to help. The tutoring website is very popular. Afterwards, Su Hao paid money to ask his classmates to help publicize and promote the tutoring website in his spare time. We promoted it for a week, and received the support of freshmen from all colleges and universities in Donghai. More than 3,200 students with excellent college entrance examination scores registered on the homeschooling website. The National Day holiday was 7 days. We did not go home, but rushed to find students in Donghai City. Student Su Hao invited 100 students, and each student was paid 80 yuan a day. After 7 days, our 100 students went all over the place. In the East China Sea, more than 6,300 families have come to register on the homeschooling website. On October 7th and 8th, we completed the verification of all family information and started bidding from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. on the 8th. In the end, the price of the 3 champions in the college entrance examination exceeded 300 yuan an hour, and the prices of the other 20 market champions all exceeded 200 yuan an hour. More than 3,200 students, only a dozen of them were not bid, and all the other students got a part-time tutoring job with a minimum of 15 yuan for an hour. After the bidding, we calculated the average price of all the students, which was 50 yuan. In 2 days on the 9th and 10th, all families completed the payment, and then the students came home to teach. Today, all families and students are very satisfied with our tutoring and tutoring. Everyone is very grateful to Su Hao for setting up the 985,211 tutoring website. It is the first time everyone has heard such detailed data. Most people admire Su Hao and the tutoring website team. Li Min, I am also a member of many families looking for tutors. Not only your students thank Su Hao, but our parents also thank Su Hao. Because my son responded, your tutoring is very good. My son said, next month his grades will definitely improve a lot. After John Menke's interview, it was a personal interview with Su Hao. Everyone is looking forward to what founder Su Hao will say. John Menke said so wonderfully and said so many unknown things about the 985,211 tutoring website, which made everyone on the scene look forward to the interview with the founder of Su Hao, the tutoring website, and look forward to hearing more exciting behind the scenes from Su Hao. Su Hao's heart moved slightly when he felt the look everyone was looking forward to. Since you want to hear, then I will say something you want to hear. For Su Hao's interview, Li Min is waiting for it. John Menke is just the person in charge. Many things are meaningless to ask John Menke. Only by interviewing the founder of Su Hao can we get the real answer. The interview officially began. Li Min, student Su Hao, as the founder of the 985,211 tutoring website, do you have any special comments before the official interview? Li Min sells to Su Hao first. Su Hao nodded lightly and said, I really have a lot to say at this moment. After the creation of the tutoring website, John Menke has said very clearly, I will not describe them one by one. Let me say something else. First of all, I thank the school and Tunghai University for providing office space for the tutoring website. The success of the tutoring website is inseparable from my status as a freshman at Tunghai University. Principal Xiao Gang and many leaders all smiled upon hearing Su Hao's words. Student Su Hao, based on your words, I will give you the green light for all 4 years of college. Su Hao continued, if I were just a student of a normal university, not a student of Tunghai University, I would not recognize so many students with good grades in the college entrance examination and not so many students to help. It's difficult, so I thank the school and Tunghai University for giving me the opportunity to implement my ideas smoothly. Su Hao held Tunghai University relentlessly, making the school leaders laugh. Li Min also noticed the joy of the principal's leaders and did not interrupt, allowing Su Hao to flatter him. This guy is pretty good at coming. After these words, this guy will have no problem walking sideways at school in the future. Su Hao continued to thank, secondly, I am grateful to all the classmates who have contributed to the tutoring website. It is because you gave up the opportunity to go home during your vacation and stay in Donghai to help. Thank you for your contribution. Su Hao, we are not free labor. You pay us a salary. We are ashamed to say that. Yeah, student Su Hao, you give money, we do things, it is right and proper, it should be us thank you. You let us find a good part-time job, you let us make money, it should be us thank you very much. The students around shouted loudly. We are classmates. It is okay to help each other. I won't say much if you are polite. Aunt Li, you can start the interview. Su Hao couldn't keep going and ended decisively. Hong Dabao saw the smiles that Su Hao praised by many school leaders and admired him. The third child is worthy of being the third child. Before, he reminded me not to be so good. Those I'm talking about are all pediatrics. Dabao, don't compare with the third, now the third is right, haha. Levi Kang said a well-known saying. Li Min smiled slightly and asked, Su Hao, just as you said, the original intention and process of the tutoring website's creation, John Menke, said it all. I won't ask you anymore, let me ask something else. Can you tell me why the tutoring website gets 3 points? Su Hao whispered, the 3 points are my deliberate decision. The 3 points are shared equally between students and tutors, and the website draws 1 and 5 points from each of them. These 3 points are used to maintain website operations and employees' salaries. Li Min, more than 3,000 students, the average price is 50 yuan an hour, 3 points should be a lot of money, right? Su Hao, yes, there are a total of 3,240 students. The average price is 50 yuan an hour. Each student can have 100 hours of tutoring time per month. The website conservatively estimates that they can receive 1 month. More than 16 million yuan, 3% of which is 500,000 yuan. Su Hao's voice fell, and the audience was in an uproar. This data is released to the public for the first time. 500,000 yuan a month, can a tutoring website really make so much? The tutoring website is owned by Su Hao alone. Doesn't that mean that Su Hao can become a millionaire in 2 months? All of a sudden, not only the classmates at the scene, but also many leaders looked at Su Hao's eyes hot. Even a certain leader began to think that if the tutoring website was attributed to the school, it would be extremely easy to apply for various funding in the future. Su Hao ignored everyone's comments and continued, 500,000 is just gross profit. Excluding website operating costs and labor costs, it is conservatively estimated that the website can earn 350,000 a month. 350,000 a month, 4.2 million a year, this is still the current scale. According to the current popularity of the tutoring website is willing to expand, and earning 1 million a month in the near future is simply a pediatrics. Li Min calmed down and said, 350,000 a month, I really didn't expect a tutoring website to make money like this. Student Su Hao, you are really enviable. Su Hao understood Li Min's meaning, and said with awe-inspiring justice, there is nothing to be envious of, because I won't take the profits of the tutoring website, even a penny. The audience was dumbfounded. How is it possible that you don't take a penny? Is Su Hao a fool? How much determination does it take to give up the opportunity to become a millionaire? Oh my god, I can't believe my ears. Student Su Hao gave up the opportunity to become a millionaire. The tutoring website was created by him. He took the money for granted. Why did he give up? Everyone was puzzled and couldn't understand why Su Hao was so stupid. Li Min suppressed the shock in his heart and said, Stu Hao, I admire your decision. I can't do it instead of me. Since you don't take a penny of profit from the website, how do you plan to spend 350,000 profit a month? Everyone pricked their ears, looking forward to the answer Su Hao said. Su Hao smiled and said, all the profits from the tutoring website will be used for public welfare. Many classmates and teachers of tutoring websites are children from ordinary families. There are many students in their hometown who need our help. I intend to use the profits of the tutoring website to help. Those who need help are in the third year of high school. As soon as the voice fell, the audience was silent, and everyone looked at Su Hao with admiration and admiration. Noble character and great, this is an adjective that students can think of for Su Hao. Many school leaders and teachers have only 4 words to evaluate Su Hao, which is terrifying for future generations. For them, they gave up a profit of 350,000 yuan a month, and like Li Min, they thought they couldn't do it. At this moment, Su Hao is not a fool in everyone's mind, but a person of noble character. If they knew Su Hao's purpose, they would not look at Su Hao so highly, but they would never know Su Hao's purpose. Su Hao, you are the best, you are our role model. Su Hao, I adore you, you are my idol. A classmate shouted loudly. At this moment, Su Hao is like a big star, enjoying the admiration and looking up of many fans. Don't, if you hold me like this, I will be proud, haha. Su Hao half joked. Su Hao, we are all truthful. Your nobleness is worthy of our praise of you. You are a role model for our freshmen. Su Hao, I like you. There were even bold girls expressing love out loud. Zhang Menqi looked at Su Hao intently. At this moment, she felt that the light from Su Hao's body was brighter and more dazzling. If Su Hao uses primary insight to Zhang Menqi at this moment, he will definitely find that Zhang Menqi's favorability for him has soared to 90, which is exactly the same as Yuan Suofei's favorability for him. Li Min calmed down and asked, why is it a third-year high school student and not a classmate of other grades? Su Hao said in his mind, I think so. I hope that we can help the senior third-year students who need help so that they can study more at ease and then enter the university. After they are admitted to the university, I hope they read the tutoring website well, so they can join the tutoring website as a tutor, so that the tutoring website can keep circulating and keep doing it. Li Min admired Su Hao even more and praised, Stu Hao, you have a long-term consideration. No wonder you can create a 985,211 tutoring website. Do you have a plan for the future development of the tutoring website? At this time, the leaders of the schools are listening, and the future development of the tutoring website is closely related to Tunghai University. If Su Hao insists on moving the tutoring website out of Dongda, then Dongda will lose the honorary badge of tutoring website. If Su Hao allows the tutoring website to remain in Dongda, the Dongui conference will attract more outstanding students in the future, and there will be opportunities to hit the 3 majors in China. Su Hao organized the language. I have thought about the future development of tutoring websites. Profit is used for public welfare. I hope that tutoring websites can spread across the country as soon as possible, attract more outstanding students to join in, and tutor more senior high school students, help the country train more outstanding talents. Li Min smiled and said, Stu Hao, I wish your wish will come true soon. Su Hao confidently said, yes, I believe that such a tutoring website that benefits the country and the people will be more successful. After interviewing Su Hao, Li Min routinely interviewed the principal and other leaders. The leaders are all in Mandarin. After boasting the tutoring website and Su Hao, in a word, they strongly support the development of tutoring websites. After Li Min left, Su Hao had dealt with the leaders of the schools and let Zhang Menqi take care of some trivial matters, so he left the school and went directly to the stock exchange. Yuan Suofei has been waiting at the stock exchange for a long time and has been paying attention to the stock of Huacheng Medical. After watching it for most of the morning, Huacheng Medical did not rise by half a cent, but dropped a dime. Seeing Su Hao, Yuan Suofei worried. Su Hao, Huacheng Medical lost a dime. Don't worry, it should be up soon. Su Hao didn't care at all. Huacheng Medical is a stock provided by the system. There is absolutely no problem. Just wait for a big rise. At 11 o'clock, Huacheng Medical surged suddenly, from 1 yuan to 4 cents directly to 2 yuan. Many investors have noticed the changes in Huacheng Medical stock. Look, everyone, Huacheng Medical has released the news and has developed X antibiotics that can relieve cancer. My god. Quick, buy quickly. In just half an hour, Huacheng Medical soared to 3 yuan, which directly doubled. Seeing the price of 3 yuan, Yuan Suofei completely believed Su Hao's so-called inside information. Sister concubine, let's go, this stock is stable. Su Hao directly pulled Yuan Suofei away. The reason why Su Hao came to the stock exchange to look at it was for peace of mind. Su Hao still felt a little uneasy if he didn't see the stock rise when he invested such a large sum of money. Concubine Yuan Shui dumbly allowed Su Hao to pull away, and it took a long time to relax. Su Hao, why do you have inside information about Huacheng Medical? Su Hao smiled mysteriously. The secret is not to be leaked. If it is leaked, it will not be allowed next time. Mysterious, I don't bother to know. Yuan Sui gave Su Hao a white look. You can rest assured now? Su Hao smiled and asked, are you a little regretful now that you didn't buy stocks with me? I don't regret it. What I make is down-to-earth money. I don't make this kind of gambling money. Yuan Sui Tsundere said. Ha ha. Su Hao didn't continue to attack Yuan Sui and said with a smile, go, please have a big meal. After a big meal, Su Hao returned to school. October 15th. The Donghai Daily is freshly released. The 985,211 family education website occupies a full board on the third page, and Su Hao's public welfare speeches and future development plans occupy a long space. Anyone who reads this report remembers the 985,211 tutoring website and remembers the name Su Hao. Most people admire the nobility of Su Hao, a freshman, and at the same time admire Su Hao's abilities. Because of the full-page report of the Donghai Daily, the 985,211 family education website and Su Hao formally entered the attention of the senior leaders of Donghai City. The leaders of the Donghai Education Bureau saw the 985,211 family education website and Su Hao's report in the Donghai Daily, and immediately sent someone to check all the information on the family education website. Such a good education website has achieved initial success under our noses. We didn't even know it. If it weren't for a newspaper report, the high-level officials would ask us and ask 3 questions at that time. Isn't it shameful? Check it out quickly. This is such a good education. The project must be supported. These are the original words of the leaders of the Education Bureau. The top leaders of Donghai City praised Su Hao and the tutoring website on the spot after reading the report on the tutoring website. Su Hao is very good and very courageous. I hope he can make the tutoring website what he hopes and benefit the whole country. The praise of the top leader was quickly spread, and the entire Donghai City moved. The first is Donghai TV. The first-hand interview was taken by Donghai Daily. It is their negligence. If the second-hand interview is not for them, I am afraid that the director will have to sacrifice the employees. If it weren't for Su Hao's statement that all profits were used for public welfare, the tutoring website would not cause such a sensation. It is precisely because of Su Hao's nobility that people and senior leaders pay more attention to tutoring websites. At noon, Su Hao received a call from Zhang Menqi. Su Hao, there are suddenly a lot of registered students and parents in the backstage. Su Hao thought of Li Min's special report and smiled and said, Menqi, it should be Aunt Li's special report that has been published in the newspaper. The tutoring website is known to everyone, so many people have registered. Well, we ran all over the East China Sea back then. After so many days, we didn't have the effect of publishing a newspaper for half a day. We knew that we should put an advertisement in the newspaper. Zhang Menqi sighed. Su Hao corrected, Menqi, you think things are too simple. If it weren't for our achievements now, no one would pay attention to the newspapers and advertisements. On the contrary, it would make people laugh, because we are now making achievements. People will trust our tutoring website. Yes, a pleasant surprise. I didn't expect that there is such a big market in Donghai City. All registered students and families must be verified and verified. You must ensure the authenticity of all student information and families, Su Hao reminded Road. Zhang Menqi said, well, I know, I will be the same as the first batch, let the students all verify and verify. Su Hao said, for the time being, we will only develop Donghai City, and other cities will wait for a while. I am too busy in Donghai City now, and I am powerless to develop other cities. Zhang Menqi said truthfully. Su Hao smiled and said, so, you have to find a senior sister to help you as soon as possible to share the work, huh? Shaking my hand at the shopkeeper, I don't want to talk to you, Zhang Menqi snorted. Su Hao knew that Zhang Menqi was not really angry, so he didn't take it to heart. In the afternoon, the staff of Donghai TV station came to Tunghai University. Daeming came to interview the tutoring website and Su Hao. The school leaders are warmly received. On TV and reporting are completely two concepts. There are far fewer people who read newspapers than people who watch TV. After the tutoring website and Su Hao are reported by the TV station, let alone the whole country, at least the people of the province will know the existence of tutoring website and Su Hao. Su Hao is not in school, so let him come back quickly. Principal, Su Hao must have something to do. We are not in a hurry. Let's interview other employees of the tutoring website. The TV reporter was also curious about the newspaper Zhang Menqi, who wanted to interview Zhang Menqi. The school leaders brought a group of TV reporters to the office of the tutoring website. At this moment, the principal secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, yesterday he got the simple layout of the tutoring website, otherwise he would definitely be embarrassed now. Xiao Gang, the principal, did not expect that the TV station would come so soon to interview the tutoring website. Based on this alone, the principal realized that there is a high degree of attention to tutoring websites. Looking at the rudimentary office space, the reporter was taken aback. The school leader explained, before they had been running outside, they could only keep things simple in the workplace. As far as I know, now that the website is making money, they will add some computers and other equipment to facilitate office work. The reporter expressed his understanding. After all, the newspaper also said that for so many days they have been running outside to earn a living. The employees are paid by the founders. The website only makes money after bidding. It is understandable that the office space is simple. Zhang Menqi was absent, and the school leaders asked the staff present to notify Zhang Menqi to come. After the reporter interviewed Zhang Menqi and all the employees, Su Hao also rushed back. Su Hao was also surprised by the interview with Donghai TV. It was too fast. It was published in the newspaper in the morning and the TV station came to interview in the afternoon. This was fast enough. The TV interview was similar to that of Li Min, and Su Hao calmly responded. Finally, the reporter asked Stu Hao, the tutoring website is now at the beginning of its establishment. There should be many difficulties to overcome, right? Su Hao was secretly happy and said, although the tutoring website has achieved initial success, it does have many problems, such as payment problems. Because most families have the same price, it is difficult for us to distinguish which family's money is for the same amount of money. In the end, we can only rank families with the same price. The first family has 1 point less, and the second family has 2 points less. But this is still very troublesome. Every payment must be checked by the staff one by one. Everyone was half understood. The reporter frowned and asked, Stu Hao, have you thought of a better solution to this problem? Su Hao said, I have been solving this problem these days. I am designing an online payment software. After the online payment software is designed, I hope the bank can provide some help and support. Online payment software? Everyone at the scene was puzzled by this new term. The reporter asked, Stu Hao, can you explain the online payment software in detail? Su Hao explained online payment software, according to my imagination, is a software that allows parents to pay directly online. Parents pay directly through online payment software after bidding. That way, parents can save the trouble of going to the bank to deposit money, and students can also save the trouble of checking the accounts one by one. Everyone suddenly realized, and was shocked at the same time. For the internet, many people have initial contact, and many people have very little contact. The tutoring website is a super wild idea for them, not to mention the online payment software Su Hao is now talking about. Pay with money online? Is this possible? How to trade? Many people are at a loss. The reporter was equally at a loss, unable to understand the mystery for a while. Seeing everyone's shock, Su Hao explained with a smile, in layman's terms, the payment software is bound to a bank card. When a parent pays, the parent's bank card will be directly deducted to complete the payment. In this way, everyone suddenly realized. It turns out that the money is only deducted from the bank card, instead of directly using cash to pay. Zhang Menqi knows that Su Hao has been busy with online payment software these days, and was deeply moved. It turns out that he asked for leave to design payment software to ease everyone's work, and it was a private matter. At this moment, Zhang Menqi looked at Su Hao with admiration and admiration. The reporter praised, Stu Hao, your idea is very novel, and I hope your idea will be realized. Your request will be broadcasted on the TV station as it is, and I hope the relevant leaders will give you convenience after seeing it. Su Hao thank you. Su Hao didn't expect the TV station to have much effect. This was just a pavement for the big leaders behind to make a request when they came to visit. The use of tutoring websites to incubate online payment software is a plan that Su Hao has long thought of. The tutoring website is an educational project that benefits the country and the people. After reaching a certain scale, the bank will definitely not dare to stumble. The principal Xiao Gang is silently thinking about using personal connections to facilitate the completion of the Su Hao network software payment. In this way, the school can also be regarded as a tutoring website to contribute. With no actual contribution, Su Hao has been touted like this. Xiao Gang feels that the old face doesn't know where to put it. At the end of the interview, the reporter asked Su Hao, Stu Hao, what else do you want to say in the end? Su Hao smiled slightly and said, finally, I want to thank my school, Donghai University. Without Donghai University, the 985,211 website would not be so smoothly for its initial success. Thank you, the principal and leaders, for your support. Secondly, I would like to thank Jiajiafu Supermarket and Hao Game Company. Thank Jiajiafu Supermarket for selflessly sponsoring the tutoring website computer and many other basic equipment, and Hao Game Company for helping maintain the operation of the tutoring website without asking for return. Thank you Jiajiafu Supermarket Hao Game Company's contribution. This is what Su Hao suddenly thought. This interview will be broadcast on TV. Such a good free advertisement will not be white or white. Finally, I have to thank Zhang Menqi and other students for their hard work. Thank you. Because of you, the tutoring website is so successful. Thank you. Su Hao always had a smile on his face, making everyone on the scene feel like a spring breeze, and it was extremely useful. The reporter was very satisfied with the interview with Su Hao. In the evening news of Donghai TV station deliberately spent almost 10 minutes reporting an interview on the tutoring website. There are Zhang Menqi's, other classmates, and school leaders. These take up 5 minutes, and the other half of the time is Su Hao's solo show. After the news was broadcast, the whole province was a sensation. 985,211 family education website? The minimum cost of a freshman part-time job is 15 yuan an hour, 100 hours a month, at least 1,500 yuan. This school is more than many migrant workers earn a month. There are 3 college entrance examination champions whose salary exceeded 300 yuan an hour. Oh my god, I don't understand the world of rich people who spend 300 yuan an hour to ask a tutor. I am not concerned about this. I want to say that 300,000 per hour, 30,000 properly a month, this is only the money earned by a part-time tutor of a freshman student. I only have 3,000 a month, which is 10 times that of mine. How can I feel sorry for it? What are these? The most powerful is Su Hao, the founder of the tutoring website. The tutoring website makes a profit of 350,000 yuan per month. Su Hao does not take a penny. It is all used for public welfare to help senior students in need. So how it's amazing, I admire you, you are my idol. Family education website, this is the business philosophy of no one before, and Su Hao, this young man is too good. Overnight, Su Hao became an idol for many young people and a role model for many families to educate their children. Su's father and Su's mother also saw the news. Seeing her son appeared on TV, she didn't react for a while, and she didn't call Su Hao until after watching the news. Son, did you really make the Suma tutoring website? Su Hao, Mom, you read that right, I did it. Suma, son, you are so amazing, you deserve to be my son. Not only Suma, but so how many classmates and friends contacted Su Hao to express their congratulations. Zhang Menqi also received the same treatment as Su Hao. That night, the two of them answered the phone and received fear. After the news was broadcast, many parents who had children in their third year of high school logged on to the 985,211 family education website for registration and certification. In addition, the family education website almost collapsed after logging in to registered freshman students. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Zhang Menqi logged into the backstage of the website and was dumbfounded when she saw the number of registered users. A few seconds later, Zhang Menqi dialed Su Hao's phone. Su Hao, hurry up and log into the website to see the background data. Su Hao exited the payment software design interface, logged into the tutoring website, and saw that there were more than 7,000 student registrations and more than 10,000 family registrations. He was also stunned for several seconds. Menqi, you will be busy next. Zhang Menqi, tomorrow you come to the school, and there is a senior sister who is applying for a job. Come for an interview. Su Hao, no, you have to decide, it's your partner anyway. Zhang Menqi, no, you have to interview you personally. Only you can shock the other party. Su Hao promised, that's okay, I will go to school tomorrow. October 16th. Early in the morning, many people gathered at the entrance of both the Donghai Jiajiafu supermarket and the County Jiajiafu supermarket. Jiajiafu supermarket selflessly sponsors the 985,211 family education website. In the future, I will come to Jiajiafu supermarket when I do grocery shopping to contribute to the charity. Unexpectedly, the owner of Jiajiafu supermarket is so caring and selfless to sponsor. I will come to Jiajiafu supermarket for all my purchases in the future. Such voices are all in the ant group. After the supermarket opened, the passenger flow had obviously doubled compared with before, which made all the supermarket staff be puzzled. Soon the supermarket learned that everyone decided to buy things at Jiajiafu supermarket after seeing the evening news from Donghai TV station last night. After Chen Junion learned the news, he admired Su Hao even more. Yuan Shufiai told Su Hao of the good news of the surge in passenger traffic in the supermarket. Boss Su, you are so amazing. Our two supermarkets have doubled the passenger flow than before. Today's turnover has increased by at least 50%. Sister concubine, this is the charm of advertising. The TV station advertises our supermarket for free. It's hard for the supermarket to think about it or not. Su Hao smiled triumphantly. You tell manager Chen to let him choose the location of the supermarkets in the counties and cities as soon as possible, and then start the renovation. In the next 2 months, I want to have family portrait supermarkets in all counties in the province. The whole province. Yuan Shufiai asked for confirmation, thinking that she had heard it wrong. Su Hao smiled and said, yes, concubine, you heard that right. It's the whole province, not just the counties, but some big towns and villages also open a family portrait supermarket. You are responsible for the personnel, and you must do a good job of training new employees. Where do we get so much money? Yuan Swafei hadn't finished her words, thinking that Su Hao's stock had soared. She couldn't say anything else. Haha, sister concubine, did you think of the stocks I bought? Don't worry, money is not a problem. You and Manager Chen will let go and do it. Make preparations these days, and the funds will be in place in about 10 days. Su Hao is confident. Full of words. Yuan Swafei nodded and said, well, I know, I will notify Manager Chen. Su Hao came to the school and went directly to the office of the tutoring website. The classroom given by the school is in the east corner, near the girls' dormitory. Su Hao almost couldn't find a place. Welcome Su Hao boss to come and give guidance. Zhang Menqi smiled when he saw Su Hao, and then took the lead and applauded. Other classmates and employees also joined in and applauded. Menqi, you are naughty. What big boss? I am not big boss. Su Hao killed him and refused to recognize the title of big boss. Ha ha. Zhang Menqi smiled mysteriously, without exposing Su Hao. Last night, Zhang Menqi remembered Su Hao's sponsored Jiafu's supermarket, and the more he thought about it, the more things went wrong. It stands to reason that as the person in charge of the tutoring website, if there is a sponsor, she must know. But at this Jiafu's supermarket, she never had any contact with each other, let alone sponsored it. Thinking that the newly opened supermarket near her home is also called Jiafu's supermarket, Zhang Menqi is almost certain that Su Hao is the owner of Jiafu's supermarket. This guy opened a supermarket silently, and the Hao Game Company must have been run by this guy. Had it not been too late last night, Zhang Menqi couldn't help calling Su Hao to confirm. Because of this speculation, Zhang Menqi didn't sleep well last night and felt quite depressed. That's why she is now teasing Su Hao. Su Hao noticed Zhang Menqi's weird smile. A trace of doubt flashed on his face, but did not ask. When will senior sister come over for an interview? Zhang Menqi said softly, I'll be there soon. Zhang Menqi began to introduce the so-called senior sister's information. The elder sister's name is Du Ruimen, senior year, Department of Engineering Management, and president of the student union. She is excellent in all aspects and her professional counterpart is suitable for the position of tutoring website manager. Du Ruimen, the president of the student union, no wonder you asked me to interview in person. Are you afraid that you can't suppress the other party? Ha ha, Su Hao asked with a smile. I don't know why, Su Hao always feels that Du Ruimen's name is a bit familiar, as if he'd heard it somewhere. Know it and say it. Zhang Menqi gave Su Hao a white glance. Menqi, what are you afraid of? You have been in charge of the tutoring website during this period. No one but me knows tutoring website better than you. The senior sister is also a student. She may have less experience than you. You have to be confident and understand. Su Hao encouraged. I understand the truth, but senior sister Du is the president of the student union after all. With you next to me, I feel more at ease. Zhang Menqi's voice became softer. Hee, I would like to see what the so-called student union president is. Su Hao became curious about Du Ruimen, the president of the student union of Tunghai University. Instead of going to a big company, the world's top 500, he came to a small tutoring website for an internship. Hee, I'm really looking forward to it. A few minutes later, Du Ruimen arrived. Su Hao's eyes flashed with surprise when he saw Du Ruimen. By visual inspection, Du Ruimen's height is about the same as Zhang Menqi's height. The figure is a devil's figure that gains 1 point and loses weight and loses 1 point. The most important point is that Du Ruimen's car lights are much brighter than Zhang Menqi. If Zhang Menqi is a small lotus with sharp horns, Du Ruimen is a snow lotus in full bloom on the Tianshan Mountains, fully ripe. Paired with that stunning face, a stunningly beautiful woman. At this moment, Su Hao finally understands why the name Du Ruimen is familiar. It turns out that Du Ruimen is the schoolgirl sister Hong Dabao has been talking about. Hello, senior sister Du, this is Zhang Menqi. Zhang Menqi greeted her first. Du Ruimen said, hello, Zhang Menqi, I recognize you. Sister, this is Su Hao, the founder of the tutoring website. Zhang Menqi introduced Su Hao. When Du Ruimen came in, he saw Su Hao and recognized Su Hao. The pride in her heart made her not take the initiative to say hello. At the moment Zhang Menqi introduced, Du Ruimen looked at Su Hao. He is handsome, but I can't see any special place to create a tutoring website. The eyes are facing each other, and the picture seems to be frozen. Su Hao couldn't help but give Du Ruimen a primary insight book. Name, Du Ruimen age, 21 favorability, 60. Physical condition, sub-healthy, the car is in good condition. Favorability and good condition of the car made Su Hao more interested in Du Ruimen. Such a beautiful woman, who has not been in love for 4 years in college, still retains her body. What kind of fairy girl is she? Hello, Sister Du. Su Hao stretched out a hand of friendship. Du Ruimen gently held Su Hao's big hand and smiled and said, hello, Su Hao, my name has been admired for a long time. The moment Sohao grasped it with both hands, Sohao felt the delicateness and tenderness in his hands, and couldn't help but compliment, "This skin is so tender. I should say this for a long time to my name, but my roommate talks about you every day, haha." Sohao laughed softly. "Oh," Du Ruimin asked subconsciously, "what are you talking about me?" Sohao didn't expect Du Ruimin to ask. He changed his thoughts and didn't hide it. He said directly, "Of course I am talking about your beauty. My roommate says every day that Du Ruimin is the most beautiful school sister in the school, and the school flower list is #1. This stunning beauty, when I saw it today, she really deserved her reputation." Du Ruimin was almost frightened by Sohao's outspokenness. She hears this kind of compliment every day, and she has already turned a blind eye to it, but I don't know why. This compliment came out of Sohao's mouth, and it sounds so special. "Thank you for the compliment, you are also very handsome." Du Ruimin blurted out a compliment. Zhang Menqi really couldn't stand the flattery of the two of them, and said, "Sohao, can you be more serious? Senior sister is here for an interview." After finishing talking, Zhang Menqi gave Sohao a fiercely white look. The expression in his eyes seemed to say, "Hurry up and take your gaze back from the beautiful senior sister, calm down and don't be ashamed." But Zhang Menqi's words sounded like jealous in Du Ruimin's ears. Du Ruimin's eyes hovered over Zhang Menqi and Sohao for several seconds, and finally did not say anything. "I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, you can ask Dabeo later." Sohao explained and then said, "Senior sister, let's go through the process." Du Ruimin nodded gently. Zhang Menqi secretly breathed a sigh of relief when seeing the two on the right track, but secretly muttered in her heart whether such a beautiful senior is not suitable for working on a homeschooling website. Zhang Menqi sat next to Sohao and Du Ruimin sat across from them, and the interview officially began. "Sister Du, I believe in your abilities. I only have one question. Can you tell me why I chose to do internships on the tutoring website?" Sohao did not doubt Du Ruimin's abilities. Du Ruimin was able to stand out from the crowd of thousands of outstanding students at Tunghai University and become the president of the student union, which is enough to prove her ability. Du Ruimin did not hesitate and replied directly, "Stu Hao, I don't know what you think of the 985,211 tutoring website, but in my eyes, the prospects of the 985,211 tutoring website are very good. Maybe I can learn a lot when I join a big company, but the tutoring website is at the beginning of its creation. Everything needs to be improved to exercise my abilities. Senior sister, are you afraid that I don't want you?" Sohao asked with a smile. Du Ruimin didn't panic, smiled and said, "I don't want to lie to you. At this stage, my experience is indeed not as good as other professional managers, but I have the confidence to grow with the tutoring website and let the tutoring website develop rapidly." "Very well, I am very satisfied with your self-confidence. Your interview has passed. Please discuss other things with Menqi. I hope you are a good pair." Sohao felt Du Ruimin's strong self-confidence and decided to accept it. Under Du Ruimin. "Thank you, boss." Du Ruimin immediately changed his words, with a hint of naughty around the corner of his mouth. "I'm not your boss, just call me by name." Sohao unfortunately likes Su boss Su de boss. Sohao thinks that the name of the boss is very tacky, but Su Xiao sounds nice. "I work on a homeschooling website and lead the salary from the homeschooling website. The tutoring website is yours. You are not my boss." "Who is my boss?" Du Ruimin asked stupidly. "Don't call the boss, or you will be fired directly," Sohao said domineeringly. After speaking, Sohao left directly without giving Du Ruimin a chance to refute. Du Ruimin was frightened by Sohao's sudden burst of domineering, and it was not until Sohao left. She misunderstood that Sohao was angry and didn't know what to do for a while. Zhang Menqi noticed Du Ruimin's little panic and smiled, "Senior sister, don't take it to heart. Sohao is just like that. He doesn't like others calling him boss. You can just call him by name in the future." "A straight man?" Du Ruimin asked subconsciously. "Perhaps, I don't know much either," Zhang Menqi said softly. Du Ruimin asked, "You are not?" Du Ruimin didn't say the following words, she knew Zhang Menqi understood. "Of course not. Sohao and I are high school classmates. We haven't spoken much for 3 years in high school, so we only communicated more before the college entrance examination." Zhang Menqi understood Du Ruimin's meaning and said, "Although Sohao is a bit dull emotionally, but he is definitely a good person. Don't worry, he won't worry about what happened just now. You really know him," Du Ruimin said with emotion. "Understand? Maybe." Zhang Menqi sighed. Seeing Zhang Menqi's ethereal gaze, Du Ruimin probably guessed the relationship between Zhang Menqi and Sohao. Not a lover, but Zhang Menqi secretly likes Sohao. Realizing this, Du Ruimin became even more curious about Sohao. "Sohao, what is your charm? You can actually make such an outstanding beauty. Zhang Menqi admire you." Then the two women chatted a lot together, work, study, and gossip. "Wait a minute and talk about it." After a lot of friendship, the two became familiar with each other thoroughly and became good friends. If Suhao knew that Jiang Menqi and Du Ruimin had a lively chat after he left, and then became good friends, he would definitely sigh with emotion. The world of girls will never be understood by men. October 17, Suhao arranged for Jiajiafu's supermarket to send basic equipment such as computers needed by the tutoring website to the school. Suhao naturally did not want to let go of such a good advertising opportunity, so Yuan Swifei asked the media to report on the entire sponsorship process. After media reports, Jiajiafu's supermarket became popular again. October 18. The office space of the tutoring website is well arranged and has a corporate atmosphere. After Suhao learned that more than 10,000 families had registered and more than 6,000 students had registered, he decided to start a new round of bidding at 8 p.m. on the 20th. Suhao, it was a bit rushed on the 20th. There are only 2 days left. We still have thousands of families whose information has not been verified. Our current employees simply cannot complete it. Duruo dreamed that the data of those 8 or 9,000 families needed to be verified, and it was a headache. The tutoring website has only 15 employees, and they are all part-time students at school. How can it be possible to verify all of them in 2 days? Senior sister, you don't want to use the dozen or so employees of the tutoring website to verify 8 or 9,000 families? Do you think everyone is exhausted? Suhao directly said 19th and 20th are weekends. Qian asked 200 classmates for help at school, and it should be possible to verify them all in 2 days. Don't be afraid to spend money. What we need is efficiency. Those parents also hope that we will bid as soon as possible, and hope that their children will be counseled as soon as possible. Suhao will not allow Du Ruimin to refute, and will kill Du Ruimin with a word. Well, then do what you said. Du Ruimin nodded in agreement. It was also what Suhao said. Du Ruimin could not find a reason to refute, otherwise she would not be obedient. Menqi, I have to concentrate on designing payment software these 2 days. Don't call me if there is nothing urgent. I will come over when I bid on the next night. Suhao once again acted as the shopkeeper. Well, you can concentrate on designing. There are me and Meng's sister, don't worry. Jiang Menqi nodded obediently. Suhao smiled slightly and turned to leave. Zioki, you are too indulgent to Suhao. After Suhao left, Du Ruimin spit out a little. Jiang Menqi said, Sister Meng, I am not just letting Suhao, but, forget it, you will understand later. Besides, Suhao is not lazy, he wants to concentrate on designing payment software. Jiang Menqi wanted to say that Suhao had a career outside, but thought that Suhao didn't want everyone to know, but in the end he didn't say it. There is no help. Du Ruimin said speechlessly, Suhao, this guy really doesn't know how many years of cultivation have been blessed. Sister Meng, let's not talk about this, let's arrange it quickly. Jiang Menqi knew what Du Ruimin was going to say, and interrupted. Du Ruimin sighed and turned around to get busy. When the students heard that the tutoring website was recruiting part-time jobs to verify the information, they immediately swarmed to sign up. Finally, Jiang Menqi chose the students who had verified the information before, and then selected 100 students to form 100 pairs of combinations. The veteran and the novice are well arranged. Strolling around the campus, Suhao returned to the dormitory without knowing it. Lao San, staying in the dormitory tonight? Hong Dabao asked subconsciously when he saw Suhao. No, I have something to do in the past 2 days, so I won't stay in a dormitory. Suhao replied truthfully. Lao San, tell me honestly, are you hiding in the golden house outside? Hong Dabao asked curiously. No wonder Hong Dabao suspected it. It was Suhao who hadn't been in the dormitory for 3 days and hadn't stayed in the dormitory for 1 night in a week. It was difficult for Hong Dabao to doubt it. Dabao, how do you know? Ha ha, Suhao asked with a smile. Hong Dabao's eyes widened, and he said in surprise, the third child, you are really Jinyu Zhangjiao, are you the class leader? No, the class leader stays in the dormitory every day. It can't be the class leader. Come on, who is the beauty? Dabao, I really admire your imagination. You have this leisure time and you are thinking about it here. It is better to go to the tutoring website to help. Don't say I won't tell you. The tutoring website will recruit part-time jobs this weekend to verify family information. Aren't you going? Suhao deliberately emphasized the 4-character tone of male and female groups. Go, of course, you have to go without money. Hong Dabao said with a sense of righteousness, the third child, the tutoring website belongs to you. As a good brother, I should help you. If I don't give money, I have to go. Who doesn't know the little juju in your heart? If you have a goal, do you want me to talk to Menqi and arrange for you to partner with the other party? Suhao asked directly. The arrangement is boring, I personally like to look at fate, like the arrangement of fate. Hong Dabao said narcissistically. That's up to you. Suhao no longer cares about Hong Dabao. By the way, the third child, some classmates said that the scum from Du Zitang is asking you for a phone call, and that scum should be looking for you for something. Hong Dabao suddenly remembered this. Du Ziteng is the second generation of scumbag rich who chased Menki. Su Hao had an impression of the name. That's right. Hong Dabao nodded and said, that guy doesn't know what hell he is making. You have to be mentally prepared. Don't worry, it's just a rich second generation, I can handle it. Su Hao doesn't take Du Ziteng at all. With the current results of the tutoring website, no one dared to touch him in school. After chatting for a while, Su Hao left school. 2 days in the weekend, Su Hao concentrated on designing payment software. After 2 busy days, he finally designed the payment software. Next time I have to give this kind of hard work to Li Hong and the others, it will be too painful. Writing code day and night, Su Hao truly appreciates the hardship of a code farmer. On the evening of the 20th, Su Hao and Yuan Suifei went to school after dinner. At 7:50, Su Hao appeared in front of Zhang Menqi and others. Su Hao, you are here. Zhang Menqi saw Su Hao with a charming smile on her face. Well, the second bidding, I want to witness with you. Su Hao smiled. He. Zhang Menqi smiled more happily. Du Ruimin on the side looked at Su Hao inexplicably upset. This guy, can't you tell that Zioki likes him? It's so obvious that you can't see it. Is there such a straight man? Or is he playing stupid? Thinking of this possibility, Du Ruimin looked at Su Hao even more unhappy, almost cursing a scumbag. In order to verify his conjecture, Du Ruimin decided to find an opportunity to test Su Hao. At 8 o'clock exactly, the second bidding began. This time there are 6,300 students, almost twice as many as the first batch. Among them, there are 25 champions, and the others are students with excellent results in the college entrance examination. There are more than 12,000 registered families, almost twice the number of tutors. It is conceivable that the bidding competition will be fierce. As Su Hao thought, the bidding has just opened, and parents will bid immediately. The price of the champion almost changes within a few seconds, and it breaks through 100 in less than 3 minutes. This is even crazier than the first bid. In the first bid, the price of the champion only broke 100 in 10 minutes, and now it broke 100 in 2 or 3 minutes. This competition is too fierce. Not only the price of the top dollar, but the prices of other students with good grades are also slowly soaring. More than 10,000 families compete for more than 6,000 classmates. It is destined that half of the families cannot find a tutor on tutoring websites. With the word of mouth of tutoring websites spreading, everyone believes in tutoring websites so fiercely. Dabao, do you have hope? Su Hao smiled at Hong Dabao on the side. Hong Dabao asked in a daze, what is hope? You are going to be sold by the website, haha. Su Hao joked. Hong Dabao ignored Su Hao's joke and said excitedly, really? I really want to make money with my own ability. If I can sell it, that would be great. The opportunity is great. The competition is so fierce, and in the end you have a chance. Su Hao analyzed, for many of the second batch of registered students, your grades are better than them, so you are very hopeful in this bidding. Haha, if I really have someone bid, I will definitely treat you and the monitor to a meal. Hong Dabao laughed happily. Hong Dabao, why do you only invite Su Hao and Zhang Menqi? What about us? Someone protested. Please all, please all. Hong Dabao couldn't reach the invincible gaze of everyone, and immediately compromised. 1 hour later, almost all the students were offered bids, including Hong Dabao. When Hong Dabao saw that he was being bid, he bounced and cheered proudly. Haha, finally someone made an offer for me. This family is really a hero with insight, and I will definitely tutor their children so that their children will also be admitted to Dongda. Dabao, be normal. Su Hao was speechless and reminded. Hong Dabao looked at everyone's weird gazes, and then gradually calmed down. F***ck, how can I forget about Sister Du Ruimin, my image, woo. Fortunately, Min Min is not there, otherwise it would be a shame. At 10 o'clock, the bidding came to an end. Unsurprisingly, the price of the champion broke through 300, reaching a maximum of 360 yuan, which was 40 yuan higher than the first bid. Among them, there are as many as 30 students who broke 300, which is a few more than the first bid. More than 100 people broke 200, several times more than the first time. The price of 100 to 200 is even more crazy. It's crazy. Many of the students with perfect scores in a single subject have a price of over 100. This is much better than the first time. These parents are really crazy. Quickly count and see the record this time. Du Ruimin couldn't wait to know the record of the second bidding. Half an hour later, the second bidding data was released. A total of 6,300 students were bid. The highest price was 380 yuan an hour, the lowest price was 15 yuan an hour, and the average price was 60 yuan an hour, which was 10 yuan higher than the first average price. Calculated on the basis of 100 hours per month for each student, the website will account for approximately 37.8 million yuan, and the 3% rake is more than 1.1 million. As soon as this data came out, everyone was dumbfounded. 100 and 100,000 plus the first batch of 350,000, not 1.5 million, 1.5 million a month, this. All people looked at Su Hao, wanting to see if Su Hao regretted the original decision. 1.5 million a month, if you don't take all, you take 1/3 and 500,000, leaving 1 million for charity, and no one will gossip. It's fine now, and everything is said if you don't take anything. I can't take it if I want, do you regret it? Why are you looking at me? Su Hao asked in confusion when everyone was staring at him. 1.5 million a month, don't you regret it? Du Ruimen asked everyone's heart. Su Hao smiled slightly and said, I have no regrets. This money is used to help the senior students in need of help. There is nothing to regret. If I take this money, the jealousy of my classmates will burn me to death. I want to live a few more years, so I'll forget the money. Su Hao, you are so great, I will definitely not be able to do it for me. Su Hao, you are great, I will convince you. No, I'm not a big star, don't engage in personality cultism. Su Hao interrupted everyone's flattery. The payment software has not yet been launched. You will be busy tomorrow. There are more than 6,000 bills. It is a headache to think about it. I will make the payment software online as soon as possible to ease everyone's work. Su Hao finished, thinking about the time when everyone checked the accounts. You will see that there is no money in the account, and it hurts instantly. F***CK, what's this going on? Zhang Menqi has always been in charge of financial affairs. But tomorrow after the parents make the payment, Zhang Menqi and everyone will have to reconcile the accounts, and then they will definitely find that there is no money in the account. Is it possible to sell stocks? But it is too late to sell stocks tomorrow. Su Hao's face became hard to look. Zhang Menqi noticed Su Hao's strangeness, and asked with concern, Su Hao, what's wrong with you? Su Hao came back to his senses and said, no, it's nothing. It really doesn't work. I can only ask Zhang Menqi to confess, and it has been delayed for a few days. Zhang Menqi is easy to persuade, but Du Ruimen is there. Su Hao has a headache thinking about it. This is a bomb for himself. This pit must definitely be filled. Su Hao didn't want to stay longer, gave a few words, and left quickly. Zhang Menqi watched Su Hao leave in a hurry, her eyes full of worry. Zioki, don't think about it, that guy is always mysterious. If you were really worried about calling him, Du Ruimen comforted. Zhang Menqi shook her head lightly and said, no, I don't want to bother him. Oh, Du Ruimen sighed, wondering how to comfort Zhang Menqi. Su Hao went directly to concubine Yuan Shui's house. At this time, I could only find Yuan Shuifei to embezzle the backlog of the supermarket to fill in the pit of the tutoring website. With stocks that have soared more than twice, Su Hao easily convinced Yuan Shuifei to help. Su Hao, I will only take the risk to help you this time. You must never take a risk to do this kind of thing in the future, you know? Yuan Shuifei hopes that Su Hao will develop steadily instead of gambling. Sister concubine, don't worry, I will let them register the company as soon as possible on the tutoring website, and I will not move the money there, Su Hao assured. The tutoring website is now under the supervision of the whole people. If the funds are misappropriated and leaked out, they will definitely be criticized by everybody and become a rat crossing the street. Thinking of the tragic end, Su Hao's face was sweaty, and he decided not to use the tutoring website for a penny in the future. It's fine if you know who is in charge of the finances on the tutoring website. Yuan Shuifei is still worried that Su Hao's misappropriation of website funds will leak out. It's Zhang Menqi, Su Hao answered truthfully. Then turn around, tell her, let this matter stop here, don't let others know about it, or else this matter will be leaked out, and you will definitely become a rat crossing the street that everyone shouts and beats. Yuan Shuifei said seriously. Well, I know, Menqi hasn't found it yet. If you go to the bank early tomorrow morning to complete the transfer, even if she finds out later, she will find me first and won't tell anyone, Su Hao said. Let you take the risk boldly, now you know that you are afraid? Humph, Yuan Shuifei snorted. Sister concubine, it's fortunate to have you, otherwise this matter will really come to an end, thank you. Su Hao expressed his gratitude. I don't want to listen to your thanks, I just hope you don't do such risky things in the future, Yuan Shuifei said again. Well, I will pay attention, Su Hao nodded lightly. Su Hao also didn't want the people around him to worry about him. The next day Yuan Shuifei got up early in the morning and went to the bank. As soon as the bank opened, she immediately helped Su Hao fill the hole. After Yuan Shuifei finished the transfer here, she immediately sent a message to Su Hao. Su Hao secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the message and replied, thank you. After breakfast, Su Hao came to school. In order for the payment software to go online as soon as possible, Su Hao intends to start public welfare activities as soon as possible. The current actions of the tutoring website still have not attracted the visit of the Education Bureau or the city leaders. There is only one reason, that is, the weight of the tutoring website is not enough. No matter how much money you make or what public welfare you say, as long as you don't implement it and do not take actual actions, government departments will not be easily dispatched. Suhao came to the office of the tutoring website and saw that Jang Menki was not there, only Du Ruimin and a few classmates were there. Senior sister, where is Menki? Suhao asked smoothly. Du Ruimin heard Suhao directly asking Jang Menki, feeling inexplicably upset in his heart, and said uncomfortably, how do I know where Xiaoqi is? You want to know that you can call her directly. Suhao frowned slightly after seeing Du Ruimin's upset. What happened to this woman today? Could it be your aunt? Senior sister, I came here today to discuss something with everyone. Suhao was too lazy to chat with Du Ruimin, domineeringly said, you can ask Menki if she has time, let her come over, we have a staff meeting. Du Ruimin felt the solemnity of Suhao, so she didn't dare to make any trouble, and nodded gently. Du Ruimin called Jang Menki and complained in his heart, this guy always like this, he knows that pretending to be a boss, and what he doesn't like to call a boss is a lie, a big liar. Jang Menki heard that Suhao was about to hold a staff meeting and realized that Suhao had important things to announce, so she didn't hesitate to ask for leave. Half an hour later, the first formal staff meeting of the 985,211 family education website was officially held. Suhao looked at a dozen employees, sighed lightly, and said, this is the first formal employee meeting of the tutoring website. Here I will announce a few decisions. Everyone listened attentively. Suhao said, the first one, the tutoring website is registered as a company. After the website is corporatized, the employee benefits will be perfected, and all the 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund will be available. The basic salary is to be determined, but it will definitely not be low. You can rest assured about this, I won't take a penny of profit, but I can't treat you badly. All the employees are very moved. Suhao guarantees that their salary will never be less. Suhao continued, the second point is to implement public welfare. The families who bid for the second time in these 2 days will all complete the payment, plus the profit from the first bid. The website will have a profit of more than 1 million. Spend it out as soon as possible. It is tentatively scheduled to do charity every weekend. The charity target first chooses from the alma mater of the high school where our school is a tutor. I have already selected the first place to go. It is the alma mater of Wang Yangjun in my dormitory. Suhao explained, Wang Yangjun's hometown is a poor county in your province. Most of the high schools he attends are families in need, and we need our help very much. Everyone is okay with this, right? No opinion. Everyone said one after another. Suhao has said this, if there are any comments, it would be too uninteresting. Suhao continued, I asked Wang Yangjun. There are about 800 students in their senior high school. Among them, there are about 600 students from poor families, and the target of our help is these 600 people. Everyone is funded by our website for 1,000 yuan. Which requires about 600,000 yuan. Everyone nodded in agreement. Du Ruimin asked a question, Suhao, 100,000 a week, our profit in 1 month is only enough for 2 weeks. Will our subsidy amount be halved, so that it can just last 4 weeks a month? Suhao said directly, no, 500 yuan is too little and meaningless. For students in poor county towns, 1,000 yuan is enough for their entire senior year of food, just right. As for the lack of funds, this is the third point I want to make. After the implementation of public welfare, our family education website will definitely receive more attention from the society, and even from the high level of the country. At that time, we can expand outward, first in the province, and then spread across the country. As the province expands, we can expand in Yanjing and Yangcheng at the same time. Yanjing and Yangcheng occupy 1/10 of the country's colleges and universities, and these 2 places are extremely suitable for the development of our family education website. Everyone was shocked by Suhao's plan. Suhao noticed everyone's look and smiled and said, actually, the business model of the tutoring website is very simple. We already have the foundation and it is not difficult to expand. Even now I can proudly say that many places think about our tutoring. The website enters as soon as possible. Sister Du, you need to put more effort into expansion. It's really impossible. You can ask the school to help contact other colleges and universities to open up the situation. As long as you open up the situation, everything will be easy after that. Du Ruimin nodded lightly and said, well, don't worry, I will work hard to accomplish your goal. Yeah. Suhao nodded slightly and said, I will go with this weekend's activities. Menki, are you going? Jang Menki nodded lightly and said, the first charity grant, I'm going. Not only Jang Menki, but many employees expressed their desire to witness together. Suhao whispered, you don't need too many people. 4 or 5 people are fine. Many people will waste the ticket money. Du Ruimin wanted to go too, but Suhao directly refused. Senior sister, the house will be handed over to you, you can go next time, this time I and Menki are fine. Du Ruimin's lips moved slightly, still trying to hold on, but in the end he couldn't say a word. End of the meeting. Suhao and Jang Menki discussed the specific issues of the weekend charity together. Du Ruimin saw Suhao and Jang Menki talking almost head to head, and felt even more depressed. Why leave me alone? I'm the intern manager of the site anyway. At this moment, Du Ruimin felt so wronged. She has been the sweet girl of the sky since she was a child, and she is the most outstanding and noticeable existence wherever she goes, but in Suhao, all the auras on her body are dim and even disappear completely. Suhao's attitude towards her is almost the same as that of ordinary people or even strangers. Suhao, I don't believe that the charm of this lady cannot make you a little special. Wait, I must make you look at me with admiration. If Suhao knew Du Ruimen's mind, he would definitely be wronged. For Du Ruimen's such a big beauty, Suhao keeps admiring, but they are not familiar with each other, plus Zhang Menqi is beside her, and Yuan Suifei is on the other side. Suhao really has no intention to provoke Du Ruimen. After talking about all the details, it was already 10 o'clock in the morning, and Zhang Menqi began to reconcile the accounts. When Suhao saw Zhang Menqi starting to reconcile the accounts, he was slightly disturbed, hoping she would not find out. Seeing everyone doing things, Suhao left silently. Zhang Menqi has forgotten her work, and carefully reconciles every payment. In his spare time, Zhang Menqi looked boredly at the previous accounts, and suddenly found that the money in the account had been transferred out once. This. Zhang Menqi lost her face in shock, and quickly checked it carefully, and she was relieved to see that Qian had been transferred back this morning. Who transferred the money? 10 seconds later, Zhang Menqi had only one answer in her mind: it was Suhao who transferred the money. The bank card belongs to Suhao, she is in charge of it, and only Suhao and her know the password. It's not her, it can only be Suhao. Why did Suhao transfer this money? Over 10 million, what did Suhao do with it? Was it because of the reconciliation today that he turned it back? Zhang Menqi was confused, and subconsciously wanted to talk to Du Ruimen, thinking that the matter was serious, and the leaking would have a great impact on Suhao. Suppressing the panic in her heart, she quietly left to find an unmanned corner before dialing Suhao's phone. Suhao saw Zhang Menqi's call and guessed that the other party found that the account was wrong. Menqi, what's the matter? Suhao still held a trace of luck. Where are you now? I have something to find you. Zhang Menqi decided to find Suhao to understand the situation. The money is still there, and everything is not a problem. Zhang Menqi just wanted to understand the situation, otherwise she would not fall asleep. I'm at school, I'm waiting for you here in the playground, come here. Suhao heard Zhang Menqi's voice trembling slightly, knowing that Zhang Menqi had discovered that he had misappropriated money from the tutoring website. Zhang Menqi ran to the playground. Seeing Zhang Menqi's beautiful face, Suhao almost couldn't help reaching out to wipe her face. Zhang Menqi looked at Suhao complicatedly, not knowing how to speak for a while. Suhao saw Zhang Menqi's entanglement and said directly, "Did you find that I transferred the money from the website?" Zhang Menqi nodded lightly and said, "Suhao, do you have any difficulties? Is the supermarket short of money? Do you know I run a supermarket?" Suhao's eyes flashed with surprise. No one in his family knew about his supermarket. Only Fat Li Jun knew about his friends. How could Zhang Menqi know? Zhang Menqi said softly, "I guess. Last time you said Jia Jiafu's supermarket sponsored the website, I guessed it. You also opened the Hao Game Company, right? You guessed it all, you are really smart." Suhao praised Zhang Menqi, and then said, "Yes, Jia Jiafu's supermarket and Hao Game Company are both owned by me. I misappropriated the money not because the supermarket lacked money, but because I used it for other purposes. I'm sorry, I should tell you in advance." Suhao sincerely apologized, and then explained, "I thought that the money would be returned in 10 days, so I didn't plan to tell you, because I was too lazy to explain this to you. I didn't expect it to be because of my own bidding decision in advance. The accounts need to be checked in advance. I thought of this so I transferred the money back. I thought you wouldn't look at the previous account. I didn't expect you to be discovered by you. You can tell me in advance. I was scared to death when I saw the money was transferred. Fortunately, I saw the money transferred back, otherwise I would call the police." Zhang Menqi gave Suhao a blank look and said, "If you want to spend money, you can explain to me what you are doing. If there is nothing, I won't stop you." "Menqi, if I said I would use it for stocks, would you agree?" Suhao smiled bitterly. "Stocks?" Zhang Menqi's face changed drastically. "Yes, I raised a total of more than 100 million yuan to invest in stocks," Suhao said truthfully. More than 100 million. Zhang Menqi was completely dumbfounded. At this moment, Zhang Menqi was completely frightened by this number. It turns out that Suhao is already a billionaire, so it's no wonder that I can't see the millions of profits from the tutoring website. At this moment, Zhang Menqi thoroughly felt the gap between herself and Suhao. She is just an ordinary freshman. If she has such an advantage, it is nothing more than a prestigious university and an advantage of being pretty. There are too many girls like this in the world. But what about Suhao? At a young age, with a net worth of over 100 million, he is handsome, and is blessed by a tutoring website, and was named idols by many younger students. The gap is too big. "Menqi, don't worry, I have inside information. The stocks I bought have more than tripled. In a few days, I can make at least 2 to 3 billion yuan from selling." Su Hao, in order not to worry Zhang Menqi, tell the truth to be honest. Zhang Menqi was even more shocked when she heard this. Oh my god, earning 2 or 3 billion, am I dreaming? Seeing Zhang Menqi in a daze, Su Hao seemed to be frightened and didn't know what to do for a while. After a long time, Su Hao said, Menqi, I have transferred the money back. Don't tell other people about this. This is the end of the matter. After you register the company on the website, you transfer all the money to the company's account. This matter will never be known. Well, I won't tell others. Zhang Menqi nodded obediently. Thank you, Su Hao thanked. You're welcome. Zhang Menqi said, I'll go back to work first. Su Hao nodded slightly. Zhang Menqi didn't know how she got back to the tutoring website. Su Hao had just said in her mind along the way. Do women notice something was wrong with Zhang Menqi and asked concerned Zioki, what's the matter with you, is it uncomfortable? No, Sister Meng, I'm fine, I need to reconcile the accounts. Zhang Menqi came over slightly. Women glanced at Zhang Menqi suspiciously, but didn't ask more, and she had a lot of things. Said it was a reconciliation, but Zhang Menqi was emptying her head and had no intention of working at all. For the next 2 or 3 days, Zhang Menqi avoided Su Hao subconsciously. After knowing Su Hao's identity as a billionaire, she didn't know how to get along with Su Hao. Time comes to October 24th, Su Hao woke up early, had breakfast with Yuan Shuai, and went to the stock exchange. 10 days have finally passed, and today is the day of stock harvest. Su Hao, all the stocks are sold today. Yuan Shuai felt Su Hao's excitement and asked in confusion. Su Hao nodded lightly and said, well, today is the 10th day. The stock should go up almost, it's time to sell. Huacheng Medical has risen to $4 and $5, a full threefold increase, which is almost the same. Yuan Shuai gave Su Hao a white look and groaned, 3 times the income, if this is almost the same, how much will it cost? Hee, is there too much money? I don't think it is too much for 10 times 100 times. I'd better have one 10,000 times, haha. Su Hao smiled triumphantly. It's 10,000 times. I think you haven't woken up yet. Yuan Shuai gave Su Hao a gentle white. Looking at the price of 4 and 5 yuan, Yuan Shuai was happy for Su Hao and tripled the income, indicating that Su Hao could earn 2 to 3 billion yuan. Earning 2 to 3 billion in just 10 days, if anyone knows this, Su Hao will be named a stock god. Su Hao is not in a hurry. According to the system, the stock will be the highest at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Starting at 10 o'clock, Su Hao began to ship slowly. At this moment, Huacheng Medical's share price has reached 5 yuan. Su Hao shipped slowly, and sold more than 20 million shares in less than half an hour, and directly earned back the principal. The remaining almost 50 million shares were pure profits. Shareholders are very optimistic about the Huacheng Medical stock, but suffer from the lack of stock. Now Su Hao is selling. As long as Su Hao sells, someone will buy it immediately. Su Hao saw this situation and sold a lot, 1 million shares and 1 million shares. After most of the busy day, all the stocks in Su Hao's hand were sold off, and the gold rating on the account was 400 million. Invest 115 million yuan, which is more than 3 times the profit. 4 billion? Yuan Shuai was shocked when she saw the number of 4 billion. Haha, concubine, are you still worried now? Su Hao asked with a smile. Concubine Yuan Shui scratched Su Hao and said, this is your luck. Next time you can't put all your wealth on. Yeah. Su Hao was too lazy to pull, and nodded slightly. With the first success, the next time it will only be crazier. If you have money, you don't make a bastard. Su Hao transferred 73.5 million yuan to the supermarket account, including 13.5 million yuan filled in by Yuan Shuai for the tutoring website, 5 million to Li Jun 5 million to the game company, and repaid there are about 316 million left. In addition to the 30 million principal of the game company, Su Hao made a net profit of 280 million and 6 million. Ding, congratulations to the master for achieving the third monetary achievement, earning 100 million yuan, and rewarding a golden treasure chest. The familiar and unfamiliar reward sound made Su Hao even more happy. Sure enough, the third monetary achievement is to earn 100 million. The golden treasure box is really exciting. Su Hao opened the golden treasure box without hesitation. The golden treasure box is open. Congratulations to the host, gain intermediate insights, mature 3G network commercial technology, and perfect lithography machine technology. Su Hao was completely shocked by the reward of the golden treasure chest. Let's not talk about intermediate insights, the effect needs to be verified. The mature 3G network commercial technology is a big killer. You must know that the popularization of 3G networks in China was only in 2008. The best 3G networks abroad are also unstable, and the 3G network technology rewarded by the system is the most mature. It can be said that as long as Su Hao is willing, he can set up a laboratory and recruit a group of professional scientific researchers. It takes less than a month. Can build an extremely mature 3G commercial network. If the country can popularize 3G networks a few years in advance, the country's development will be even faster. And the perfect lithography machine technology makes Su Hao excited and ecstatic. The lithography machine is an eternal pain for the country. Until 2020, the national lithography machine technology still lags far behind foreign countries. Without the lithography machine, the chip can only rely on foreign countries. Su Hao is very angry when thinking about the foreign country's suppression of domestic large enterprises in 2020. At the same time, he feels that the reward of lithography machine technology is really good. In this life, there is a perfect lithography machine technology rewarded systematically, and those suppress ions have disappeared. Even if there is, he uses technology to suppress foreign companies. What are you in a daze? Yuan Shuai saw Su Hao in a daze, and lightly nodded Su Hao's arm. Su Hao came back to his senses and smiled and said, "Nothing. Just thinking about something. You asked Manager Chen to come back. Now that we have the funds, the supermarket is on the road of rapid development. Let's go ahead and let you know. There will be a middle and high-level meeting tomorrow morning." Su Hao thought for a while, and felt it necessary to convene a middle and high-level meeting. It should have been this way. No one will know that you are the owner of the supermarket if you don't show up. Yuan Shuai vomited. "No way, I don't want to be too high-profile." Su Hao waved his hand. "That's strange." Yuan Shuai retorted, "If you don't want to be too high-profile, why would you be interviewed on TV? Su Hao was speechless. "That was an accident, I can't refuse that." "Ha ha." Concubine Yuan Shui replied. October 25th. In the morning, Su Hao and Yuan Shuai came to Jiajiafu's supermarket together. In the conference room, Chen Juniong and a group of middle and high-level officials were already waiting. "I heard that the boss will show up this time. Is it true?" Manager Yuan said that the boss held a meeting. "It should be true. We really failed as employees. We don't know who the boss is now." "Don't say you, except Manager Yuan and Manager Chen in the entire supermarket. I'm afraid no one knows who the boss is. The boss is too low-key." There was a lot of discussion among the middle and high-level people. When everyone was talking, Su Hao and Yuan Shuai appeared in front of everyone. When everyone saw Su Hao walking in front of concubine Yuan Shui, they were all taken aback. At such a young age, it seems a bit familiar. By the way, it is Su Hao, the founder of the tutoring website. Someone quickly recognized Su Hao's identity. It's no wonder that our supermarket sponsors the tutoring website. It turns out to be the same owner. After everyone recognized Su Hao's identity, they all solved the puzzle in their happiness. Yuan Shuai introduced, "Hello everyone, this is the owner of our Jiafu supermarket, Su Hao." "Good boss," everyone shouted. Su Hao smiled slightly and said, "Hello, everyone, like Manager Chen, will call me Su Xiao from now on." Everyone silently remembered it in their hearts. Su Hao smiled and said, "I want to hold this meeting today to get to know you, and to announce several important decisions." Everyone listened attentively. Su Hao Lang said, "The first thing is the next development goal of the supermarket. I will inject 100 million yuan into the supermarket. In the next 2 months, I will see a Jiajiafu supermarket open in all counties in the province." Everyone exploded directly. "Inject 100 million, this. A billion, yeah. Is Su Xiao the rich second generation of a big family?" The most shocking scene was Chen Juniong. Although Chen Juniong does not know Su Hao very well, he also knows a little bit about Su Hao. Su Hao is just a child of an ordinary family. Where can one inject 100 million in capital? Is it financing? Impossible, there are only 2 stores, why would anyone be willing to invest? Chen Juniong couldn't figure out where Su Hao came from. However, he resisted the curiosity in his heart and did not ask. He believed that Su Hao would give him the answer after the meeting. "Manager Chen, you have 100 million in funds, are you confident to achieve the goal I set?" Su Hao asked Chen Juniong. Chen Juniong is very confident, "Su Xiao, as long as 100 million yuan of funds are in place, I am confident that I will complete the goal within 2 months, and I can issue a military order." According to Chen Juniong's understanding, there are a total of 55 counties and 5 county-level cities in Jiang province, a total of 60 counties. 100 million yuan of funds in 2 months can definitely open a family portrait supermarket in 60 counties. Okay, this matter is fully entrusted to you. Manager Yuan is in charge of personnel training and finance, and you are solely responsible for the rest. Su Hao is very satisfied with Chen Juniong's answer. Everyone here is the elite of the supermarket. Dozens of stores will open in the next 2 months. I hope you will all be the supermarket managers in charge. Are you confident? Su Hao asked everyone. When the voice fell, someone immediately shouted, "Yes, Su Xiao, I am confident, as long as you give me a chance, I am confident to be a supermarket manager. Such a good opportunity in the upper ranks, no more time to wait. Xiao, I believe in my abilities. As long as you give me a chance, I will not let you down." Everyone spoke one after another. Well, everyone here has a chance, Manager Yuan, you have arranged the personnel, and everyone here gives them a chance to be on their own. Su Hao gave everyone a bit of sweetness. Well, I got it. Concubine Yuan Shui should obediently. Everyone was extremely excited. The manager of a county seat was a prince, much higher than their current position. Su Hao gave them all of this. At this moment, everyone was extremely grateful to Su Hao, and secretly determined to work hard to repay Su Hao's kindness. Chen Juniong admired Su Hao's approach when he saw everyone's excited expressions. High, really high. Su Xiao's move completely convinced everyone, it was too high. Su Xiao deserved to be Su Xiao. Yuan Suofei was even more emotional. How could this guy be so powerful at a young age? At this moment, Yuan Suofei completely believes that there is a genius in this world, and Su Hao is a well-deserved genius. Su Hao continued, the second thing is to improve the reward and punishment system. Because the system has not been fully formulated, so I will not elaborate on each one, but I can tell everyone that there will be a ranking for all stores in the future. As long as the previous three, the year-end awards will exceed your imagination. As long as you work hard, becoming a millionaire or even a multimillionaire is not a dream. After hearing this, everyone has extremely high expectations for the so-called reward and punishment system. Su Hao was very satisfied when he saw the excitement of everyone. I will talk about these two things today, and the meeting will be over. After Su Hao's announcement, the meeting adjourned immediately. Everyone was surprised and almost didn't react. How long did it take before the meeting ended? Su Hao sensed everyone's surprise and said domineeringly, I don't like formalism. I advocate pragmatism. As long as you do well, rewards will not be less. At the same time, I would like to remind you that if you do something wrong, I will be punished severely. Let the meeting adjourn. Everyone left silently. Everyone guessed from Su Hao's last speech that Su Hao is a resolute person, and he is more cautious in his future work and dare not embezzle. After everyone left, only Su Hao, Yuan Suofei, and Chen Juniong remained in the meeting room. Xiao, you really scared me. Chen Juniong did not hold back after all, and said his heartfelt voice. Ha ha. Su Hao smiled softly, and said, Manager Chen, when I interviewed you, I said that I would inject 100 million yuan in the future. I did it. Now it's up to you. As long as you do, the dividends promised to you will still be valid. I can assure you that as long as you don't let me down, the position of general manager of the supermarket will always be yours. Thank you, Su Xiao. Chen Juniong quickly expressed his gratitude and said, Su Xiao, rest assured, I will work hard to achieve your goal. I look forward to your results. Su Hao did not say a word. As long as Chen Juniong does not let him down, he will invest more money into the supermarket in the future, so that the supermarket can occupy the national market without any worries. The remaining two stocks are Su Hao's confidence. Yuan Suofei saw Su Hao's high spirits, and her gaze at Su Hao was even more admiring. Such an excellent man, am I really worthy of him? Su Hao noticed the strangeness of Yuan Suofei, and asked, Sister Concubine, what are you stupefying? Concubine Yuan Shui came back to her senses and said, Su Hao, if you inject 100 million in capital, my shares have to be redefined. When Yuan Suofei talked about shares, Chen Juniong couldn't help but cast envious eyes. Chen Juniong knows that Yuan Suofei invested 1 million in 10% of the supermarket shares. According to the current development of supermarkets, 10% of the shares may be worth 100 million or even several billion in the future, and this 1 million investment is overvalued. Shares. Su Hao frowned slightly, he hadn't really thought about this question. Concubine Yuan Shui said softly, at the beginning you wanted me to invest in our friendship. In fact, you are not short of that 1 million. I am very grateful for this. Now that you inject 100 million in capital, my share should be diluted accordingly, so that in the future, other senior executives in the supermarket will have nothing to say. I have calculated, my 1 million can only occupy 0.5% of the share. 0.5%. Su Hao frowned tighter and opened his mouth to speak. Yuan Suofei guessed what Su Hao wanted to say, and said first, Su Hao, please don't make me embarrassed. I don't want to sleep well every day. Fine. Yuan Suofei said it all. Su Hao knew that she would not be able to persuade her. What's more, Yuan Suofei was right. Such a standard would be beneficial to the future development of the supermarket. However, your share of the shares is 1%. Su Hao saw Yuan Suofei wanted to speak, and said quickly, listen to me first. I promised Manager Chen a 3% option dividend or 1% equity. This is a policy reward for talents. You are the personnel of the supermarket. And the financial manager, how can it be worth 0.5% of the reward, right? Yuan Suofei no longer refuted. That's it. Your share quota will be 1% in the future. Su Hao gave his final word. Chen Juniong on the side was a little embarrassed and said, Su Xiao, Manager Yuan is 0.5. How am I embarrassed to take a bit? I'm the same as Manager Yuan. You guys. Su Hao said silently, I have never seen anyone who is troubled with money. Manager Chen, you are a talent. If you are embarrassed, you can choose to pay dividends. That way, I choose to pay dividends, so I feel more at ease. Chen Juniong chose to pay dividends without hesitation. Chen Juniong did not regret his decision, because he knew that some things should not be taken. The business philosophy of the supermarket is all formulated by Su Hao. He is only the executor, so he can change himself. If he is uninterested, Su Hao may change him at any time. This time the share adjustment, Su Hao's supermarket shares accounted for 99%, and only 1% was in the hands of Yuan Shufiai. For this result, Su Hao feels very complicated. Su Hao, in fact, I can also get dividends like Manager Chen. 1 million will let me get 1% of the shares. I'm afraid you will regret it later. Yuan Shufiai couldn't help expressing her heart when sending Su Hao away. Sister concubine, you also invested 1 million, if you really don't take it at all, I feel sorry for it. Su Hao said seriously, besides, if I didn't have you, I couldn't do computer group buying, and I couldn't do computer group buying. I can't make the first pot of gold, so don't take this 1% of the shares too much, and take it with peace of mind, yeah. Su Hao said this, and Yuan Shufiai nodded obediently. At the same time Yuan Shufiai admires Su Hao even more, because Su Hao is a person who knows how to be grateful. Such an excellent man who knows how to be grateful. Am I really worthy? Concubine Yuan Shufiai, you must work harder to improve yourself, otherwise you will get farther and farther away from Su Hao, and eventually you will become two parallel lines that cannot be crossed with him. At this moment, Yuan Shufiai thought and Zhang Menqi knew that Su Hao was a billionaire with the same low self-esteem, and felt that she was not worthy of Su Hao's excellence. If Su Hao knew what Yuan Shufiai was thinking, he would be very speechless. There are so many worthy and unworthy. As long as you are willing, you and I will be happy together. It's a pity that Su Hao couldn't see through Yuan Shufiai's thoughts. This weekend I will go to your province to host public welfare activities on the tutoring website. If you have any urgent matters, call me. Su Hao reminded Yuan Shufiai of not being in Donghai City on the weekend. Okay, you pay attention to safety. Yuan Shufiai said softly. Yeah. Su Hao thought of intermediate insight, and went to Yuan Shufiai and threw it away. Name, Yuan Shufiai. Age, 23. Favorability, 92, better than Jin Jian. Physical condition, subhealthy, the car is in good condition. Identity background, graduated from a junior college. When he was 20, his parents were killed in a car accident. Identity background? Su Hao was taken aback when he saw an additional identity background. The identity background details all the important experiences of concubine Yuan Shufiai from birth to the present. After reading all the information of concubine Yuan Shufiai, Su Hao feels even more pity for concubine Yuan Shui. Sister concubine, you should also take care of yourself. Don't stay up late. A good leader must know how to delegate power. Don't do everything by yourself. That will tire you, Su Hao said very seriously. Yuan Shufiai heard Su Hao's sincere concern, and she was secretly delighted, and nodded obediently, and said, well, I see. After separating from Yuan Shufiai, Su Hao rushed to school. Since the traffic in Wang Yangjun's hometown is not well developed, there will be several bus transfers from the East China Sea. Everyone decided to set off this afternoon and fly to the capital of your province to rest overnight, and then take a car to Wang Yangjun's house the next day. In this charity event, in addition to Su Hao, Zhang Menqi, and Wang Yangjun, there are also 3 tutoring website staff, plus 2 reporters, and a group of 8 people. Here, the reporter, Su Hao wanted to contact Li Min, but Du Ruiman thought it would be better to find a reporter from Donghai TV. After contacting Donghai TV, the TV station agreed without hesitation to follow up and report on the entire charity process. Du Ruiman saw Su Hao and Wang Yangjun, and said casually, you are finally here, if you don't come again, Zioki is almost dying of anxiety. The plane at 2 o'clock, it's only 12 o'clock, it's not late. Su Hao whispered. Not too late. Du Ruiman gritted his teeth. By the way, Menqi, come here. Su Hao saw Zhang Menqi standing in the distance and shouted at the other party. Zhang Menqi silently walked to Su Hao and said, Su Hao, what's the matter? When I go to Wang Yangjun's alma mater this time, he can go home by the way. You can pay him 1 month's tutor salary first. Su Hao wants Wang Yangjun to go home happily. Zhang Menqi nodded gently. Lao San, thank you. Wang Yangjun expressed his gratitude. What are you polite? This is your salary. I just sent it to you in advance. Your parents will definitely be happier when you take the money home. Su Hao smiled. That's for sure. Wang Yangjun's expression gleamed with excitement, and Su Hao said to his heart. Zhang Menqi calculated Wang Yangjun's salary for 1 month. Wang Yangjun cost 70 yuan an hour, temporarily calculated as 100 hours a month, a total of 7,000 yuan. With 7,000 yuan in his hand, Wang Yangjun's expression was even more excited. After Zhang Menqi gave the money to Wang Yangjun, she whispered to Suhao, "Suhao, can I not go?" Suhao was taken aback, and asked, "Why, I'm motion sick." Zhang Menqi found a bad reason. "It's okay, I'm here, it's all agreed, you must go," Suhao said domineeringly. Suhao felt that Zhang Menqi seemed to be hiding from him since he told Zhang Menqi about the supermarket and game company a few days ago. Now Zhang Menqi suddenly says that he can't go to your province, Suhao is firmer in his guess. After understanding this, Suhao naturally couldn't let Zhang Menqi back down. He still wanted to take advantage of this trip to Gui province to find out why. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, a group of 8 arrived in the capital of your province. Resting in the 3-star hotel for one night, early the next morning, everyone went to Wang Yangjun's hometown. After more than half a day of hard work, we arrived at Wang Yangjun's hometown Hengxian at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. After a simple meal, Suhao and his party went directly to Wang Yangjun's alma mater to visit. Before I came, the tutoring website had contacted the principal through Wang Yangjun. Today, several leaders of Hengxian No. 1 Middle School were waiting at the school. Seeing Suhao and others, several school leaders all smiled. After a lot of greetings and thanks, everyone began to talk about business. Hengxian No. 1 Middle School has 710 students in the 3rd grade, of which more than 600 are children from difficult families. After some discussions and the old principal's plea, Suhao decided to grant grants to all senior high school students. "Principal, we have decided to give each of the senior 3 students a 1,000 bursary, and we will send it to everyone on the playground tomorrow morning. Please arrange it here at the school." Suhao smiled. "Thank you, Suhao, thank you and the tutoring website for your help to the students, thank you." The old principal was full of excitement, holding Suhao's hands tightly and thanking again and again. The scene was extremely moving, and the reporter recorded all the pictures throughout the process. At this moment, several hurried footsteps sounded outside. "President Su, why don't you inform the Education Bureau if someone comes to donate money? You are out of the organization like this." Along with the voice, a middle-aged bald man with a beer belly appeared in Suhao's sight. When Suhao and others arrived at the school, someone from the school quietly called to inform the bald male leader of the Education Bureau. After receiving the call, the bald male leader Chen Debing rushed to Hengxian No. 1 Middle School. Suhao glanced at Chen Debing, then turned to the old principal and said, "Principal, since there is something on your side, let's go back first, and we will come back tomorrow morning." The old principal nodded softly. Suhao was about to leave, and Chen Debing and his party immediately stopped. "This little brother, don't leave in a hurry." Chen Debing introduced himself. "I am Chen Debing, the leader of the Hengxian Education Bureau. I heard that you came to the No. 1 Middle School for donation, so I came here. Maybe you don't know the donation process. In Heng County, whether it is a corporate or individual donation, it must go through the Education Bureau. From now on, I will receive you. Don't worry, I will make arrangements for you so that you can successfully complete the donation." Chen Debing looked at Suhao with fiery eyes. In Chen Debing's eyes, Suhao is a treasurer. There are 710 senior high school students in No. 1 Middle School, each of which is 1,000 yuan, which is a full 700,000 yuan. After the 700,000 yuan is obtained, he can change to a new car for the new year. The old principal's face changed drastically, and he said angrily, "Chen Debing, are you really going to get involved? This money is the tutoring website's bursary for senior high school students. Are you really going to be black?" The old principal knew what Chen Debing meant by coming, and he couldn't take care of so much at this moment, and he was angrily asked. After all, someone came to support the students, and the old principal would never allow this money to be swallowed by Chen Debing. "Old Su, please pay attention to what you said. I'm acting in accordance with the regulations. You dare to slander me. Don't you want to be the principal?" A cold color flashed in Chen Debing's eyes. You. The old principal was very angry. Suhao directly ignored Chen Debing and said to the old principal, "Old principal, don't be angry, it's not worth it to be angry with this kind of person. Don't worry, I promise that the money will be sent directly to every classmate tomorrow morning." Suhao sees people like Chen Debing a lot. Suhao is too lazy to wrestle with Chen Debing and just ignores it. When Chen Debing saw Suhao ignored him, a flash of anger flashed in his eyes. Thinking of the 700,000 donation, Chen Debing suppressed the anger in his heart and said to Suhao, "Brother, if you didn't hear me clearly, I can say it again." Suhao didn't bother to listen to Chen Debing's nonsense, and interrupted directly, "Uncle, I am not deaf, I can hear it very clearly. The rules and procedures you mentioned are useless for me, let it go, we have to go back and rest." Chen Debing was even more angry, thinking of 700,000, still holding back, lowered his voice, "Little comrade, can you take a step to speak?" "Oh," a hint of surprise flashed across Suhao's face, thinking of a certain possibility, and nodding lightly. A smile appeared on Chen Debing's face, and he made a pleased gesture to Suhao. When the old principal saw Suhao and Chen Debing walking aside, he was immediately anxious. Zhang Menqi quickly comforted old principal, "Don't worry, we have to trust Suhao, rest assured, Suhao will not let you down." The old principal resisted the urge to rush to hold Su Hao and waited bitterly. Su Hao followed Chen Debing to the corner. In the process, Su Hao quietly turned on the phone recording function. Leader Chen, just talk about it. Su Hao was too lazy to talk nonsense with Chen Debing. Chen Debing said, little comrade, you come here to donate nothing but fame. As long as you agree to let the Education Bureau handle the money, I can double or even triple the donation figure of 700,000. Su Hao heard the words and said in his heart, it really is. He had heard a lot of this kind of fraudulent donation news in his previous life, so Su Hao deliberately kept an eye on it. Leader Chen, I only donated 700,000 yuan, but you have doubled and tripled. Isn't that a fraudulent donation? Su Hao asked, pretending to be worried. Chen Debing smiled and said, don't worry, no one will investigate this. You have a good reputation and my goal is achieved. Why not do it? When the goal was achieved, Su Hao resolutely refused. Sorry, we have different ideas, I refuse. After speaking, Su Hao left directly. Chen Debing never dreamed that Su Hao would refuse directly. He was stunned for more than 10 seconds, waiting for him to slow down. Su Hao had already left quickly. Chen Debing hurried to catch up until Su Hao returned to everyone, and Chen Debing caught up. Old principal, you will make arrangements here at the school tomorrow morning, and then we will come over to send the money. Su Hao said to the old principal, and then said to Zhang Menqi and others, let's go. You are not allowed to go, you are not allowed to go. Chen Debing was completely angry. None of you are allowed to leave today. Chen Debing roared, little comrade, you can't send this money to your classmates. It must be handled by our Education Bureau. Ha ha. Su Hao smiled and said, my company's money, I donate whatever I want, without your consent. Then I also tell you, without my consent, you can't send the money, no one dares to take your money, even if you send it to a classmate, I will let the teacher accept it. Chen Debing completely tore his face. Then just wait and see. Su Hao was too lazy to talk nonsense with Chen Debing and left directly. Chen Debing's people wanted to stop. Su Hao said very domineeringly, get out of the way, or we will call the police. Chen Debing's people were shocked by Su Hao, and subconsciously stepped away. Su Hao and his party left, leaving Chen Debing with an angry face. Chen Debing rushed to the old principal and said, Old Su, you will not be allowed to organize classmates to collect money tomorrow, otherwise I will remove you from your post. The old principal directly ignored Chen Debing and turned to leave. I want to hack the students' money and dream, even if I don't become the principal, I will let the students receive this 1,000 bursaries. The old principal is afraid of being poor. He very much hopes that the students can study at ease in the next year and then get good results in the college entrance examination next year. The old principal deeply understands that only by going to university can children in the mountains have a bright future. On the way, Su Hao asked Wang Yangjun to go home, while the others went back to the hotel. The third child, where is the Education Bureau? Wang Yangjun was worried that Chen Debing would continue to trouble Su Hao and others. Su Hao whispered, it's okay, I will take care of this, you can go home without worry. Wang Yangjun left, and everyone returned to the hotel. Su Hao, don't worry, our TV station will definitely expose Chen Debing's scum when we go back. Well, this must be exposed. For safety's sake, I will call our principal. Su Hao thought for a while and decided to notify the principal of East University. After a few minutes, the call ends. Su Hao smiled and said to the people, don't worry, Chen Debing is just a jumping clown, so why not let us? At this moment, Su Hao hopes to have his own speaking platform. If he has a platform for speaking, why not contact the principal? As long as he exposes Chen Debing's ugly face through the platform, everything will be solved. How about get a QQ out? QQ? It seems to be doing something good. Now Penguin hasn't found a profitable point and is in a loss. Now there is a lot of money to enter the market. This idea grew in my heart and became stronger and stronger. Su Hao decided to go back and engage in chat software. Chat software is a good platform for speaking. With the big killer of chat software, the future development of the network will be more handy. Su Hao suddenly thought of the Navy. F***CK, I almost forgot to have the Navy trump card in his hand. Su Hao immediately dialed the fat man Li Jun's number. After telling the story quickly, Li Jun was even more angry than Su Hao. Brother Hao, don't worry, I will let netizens across the country know the ugly face of Chen Debing scumbag, Li Jun assured. With Li Jun's assurance, Su Hao knew that Chen Debing scumbag would not last long. After everyone had dinner together, Su Hao left Zhang Menqi behind. Zhang Menqi wanted to refuse, but so many people watched, she was embarrassed to brush Su Hao's face. Just tell me something, I'm sleepy, I want to go back to rest, Zhang Menqi whispered. Su Hao frowned slightly and asked, Menqi, how do I feel like you are hiding from me? Why? Zhang Menqi pouted and said, you are not the devil, why should I avoid you? Su Hao continued, since you learned about my supermarket and company last time, I found that you have changed. I don't know what you think, but I can tell you what I think. No matter what I am, we are all classmates, right? Jang Menki nodded subconsciously. If my identity makes you feel uncomfortable and embarrass you, you can tell me directly, and I will try not to appear in front of you in the future. Su Hao advances by retreating. No. Jang Menki was anxious when he heard the words, and she blurted out no, she said, realizing something was wrong, and changed her words, no, Su Hao, in fact, I'm just a little unaccustomed to my classmate being a billionaire. Just give me some time to adapt. It turned out to be like this, you said it earlier, it made me think you are inferior. Su Hao made a little joke. Who is inferior? You are inferior, I am so beautiful, and my grades are better than you, what is there to be inferior? Jang Menki gave Su Hao a harsh look and retorted, is this right? This is the Jang Menki I know. Su Hao smiled, in my eyes, Jang Menki is a smart, confident and beautiful woman. In high school, you were my goddess. Jang Menki was delighted, and immediately realized that Su Hao's words were wrong, and asked, is it in high school? Isn't it right now? Of course, you have always been my goddess. Su Hao said smoothly, I was dark for 3 years in high school. Su Hao realized that something was wrong and braked in time. What's the dark? Jang Menki blurted out. Nothing. Su Hao changed the subject and said, don't care about my other identities, we get along as before, okay? Jang Menki nodded obediently. Let's go back to rest, I will be busy tomorrow morning. Jang Menki looked at Su Hao's back, but she kept thinking about Su Hao's unfinished words. What is it dark? Is it a crush? Thinking of this word, Jang Menki's stunning pink face flashed a fascinating blush, but it was a pity that Su Hao walked in front and did not appreciate it. The Navy is in action. A few hours later, at 11 o'clock in the evening, almost all netizens knew the ugly face of Chen Debing's scumbag. Oh my god, this is the leader, who cheated student Su Hao on the tutoring website to make a donation. This is too good. This kind of scum must be punished, and we call on the government to deal with this scum as soon as possible. Su Hao is domineering, not afraid of power, I stand by you, I am tens of kilometers away from Hengxian, and I will support you early tomorrow morning. Su Hao, don't be afraid, all netizens will support you. Things fermented quickly, and the leaders all heard the news. Are the rumors on the internet true? Check it out for me immediately. If it is verified, it must be severely punished. It is really lawless. A company that is such a good tutoring website can't let them chill, let alone the common people, and immediately arrange for someone to thoroughly investigate the matter. Chen Debing, who was thinking about how to stop the 700,000 bursary, had no knowledge of the news on the internet, and had no idea that he was already in danger. Tomorrow, arrange for someone to stop the group of people on the tutoring website and prevent them from entering the school. They can't even enter the school gate. Let's see how they send money to their classmates. Thinking that Su Hao and others couldn't get in at the school gate, and finally had to beg him, Chen Debing showed a grim smile on his face. The city received the notice and immediately arranged for someone to find out what happened. Since it was late at night, the city did not take any measures against Chen Debing. Su Hao everyone woke up early the next day. After eating breakfast, Su Hao and his group went to the bank to withdraw the money, and then went to school. When Su Hao and his party withdrew money, there were a lot of people at the gate of Hengxian No. 1 Middle School. Why hasn't Su Hao come yet? Did that scum attack Su Hao and his party last night? I shouldn't dare to use such a prestigious name Zhang to classmate Su Hao. Let's wait. Wait, the bank has just opened. Student Su Hao should be withdrawing money. We must protect Su Hao today and let Su Hao send the money to the students safely. Even if the King Lao Zi comes out, we will stop him. The kind-hearted people who came from the city or the county were all dedicated to protecting Su Hao. At the school gate, someone arranged by Chen Debing waited silently. They simply ignored the hundreds of people who came out of the school gate. Su Hao and his party just appeared not far from the school gate. The people arranged by Chen Debing immediately recognized Su Hao and others and rushed directly. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Chen Debing, who fell asleep with his arms around the mistress, was awakened by a knock on the door. Who knocked on your door in the morning? Chen Debing opened his eyes, dissatisfied. Xiao San, how do I know? I'll open the door and have a look. You can continue to sleep. No, I just got up to go to the theater. Chen Debing thought that there was still a good show waiting for him in No. 1 Middle School, and he was completely sleepy. Xiao San opened the door and saw that he was wearing a uniform, so he was stunned. Who is that? Chen Debing got dressed and walked out of the room. The public official at the door walked directly into the house. Chen Debing, you are suspected of political violations, please come with us. Who are you? I didn't break the law, and I won't go with you. Chen Debing refused to admit it. Chen Debing, you don't need to quibble. Yesterday, the arrogant behavior of a group of people on the tutoring website in No. 1 Middle School is well known throughout the internet. The organization has found out that there is something going on, let's go. The public official said coldly. Chen Debing's face changed drastically, and he realized that he had been planted. I plead guilty. In order to win the organization's leniency, Chen Deving directly pleaded guilty. No, I have arranged for someone to stop those people from the tutoring website from entering the school. Chen Deving suddenly remembered the arrangement last night, his face changed drastically. If Sohao and his party were harmed because of this, he would be more guilty. Chen Deving, you are really lawless. If Sohao and his party have any accidents, you can wait to be cast aside by the people of the whole country. The public official said with an angry face and coldly said, take it away. At the same time, public officials quickly called back to arrange personnel to rush to number 1 middle school. I hope everything is in time. At the gate of a lieutenant colonel, Sohao and his party just appeared, and a dozen people arranged by Chen Deving rushed up. You all stop for me. Don't even think about getting into one of you today. Sohao frowned when he saw dozens of fierce men. That guy Chen Deving is really lawless. Everyone, I advise you to get out of the way obediently. Chen Deving's evil deeds have been exposed on the internet, and he can't protect himself now. If you continue to do evil, all that awaits you is prison. Sohao said coldly, have you seen it? This is a reporter. If you dare to do something, your brutality will be on TV, and you will definitely not escape legal sanctions. I advise you to stop now. I don't need to hold you accountable. Zhang Menqi and the others were already scared by the dozen or so thugs who rushed out. Hearing Sohao's words, I felt relieved. Fortunately, Sohao is there, otherwise they don't know what to do. This is the voice of Zhang Menqi and everyone at this moment. A dozen big guys heard that. You look at me, I look at you. For a while, they don't know whether they should believe Sohao or not. Someone at the school gate noticed Sohao's weirdness. Look, it's Sohao. He was stopped by someone. Let's go and help him. It's really Sohao. What's so special? Those people dare to attack Sohao and others in broad daylight. Comrades, go and protect Sohao. With the shouting, hundreds of kind-hearted people at the school gate quickly rushed towards Sohao. In less than half a minute, more than a dozen big men and Sohao and his party were divided into 2 groups and surrounded by crowds. Sohao, don't be afraid. We are here to protect you. Don't worry, you are absolutely fine with us. Student Sohao, we came from the city after seeing the news on the internet. Don't worry, we will protect you. Don't be afraid. Many well-wishers shouted that Sohao and others should not be afraid. Seeing so many people rushing over, Sohao was almost shocked. Sohao breathed a sigh of relief after hearing the shouts of the crowd, and was deeply moved. There are still many good people in this world. Compared with Sohao's side, the treatment of dozens of big guys is much worse. Everyone stared fiercely at more than a dozen big men, looking desperately. More than a dozen big men were completely confused. F***ck, I thought it was a passerby, it turned out to be to protect Sohao and his party. This. Sohao, are they Chen Deving's scumbag? Sohao, did they hurt you? Do you want to control them first? Sohao saw the turmoil in the crowd and shouted, don't get excited, please calm down. We are not hurt, so calm down and let me talk to them. Everyone gave Sohao away. Sohao walked slowly in front of a dozen big guys, and said, everyone, do you believe it now? Chen Deving is really hard on his own, and I advise you to turn back to the shore. The faces of everyone are extremely complicated. Do you? On the opposite side, there are only a dozen of them, and there is no chance of winning at all. Don't you do it? I have already collected the money. As for Sohao's words, they were dubious. Have your conscience been eaten by dogs? Classmate Sohao and the others are here to do good deeds. You actually blocked them. You are still not from Hunxian. You are really a scumbag. Do you have no children? Sohao, they are here to support our children. You are here to make trouble. Will your conscience hurt? More than a dozen big men were scolded by everyone, and their faces became extremely ugly. Head, what do you do now? Head, or let's withdraw, the hero won't suffer the immediate loss. At this moment, the sound of police sirens came. The police are here, don't think about running. You haven't done anything to us. I won't hold you accountable. If you run away, then something will really happen. Sohao saw a dozen big guys hear the sirens. Like a frightened bird, he said quickly, worrying about injuries caused by more than a dozen big men escaping. Hearing this, dozens of big guys completely gave up running away. A few minutes later, the police took away more than a dozen big men. Sohao told the truth about what happened. As for how the police handled Sohao, he couldn't control it. When the old principal learned that there was a disturbance at the door to bring people out, the matter had been resolved. Sohao, fortunately you are okay, otherwise I feel uneasy. The old principal sighed. Old principal, it's okay. Sohao then thanked the others, thank you for your help, good people have a safe life. Later, the old principal promised many kind people to enter the school to see Sohao's request to send money to the students. 2 hours later, Sohao, Zhang Menqi and others sent the money to all the students in the 3rd year of high school. The classmates who received the money were all very excited and happy. They silently remembered the 985,211 tutoring website and the appearance of Sohao and his group. They decided to study hard and have the opportunity to give them back in the future. Because of this, next year's college entrance examination Hongxian No. 1 High School's college entrance examination scores hit a new high. Many students have been admitted to key universities. Hongxian and his party gave Su Hao an unprecedented experience. After the Donghai TV station exposed all the process, the 985,211 family education website became popular all over the country. The public welfare action of the 985,211 family education website has been praised by the people across the country, and Su Hao has become an idol for more students. Chen Debing and others got their due punishment. Because of this incident, the leaders concerned were furious, and many leaders of the authorities in your province were affected. As a result, the 985,211 website has received great attention from the highest level. There are even rumors that the top leader praised the 985,211 family education website after learning about it. What a 985,211 tutoring website, what a Su Hao, a blessing for the country. After this high praise was spread, the 985,211 tutoring website and Su Hao were remembered by many interested people. Because of Chen Debing's affairs, the tutoring website will receive a warm welcome every time he goes there. The charity process is extremely smooth, and the Chen Debing incident has never happened again. These are things to follow. Not long after Su Hao returned to school from your province, Du Zitang came to the door immediately. The third child, this guy came to look for him once after you set off. I said you went to your province to do charity work. I didn't expect this guy to get the news of your return so soon. Hong Dabao saw Du Zitang's arrival and quietly addressed Su Hao. Said. Su Hao was not surprised. Du Zitang is a student union cadre anyway, plus a rich second generation, there must be a few doglegs. It is not surprising that Du Zitang got the news immediately when he returned to school. Su Hao is strange, why is Du Zitang looking for him? Is it possible that you want to get involved in a tutoring website? With this in mind, Su Hao is almost certain why Du Zitang approached him and the tutoring website. Stu Hao, my name is Du Zitang, the vice president of the student union, can I take a step to speak? Du Zitang introduced himself with a smile on his face. If you have something to say directly, I was very tired just when I came back, and I don't have time to chat with you, Su Hao said unceremoniously. For Du Zitang, Su Hao really didn't bother to talk to him. A hint of anger surged in Du Zitang's heart. Thinking of the purpose of coming here this time, he suppressed his anger and smiled. Since Su Hao likes to be direct, then I will speak straight. Student Su Hao, as a student union cadre, I like the business model of the tutoring website. My parents are also educators. They hope that I can join the tutoring website to exercise. I can invest money in the tutoring website, can I? Oh? Su Hao smiled in his heart, and deliberately said, I don't know how much you plan to pay. Du Zitang saw that Su Hao hadn't overreacted, and his smile on his face was even brighter, and said, that's it, student Su Hao, I plan to spend 5 million to buy 20% of the tutoring website. What do you think? Without waiting for Su Hao's response this time, Hong Dabao couldn't help but speak first. 5 million to buy 20% of the shares of the tutoring website. Du Zitang, are you a fool, or are you a fool as the third child? Du Zitang glared at Hong Dabao and said, Hong Dabao, I'm talking about cooperation with Su Hao, please don't bother. Silly cha. Hong Dabao looked at Du Zitang with a silly look. Du Zitang almost couldn't help getting angry. Fortunately, he remembered the purpose of coming this time and resisted the anger in his heart. Student Su Hao, I sincerely want to join the tutoring website. If you think the price is not enough, I can add more. As long as you agree with me to buy shares, you can say a number. Du Zitang remembered his father's advice that he must find a way to buy shares in the tutoring website anyway. As long as he can buy into the tutoring website and the tutoring website is plated with gold, his career will be bright in the future. Su Hao smiled slightly. Du Zitang, in fact, do you want to join the tutoring website to exercise yourself? There is another way? Oh, what's the way? Su Hao, please point it out. Du Zitang asked smoothly. Su Hao smiled evilly. The tutoring website still lacks a sweeper. I think you are quite suitable, haha. You. Du Zitang was full of anger. Student Su Hao, I am sincere to discuss cooperation with you, please don't joke. In order to achieve his goal and for the bright future of the future, Du Zitang gritted his teeth and swallowed Su Hao's humiliation. Su Hao said directly, Du Zitang, I think Dabao is right, you are really a fool. I'm too lazy to say a word to you, the shares of the tutoring website will not be sold. Get out of here. After being insulted by Su Hao's name and surname, Du Zitang couldn't help being angry anymore, and shouted, Su Hao, don't think you are so good, I'll give you another chance, can you sell it? Stupid fork. Su Hao spit out 2 words coldly. Okay, very good. Du Zitang said angrily, Su Hao, you wait for me, I will make you regret what you did today. Stupid fork. Su Hao said the same thing. Du Zitang left with a terrible anger. It's very meow, this Du Zitang has such a big appetite, he actually made the idea of a tutoring website. Who is a fool? Hong Dabao vomited. There will always be a few silly forks in this world, or not, he is, Su Hao said lightly. Su Hao, that guy still has some energy at home, you have to pay attention, Hong Dabao reminded. Don't worry, after today, no one dared to make insidious tricks on me, Su Hao said extremely domineeringly. Cow, domineering, Hong Dabao gave a fierce thumbs up. The fact that Du Zitang came to visit soon spread in the school. For a while, Du Zitang became a big villain and everyone hated it. After Du Zitang learned of this, he vomited blood directly. Dad, I have to avenge this grudge, you have to help me. Son, I have guessed that it was the result. Since Su Hao is ignorant, I will let him know. October 30th. Su Hao learned from Zhang Menqi that CCTV is going to do an exclusive interview with the tutoring website. Su Hao knew the news, and a wicked arc appeared in his mouth. Waiting for so long is equivalent to waiting for CCTV, which is really not easy. Neither the Donghai Daily nor the Donghai TV interviews are Su Hao's ultimate goal. Only CCTV News and CCTV Focus interviews are in line with Su Hao's vision. Only on CCTV News, the 985,211 tutoring website will really enter the Big Brother's line of sight, when his first layer of golden body is stable. Being on CCTV News has many benefits to the future development of the tutoring website. With national endorsements, do other colleges and universities dare not sell their face? Impossible. Didn't you see that the country endorsed the tutoring website? If you don't give face to the tutoring website, you will say it lightly as inaction, and when you say it seriously, it will hinder the development of the country. No one wants to bear the burden of hindering the development of the country, unless a fool. Su Hao, they only talked about reporting on charity activities and tutoring, they didn't talk about interviewing you, Zhang Menqi added. Su Hao was taken aback for a moment, then relieved. It's okay if you don't interview me, so I don't have to expose it. As long as the CCTV News is on the tutoring website, it will be much easier to expand outward. Why do I feel that your mouth is wrong? Ha ha, Zhang Menqi asked with a smile. No. Su Hao suppressed the disappointment in his heart and said, my supermarket will enter a period of rapid development in the future. I may not be able to take care of the tutoring website. I have to work hard for you. Well, I see, I wish you a prosperous business. Zhang Menqi sent his blessings. Yes, if a CCTV reporter interviews you, remember to advertise my Jiajiafu supermarket, Su Hao reminded. I see, Jiajiafu supermarket is a caring sponsor. If you interview me, I will say it. Zhang Menqi silently remembered Su Hao's request. By the way, I will not go to future charity activities. I will follow along when I return to our alma mater one day. Su Hao was too lazy to run. With the first experience, plus the Chen Debing incident, Su Hao believed in the tutoring website. Future charity activities will go smoothly. Well, you are busy with you. Zhang Menqi nodded obediently. Finally, Zhang Menqi thought of the online payment software Su Hao mentioned before, and reminded, when do you plan to launch that online payment software? I will go to the bank after the CCTV News broadcasts, or I will go to people to deny me now. Su Hao gave a wry smile. Well, there won't be a third bid in the short term, and it's not in a hurry. Zhang Menqi smiled. Su Hao left school depressed. Back to Yuan Shue's house, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Seeing that concubine Yuan Shue was not at home, Su Hao called concubine Yuan Shue. The phone rang several times before Yuan Shuefei was connected. Sister concubine, are you still working overtime? Concubine Yuan Shue was taken aback and asked, are you at home? Su Hao, well, I just arrived. I called you when I saw you weren't home. Where are you now? Yuan Shuefei, I am not in Donghai, I am training employees in Bo County. Su Hao, sister concubine, didn't I tell you? You don't have to do everything by yourself. You can give the staff training to the people below. If you train new employees in every county, you will be tired. Broken. Yuan Shuefei felt Su Hao's sincere concern and was moved in her heart. Well, I know, I will pay attention, don't worry, I will return to the East China Sea tomorrow. Okay, then you pay attention to your body. Su Hao decided to wait for Yuan Shuefei to come back and talk about her. Early the next morning, Su Hao went to Hao Game Company. When Li Hong saw Su Hao, his face was full of excitement. Looking forward to the stars and the moon, I finally hoped Su Hao. Manager Li, the Plants vs. Zombies game props will be officially launched tomorrow. Originally, I planned to wait for my payment software to go online before starting to sell game props. It would be more convenient to pay. Now the payment software has to wait a bit. Let's go online for the game props first. Su Hao directly announced his decision and explained it smoothly. Okay, Su Xiao, I will arrange it tomorrow. Since Su Hao said about developing a new game, Li Hong has not shown much interest in the launch of the Plants vs. Zombies game props. Su Hao noticed Li Hong's look, guessed Li Hong's thoughts, and asked, Manager Li, how is the recruitment? Xiao, the company has 60 new employees, all of whom are elites in game development, just waiting for your order, Li Hong said excitedly. Ha ha. Su Hao smiled softly and said, let's go, take me to meet them, I will tell you about the new game. Xiao, please. Li Hong was so excited that he finally waited for this moment. Developing games is Li Hong's favorite. Only when he develops new games, Li Hong will be full of enthusiasm and motivation. He is really tired of the logistics of maintaining the game. After signing a confidentiality contract with the employee, Su Hao took out the game Crossfire. In order to cultivate the independent development ability of the company's employees, Su Hao only provided most of the data, leaving some details for the employees to improve. When Su Hao finished speaking, all employees applauded spontaneously. Xiao, this game sounds exciting, it must be fun. Crossing the Line of Fire, a gun battle game, I really look forward to it. Su Xiao, don't worry, all the staff and I will definitely go all out to develop Crossing the Line of Fire as soon as possible. Li Hongli issued an order. Well, the rest of the time will be hard for you. After the game is developed, I will treat everyone well, Su Hao promised. Later, Su Hao and Li Hong talked about some company matters. Manager Li, do you know someone who is engaged in chat software? Li Hong asked in a daze. Xiao, you want to engage in chat software? Su Hao said truthfully, I have this idea. Li Hong arrived right away. Xiao, chat software is a money-burning gadget, and it doesn't make money at all. You have to think twice. Su Hao smiled and said, I just have a preliminary idea, don't worry, if I'm not sure, I won't get it. Su Xiao, in fact, it is not difficult to develop chat software, we can all develop it, but Li Hong couldn't say anything afterwards. You should develop Crossfire first, and I will think about the chat software before I talk about it. Su Hao hasn't figured out how to use the chat software for the time being. After chatting for a while, Su Hao received a call from Yuan Shuai and left the game company. Seeing concubine Yuan Shui, Su Hao found that the lady was a little haggard.